This story begins on a dark night where a man is looking for something his girlfriend lost. The young man wonders how the girl managed to lose her cell phone. Then he decides to call her number to try to locate it. And then the phone starts ringing in a sewer. However, beneath it there were frog eggs, and the couple wonders why those things were there. After that, the man stretches his arm to grab the phone. However, he ends up paralyzed. The girl gets distracted while playing with her dog. Then she sees her boyfriend still kneeling on the ground and asks why he was taking so long. But the young man remains silent. Afraid, the girl asks if he was okay. The man turns around and wonders what was happening to him. Those eggs were getting bigger and eating his hands, spreading rapidly throughout his body. The girl gets scared and decides to run away with her dog. But during her escape, she trips and falls down a ravine. Looking around, she realizes that there were several of those strange eggs in that place. On a sunny day, a boy is taking a bus trip to Seoul. That was the day of his school trip and also of his first time in Seoul. However, he still felt bad because the girl he liked was sitting far from him. He couldn't talk to her properly at school, but since it was a trip, opportunities could arise. Then someone calls the boy, who was daydreaming. It was Kim Joo, who asks if the young man wanted something to eat, but he declines. Then Kim Joo gets distracted by a new release on his phone. After that, a girl stands up asking for everyone's attention. With her camera, she asks who would like to participate in her vlog. Then she starts recording with the class. But Yang-woo doesn't pay attention because he is thinking about whether he will be able to get closer to So-yeon. When they arrive at their destination, the students continue filming their travel vlog. The teacher warns the student that the streets are very dangerous, so she shouldn't be filming. Yang-woo, on the other hand, observes the city and thinks about how he had the impression that Seoul was a complicated place. Soon after, the teacher tells the class they will stop to rest. Hong-mi continues filming her vlogs with the rest of the students. Seeing how popular the girl is because of her videos, the protagonist wonders if he should start doing the same to get So-yeon's attention. Kim Joo appears, asking if the young man wasn't thinking about doing that childish thing, and says he is not interested in joining the kingdom of extroverts. After all, introverts like them would be destroyed. Then the protagonist notices that Hong-mi is filming So-yeon, who in turn tells her friend's followers that it was her first time in Seoul and that she had wanted to visit the city since childhood. Then she and the protagonist briefly exchange glances. The boy becomes embarrassed and looks away. However, the girl doesn't care and goes back to talking with her friends. Soon after, some boys arrive to talk to the girls on the trip. One of the boys takes Hong-mi's camera and introduces himself as Kang Ji, the class captain, and gives them tips on how to get by in Seoul. While watching that, Yang-woo thinks about how he would like to be like those guys. Then Hong-mi approaches the protagonist and Kim Joo, saying that she had not yet introduced them to her followers, and scolds them when she notices they are watching an anime during the trip. Kim Joo confidently stands up to introduce himself to the girl's followers. However, the girl doesn't like the way the boy speaks and decides to cut to Yang-woo. Then she asks the young man to look at the camera and say something. The protagonist gets nervous but introduces himself as a third-year student at Chungang High School. While introducing himself, the boy gets distracted again by So-yeon and thinks about how much he wants to be near her. Soon after, the entire class is having fun around the city, and the teacher asks everyone to gather for a group photo. After that, some pigeons fly toward one of the girls. The young girl, in turn, shows her disgust for the animals. One of the pigeons notices some feathers in a sewer. As it gets closer, those eggs appear again and begin consuming the bird. The protagonist watches in horror from a distance. Soon after, a boy appears, asking Yang-woo for a favor. The protagonist, in turn, questions what the favor is, but the boy responds that it is nothing too important and that he will tell him when they get home. Meanwhile, in that sewer, the pigeon has already been completely consumed by those eggs. In the late afternoon, the group arrives at the hotel where they will be staying. The teacher asks the class representative to keep an eye on the kids while she goes to get the room keys. Hong-mi tells her followers that she will have to wait for the teacher at the hotel entrance. Then she notices Yang-woo sitting in a corner, looking at his phone. The boy checks the message group conversations of his classmates, and he notices that So-yeon has changed her profile picture. Then Hong-mi suddenly appears without the young man noticing, asking why he is staring at his phone so much. Even with the screen covered by the light of the place, the girl still manages to see a picture and questions who that person is. The protagonist gets nervous and replies that he is just looking at the photos of the people in the group. However, the girl does not seem to believe what the boy says and asks him to hand over his phone. Soon after, one of the girls calls Hong-mi to see her classmates practicing for the talent show. The young girl, in turn, decides to go film her friends but tells the protagonist that she will see him later. Yang-woo panics and questions why she had to be suspicious of something, as Hong-mi was in all the school groups. Soon after, Kang Ji appears and says he has been looking for the protagonist for a long time, and he asks if the boy has forgotten what he said earlier. After that, Yang-woo follows his class representative to a hidden room. Kang Ji then opens his backpack and shows the young man that it is full of alcoholic drinks, and he says that most likely the rest of their classmates have also brought drinks. The boy says they will be having a party that night, and they don't want to lose everything at once. So he needs someone to carry that backpack for the time being, and even if the protagonist gets caught with the drinks, he will become a hero for the class. Yang Woo, however, shows no interest in that plan and says he is leaving. In a desperate attempt to convince the boy, Kang-ji asks if he is interested in any particular girl, saying that everyone in the class will be at the party, and he also mentions that he invited all the girls. The protagonist freezes and wonders if So-yeon will also be at the party. Kang-ji smiles and says that the event will happen no matter what, and that if the boy doesn't go, he will be missing a big opportunity. Yang Woo ends up falling into the manipulation of his class representative and decides to carry the backpack with the drinks. Soon after, the teacher appears, asking the students to gather so they can get their room keys, and she introduces the assistant teacher, who is there to help guide them. The protagonist remains seated in silence, but when he looks ahead, he notices that Hong Mei is staring at him suspiciously. After that, Kim Joo appears, asking why his friend looks so nervous, but Yang Woo in turn says it's nothing. Then Kim Joo shows his friend the deck of cards he brought for the trip. Not wanting to be left behind, the protagonist decides to show his friend what he has inside the backpack. The student panics and starts screaming, and Yang Woo, in turn, tells the boy to stop, because if the assistant teacher notices, he could get caught. Even so, the teacher approaches the boys, asking to see what is inside the backpack. In a small room, the protagonist's teacher looks very disappointed with him and asks if that is everything he brought. With sadness in his eyes, the protagonist replies that it is all he has. The woman, in turn, wants to resolve the matter when they return to school and says that the young man should be prepared to bring his parents. Frustrated, the boy leaves the room and thinks about how his mother will kill him. As he walks through the hallways, he ends up running into Kang-ji, who in turn hugs the young man, saying he was very worried. Soon after, Yang Woo realizes that the boy is carrying a backpack full of drinks and asks where the party will be. Kang-ji says he still hasn't decided where they will go because the teacher is still watching, and he says that when they find a good place, he will call the boy. In his room at night, the protagonist realizes that he has been deceived, and he gets nervous thinking that in the place where everyone was gathered, So-yeon was probably there too. In the morning, the group gathers at Namsan Tower in Seoul, where they will take their cable car ride. Kim Joo asks if his friend is nervous because it's his first time in a cable car. However, Yang Woo doesn't pay much attention to him because he is still wondering if So-yeon went out the night before, thinking that somehow he feels like he is gradually drifting away from her. After that, the boy sees Kang-ji and gets irritated because he has been ignoring him since last night, and that he was only trying to take advantage of him from the beginning. Then he thinks that for some reason, he doesn't believe he will be able to get closer to So-yeon during this trip. Kim Joo shouts to everyone that this is the protagonist's first time in a cable car, so he is scared. So-yeon smiles at the boy and says that it is her first time too. Seeing that the girl is talking to him, the young man gets nervous and starts stuttering. After that, a friend of the girl asks about the story with the drinks the day before. So-yeon becomes interested in the subject and says that she was very surprised, and she says he was amazing for not being scared. Hearing those words, the protagonist feels embarrassed because it is the first time the girl has been interested in him. Inside the cable car, Yang Woo thinks about how he can still continue talking to So-yeon, and that, at this pace, he will be able to get closer to her. Soon after, while the students take pictures of the ride, they receive an alert message on their phones about an unidentified virus in Seoul. After this message, a pigeon crashes hard into the glass of the cable car, scaring the young people. Several other pigeons also crash into the cable car, causing their virus to spread onto it. As they watch the situation, the students comment on how disgusting it is. The protagonist, in turn, notices that what is on the pigeon looks like frog eggs. Then one of the eggs falls inside the cable car through a crack in the glass caused by the pigeon. The young people panic and decide to run to the back. In the middle of the commotion, the protagonist accidentally steps on So-yeon's foot and apologizes to her. Yang Woo wonders what he should do because he is very close to the girl. The teacher shouts at her class because she is being crushed by the crowd. After that, a boy approaches the frog egg and comments that it seems to be moving. The cable car finally reaches its destination, and the staff members wonder what that mess on its glass is. One of the men apologizes for the inconvenience and asks the group to leave. Hong Mei takes out her camera and starts recording, saying that she's arrived at the top of the tower and that something strange has happened. The protagonist remains inside the cable car, thinking that this is a good opportunity to talk to So-yeon, because he has been acting like an idiot so far, and if he leaves now, he doesn't know when he will have another chance like this. And then the boy decides once again to apologize for stepping on the girl's foot. The girl in turn says it's okay, and that he has already apologized. To change the subject, Yang Woo talks about the pigeons crashing into the glass and asks if this is what a cable car ride is like. So Yoon asks if the protagonist wants to say something to her. And just as the boy is about to invite her to something, a scream is heard outside. A student is lying on the ground and her friends ask what happened. The girl explains that one of those eggs burst and spread everywhere. A classmate walking behind the girl notices that something is on his leg. The student panics when she looks at her leg because those eggs seem to have stuck to her. Scared, the young girl starts hitting her leg with her bag. The rest of her classmates run away in fear from the situation. The girl ends up falling down the stairs, and her friends rush to help her, asking if she's okay. As they lift her up, she asks what happened up there. However, when they look at her face, they notice that some of those strange eggs have splattered on her. One of the staff members approaches the student from the upper floor, asking what is happening. The girl panics and grabs the man's arm, begging him to help her. As a result, those eggs also stick to the man's skin, and he ends up running away. The remaining students decide to go back inside the cable car after seeing that situation. Kim-ju asks what is happening outside. Looking through the window of the cable car, they see the student being consumed more and more by those eggs. Hong-mei tries to go out, but one of her classmates stops her, saying that those things are growing like a monster. The girl gets irritated, asking if the boy is saying that her friend is a monster. Right after, the student bangs on the cable car window, begging for help, saying that it hurts. The students are terrified as they watch their friend being consumed. At the entrance of the observatory, the teacher talks to a security guard, asking where her students are. The man responds that she just needs to go up the stairs outside. After that, the students run past the woman in a panic. The teacher sees one of her students lying on the ground and approaches, asking if she's okay. However, she's already infected, but still begs the woman for help, who also ends up getting caught right after. Inside the cable car, the students kneel in a corner, avoiding looking at their friend. One of the boys decides to look to see what's happening, and he ends up getting scared, making his classmates panic as well. The protagonist thinks about how he cannot stop getting chills. After that, he sees So-hyun trembling with fear and asks if she's okay. However, everyone's phone receives an emergency notification at the same time about a virus in the city. Meanwhile, around the tower, citizens are running away from the infected. In a panic, the students start calling their parents, asking what they should do. However, one of the boys, when looking back, notices that the classmate outside is moving. Seeing that, they are surprised because they thought she was dead, and they wonder if she's okay. A boy asks Young-woo to go to the door to see if she is alright since he is the closest one. Seeing how So-yeon is, the protagonist decides to approach and ask if she is okay. As he approaches the door, the boy asks if she is alright. However, the girl remains silent. A student tells him to speak louder because she probably can't hear him because of the glass. Right after, the students receive another emergency message. When Young-woo returns his attention to the girl, he realizes how terrifying she looks. Soon after, some people climb the stairs to reach the cable car, trying to escape the infected, but they end up encountering the student, who in turn attacks the man standing in front of her. The boys inside the cable car watch the situation in horror. Then the man being infected tells his friend to run away because he will hold the creature off. Inside the cable car, one of the boys wonders if they shouldn't help him. Kim-ju panics and says they shouldn't do that because they would all be in danger. Seeing the whole situation, Young-woo decides to lock the door for everyone's safety. After that, one of the people outside bangs on the door desperately, begging them to open it. But even so, the creature attacks the man. The students watch the terrifying scene in complete shock. Young-woo is paralyzed upon seeing what his classmate has become. Soon after, some civilians climb the tower near the cable car and end up encountering the infected student. The creature gets distracted by those people and starts chasing them. After that, one of the pigeons that crash into the cable car comes back to life. Kim-ju begins to panic at the situation. One of the boys covers his mouth to keep him quiet to avoid attracting the creature back. Hong-mei starts crying because of the man they refuse to save. The young man responds that if they had opened the door, they would all be dead. Another student opens the roof of the cable car, saying that they should take this opportunity to escape. But his classmate replies that they wouldn't be able to escape the creature if they encountered it. Soon after, the protagonist notices that So-yeon is scared, and the girl, in turn, asks if he wants to say something to her since he keeps staring at her. Young-woo gets nervous and says that he was just wondering if she was okay. The young girl says she's fine and asks him to stop staring. The boy says that they shouldn't leave the cable car because it is too dangerous, and that all they have to do is wait there until the rescue arrives. However, a girl tells him to stop saying what they should do because he has no right to say anything. She says that he didn't help Gil and just ran away instead of helping her. The young man gets furious upon hearing that and asks why she is blaming everything on him. The girl says she is right because he also stopped them from helping her friend. The boy loses it and shouts that he did what was best for everyone. Hong-mei says they should stop fighting. After that, the students hear someone calling through the cable car radio, identifying themselves as the control room. The cable car begins to move. Meanwhile, Hong-mei tries to communicate with someone from the class chat group, but no one responds. So Yeon starts crying, worried about her classmates. The boy says that maybe they don't have time to worry about others since they don't even know what's happening throughout the city, and as soon as they arrive, he will go straight home. Then the cable car suddenly stops moving and the boys are confused about what happened. They decide to use the radio to inform the control room worker about the stop. Then the cable car starts moving again, allowing them to finally reach the building. However, the building is already completely overtaken by the virus. When they arrive at the station, the teenagers scream upon seeing the state of the place. Then So-yeon notices something on the glass. It is an infected person who ends up breaking the glass and slowly entering the cable car. The students decide to kick the glass to escape. After that, the infected finally enters the cable car completely. However, the young people finally manage to break the glass. But the creature doesn't give up and continues chasing them. So Yeon ends up tripping and falling to the ground while trying to escape. However, the protagonist returns to help her and together they manage to escape. As they descend the stairs, the students encounter a terrifying scene. While going down, So-yeon asks the boy to wait a minute because her leg is injured. Yang-woo asks if it was his fault, but the girl replies that he doesn't need to worry about it since she probably got hurt while escaping from the cable car. Soon after, their classmates run back up the stairs. The protagonist asks why they are coming back, and a boy explains that there were many of those monsters on the ground floor. Shortly after, the teenagers finally reach a floor that appears to be free of the virus. However, the infected from the cable car is still chasing the group, following So-yeon's blood trail. The students take advantage of the moment of calm to try to contact their parents. One of the boys sees that everyone on the internet is talking about those monsters. Yang-woo manages to call his mother and tells her that he is trapped on the second floor of the cable car building. She, in turn, asks him to be careful and not leave the area. Meanwhile, the girls help So-yeon with her bleeding, cleaning her wounds. Kim-joo asks the protagonist if he has any spare change to use in the vending machine. Yang-woo asks if his friend is okay. The boy replies that he shouldn't have gone on this trip and now regrets coming. Then the protagonist thinks that even in this chaotic situation, he still managed to help So-yeon. After that, the young man finds the blood trail the girl left and decides to follow it to see where it leads. However, he ends up encountering the creature that is tracking the blood trail. The infected tries to attack the young man, but he barely manages to dodge it. The students start running in panic toward an exit. Kim-joo is in the lead and, in a desperate act, tries to close the exit door. But Baekmae manages to push the door open just in time. After that selfish act, the boy confronts his classmate. However, the argument is interrupted when the boys realize they have returned to the cable car, discovering that each floor is connected to the entrance and exit, meaning they just went in a complete circle. Hannah reaches her classmates, completely exhausted from running up the stairs. However, they realize that the rest of the girls were left behind. So Yeon and Hongmai are still on the lower floor, hiding from the creature. The girl wonders if they should just stay there. Hongmai replies that she believes the monster can't see them, so they just need to hide until it leaves. So Yeon, however, holds back her screams because of her leg injury. However, the infected can still smell her blood. The teenagers go down to the lower floor, searching for their friends. The creature is getting closer and closer to where So-yeon is hiding. But before it can attack her, Yang-woo appears, drawing attention. The monster tries to charge at the boy, but ends up missing. Then the protagonist decides to lure the infected back to the cable car. However, he ends up closing the door of the place to try to delay it. When he stops running, the young man wonders if that thing has stopped chasing him. As he descends the stairs, he keeps thinking about the crazy action he just took. When he finally reaches the lower floor, the protagonist does not find his colleagues. Looking out the window of the building, Yang-woo sees his friends escaping through the parking lot. Before escaping, So-yeon sees the boy watching them from the window. But even so, she decides to abandon him. The protagonist takes a deep breath and thinks about what he should do now and why his colleagues left him behind. Then the boy tries to contact his friends, informing them that he is still in the building. However, he is interrupted by another disaster alert on his phone. Meanwhile, the young man hears noises coming from the men's bathroom. It was Kim-joo, who had also been left behind, wondering if he was going to die there. Yang-woo meets his friend and asks if he was also abandoned. And the boy in turn responds that he was the one who abandoned his colleagues because they were annoying him. Happy to see his friend again, the protagonist hugs him, saying it was good to see him. After that, the dude searches the floor and Yang-woo warns that the infected was no longer there. Kim-joo comments that they should lock the door because he believed it would return. Then the protagonist stares at the window that their colleagues broke to escape. His friend asks if he knows how they fled. Yang-woo says he saw the group escaping through the parking lot. Kim-joo gets irritated and says that they abandoned the two of them as if they were nothing, and that they couldn't even escape from there because those monsters had gathered in the parking lot after the incident. The protagonist says that his friend only stayed behind because he was afraid to jump. After a while, the boys take a moment to rest, and Kim-joo questions how long they would stay like that. Yang-woo comments that they had already been there for about an hour. Right after, the boy tries to contact the police. However, the call is redirected to voicemail. Kim-joo starts to get nervous, and the protagonist comments that he could calm down because his parents were already on their way. But the boy responds that his parents wouldn't change anything about the situation. After that, Yang-woo receives a link to a news report stating that some areas of Seoul have been declared special disaster zones by the government, and that health authorities were quickly dealing with the situation by deploying military forces to the roads and buildings around the affected areas. Political groups predict that martial law will be declared for the first time in 40 years. Kim-joo panics upon hearing about the situation he and his friend are in. After that, the protagonist notices through the window that a building not far away is on fire, and that a firefighting team is quickly heading to the scene. Kim-joo doesn't care about that, saying they weren't coming to save them, and that if he could, he would burn everything down. Hearing his friend's words, Yang-woo gets the idea to set the place on fire, but for that, he will need the trash can. Then the dude finds the trash can where they will look for something to start a fire. Kim-joo questions if that plan is serious, and the protagonist explains that if they set fire there, the firefighters would come to rescue them. After that, the young man manages to find a lighter in the trash. However, he believes it is out of gas because he can't light it. But the dude's peace is interrupted again by that same infected. However, the creature remains still in the corridor. The protagonist says he believes it won't move, and he comments that it seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. Seeing the disgusting appearance of the infected, Kim Joo starts feeling sick. Then he asks if his friend is really going to start a fire to get the firefighters' attention. Yang Woo then decides to go to the cable car floor to start his plan, and he explains that he couldn't start the fire on the lower floor because they would be suffocated by the smoke. Right after, the protagonist tells Kim Joo that they were on the second floor and that each floor had its own entrance and exit. While one person distracted the monster at the entrance, the other would go up through the exit and set fire to the third floor. And since the cable car is outside, there were no sprinklers, so the flames would spread. Kim Joo is then responsible for keeping an eye on the monster. Yang Woo begins to do his part, setting fire to papers on the upper floor. However, a creature appears on top of the cable car. The boy panics and throws a burning bag at the monster, which in turn ends up catching fire. After that, the boy receives a call from Kim Joo, warning him that the infected from the lower floor was coming up. The protagonist says that while he was lighting the fire, a monster tried to attack him and got hit, so now his exit was in flames, leaving him with no way to return. Kim Joo warns that he needs to get down quickly because there wasn't much time. Then he looks back and sees the infected approaching. And now Yang Woo was trapped between the flames and that infected. Desperate, the boy takes off his shirt to try to put out the flames. However, the monster charges at the young man, who in turn runs to the edge of the cable car. The boy then remembers that fire is capable of killing those things, deciding next to throw his burning shirt. But he ends up missing the infected because of the wind. The monster, after not being hit, advances toward the young man, but is stopped by Kim Joo, who hits it from behind with burning paper balls. Seeing that opportunity, the boy tells his friend to run away from there. Both then quickly descend the building's stairs. During the escape, Kim Joo ends up tripping on the steps and falls near one of those slimes that caused the infection. Yang Woo helps him up and asks if he is okay. However, the boy gets angry and blames the protagonist for the plan going wrong since he insisted on starting the fire alone. Yang Woo, in turn, also gets angry and says that he was like a scared little puppy who couldn't do anything because he was afraid, and that it was pathetic for him to say that he abandoned his friends when, in reality, he was terrified of jumping with them. Then the argument is interrupted by an infected climbing the stairs, but the boys manage to reach a safe floor and close the door. However, even so, the monster starts squeezing through the door's gaps. The young men then decide to run in another direction. However, there were already infected trying to enter through the windows. Yang Woo notices that all those monsters around the building were trying to get in. Right after, the protagonist gets an idea upon seeing the fire alarm. While the boy tries to light his lighter, he asks Kim Joo to find something to set on fire. After that, one of the infected enters through the window that the students broke to escape. In a desperate act, Kim Joo throws a potted plant at the creature. The boy feels confident and teases the protagonist for calling him a scared puppy, and says that he wasn't as clumsy as they thought. However, while the boy keeps bragging, he fails to notice the infected getting up behind him. Yang Woo tries to warn his friend, but it was already too late. The monster starts attacking the young man, and he, in turn, screams for help. To try to help, the protagonist keeps trying to light the lighter. Then the second infected finally squeezes entirely through the door's gap. The boy manages to set a plant on fire and decides to use it to defend himself, successfully landing a hit on that monster's face, and realizes that he was right and those creatures really were vulnerable to fire. Noticing that the infected was getting weaker, the protagonist decides to throw an entire burning plant at it. Then he watches as his friend's body burns along with that creature. Yang Woo kneels and starts crying while apologizing for his colleague's fate. After that, he gets startled because the infected were still entering the building. In an abandoned bus in the city, Hong Mai talks to her viewers and asks if they were all okay. Baek Mei questions how the girl could be doing a live stream in a moment like that. The girl explains to her followers that at the beginning, there were more classmates on that school trip, but now those inside that bus were the only survivors. A person comments on the live stream that some of those cells had a core inside them, and that they saw a video on the internet warning people to be more careful with the ones that had cores. Then another viewer asks if the boys were near the station, and Hong Mei asks why. The person says that the news reported there was a temporary shelter at the station for the affected areas, but they weren't sure since they didn't live in the city. The students are surprised by that information. After that, the viewer explains that some areas of Seoul were closed, but they could still take a train to reach the station. Hong Mai thanks her follower for that information. Right after, Baek Mei asks all of her friends to duck down because an infected was passing by the window. The monster remains still, staring at the bus. The boys wonder why the creature isn't moving in fear that it heard them. Luckily, the infected ends up getting distracted by a cat walking on the sidewalk. Then the students begin planning how they would get to the station, since they were 30 minutes away and the outside was very dangerous. So Yeon interrupts the conversation to ask what they were going to do about Yang Woo, because when they were escaping, she saw the boy watching them from the second floor, and he was probably expecting them to return. However, Baek Mai says that was a terrible idea and that the best thing to do was to head to Seoul Station, and explains that he was going to abandon the protagonist because he was probably already dead. Meanwhile, the cable car tower is completely on fire. Yang Wu falls to the ground due to the thick smoke. The fire alarm is activated but is still not enough to put out the flames. Right after, the protagonist notices those strange eggs in his hand. But before he loses consciousness, he hears the sound of fire sirens approaching. The group of teenagers tries to move through the city silently to avoid attracting the infected. Baek Mai reaches a bus and asks his friends to get inside quickly. Hong Mi asks the boy what the speed of that vehicle was. The young man in turn replies that he believed the maximum speed was 120 kilometers per hour. Right after, Hannah enters the vehicle, exhausted. Hong Mi is worried about her friend and asks if she is okay. The girl replies that she was afraid that the cable car situation would happen again and asks everyone to stay there. Baek Mai responds that if she wanted, she could stay because he was already tired of walking with slow people, and that just hearing her complain made him feel an enormous urge to hit her. Hong Mi asks the boy to talk properly with his friend. While their colleagues argue, So Yeon continues agonizing from her injuries. Min suggests that the girl sit down for a while because it was clear that she wasn't well. So Yeon questions what the boy was doing, and he in turn decides to tell the girl what he had found under each bus seat, which was an emergency hammer. Min explains that he was looking for something useful to prepare in case the cable car incident happened again. Then the boy decides to give one of the hammers to the girl so she can protect herself from those monsters. After that, Baek Mai says they should take advantage of the moment to keep moving. The group then continues advancing, passing behind the buses. Meanwhile, in a convenience store, an unknown person is watching all the teenagers' actions. Baek Mai decides to open the last bus in the parking lot to look for supplies, but he is warned by a person not to do that because there were monsters inside. The boy gets scared and runs back to his group. The woman from the convenience store opens the establishment's door and asks the group to get inside quickly because the area was infested with infected. The students rush into the store completely exhausted, and by coincidence, they end up meeting some of their classmates who had been separated during the cable car chaos. Yang Wu finds himself in a completely dark place and suddenly encounters an infected. As a way to defend himself, the boy uses a burning branch. However, he is stopped by Kim Ju in his infected form. Frightened, the protagonist wakes up from that terrible nightmare, wondering where he was. A man enters the room, saying they were going to have a busy workday. Then he notices that the student had already awakened from his coma and asks if his hand had improved. And he tells the boy that he should first read a form, and then a public interest agent would show him around the building. Yang Wu then starts signing the paperwork, and the staff member explains that he just needed to complete it with his contact number. Then the man says the student was lucky because it was very difficult to get a rescue in the situation he was in. The protagonist asks what that group was doing there, and then the staff member decides to show the young man the place and explains that the area was used as a sports facility, but now it was being used as an emergency shelter near all the rescue people were. Yang Wu asks if there was any way to send a rescue team to Seoul, and the man in turn responds that Seoul was completely closed off at the moment to prevent the infection from spreading. After that, the protagonist realizes that he needs to fill out a form, and then an agent would show him the building. Then the protagonist realizes that he survived despite having an infected hand and wonders how that was possible. Right after, someone appears calling the boy by his name and asking what happened to the rest of the class. The protagonist is surprised because it was Kang Ji and his friends, who say they are very happy to see him. One of them says he has a question for the protagonist. However, he hesitates and decides not to ask because it was too difficult to explain. Right after, he asks if Yang Wu had already contacted his parents. The boy then manages to call his mother and tells her that he is safe in the shelter. The protagonist's mother becomes extremely emotional upon hearing her son's voice after so long without news. Yang Wu tells his mother that he is safe in the shelter, but even so, she cannot stop crying. After that, the boy goes to the doctor to ask about his burns. The doctor reassures the young man, saying that those burns were easy to treat and that he could relax because they would heal over time. After that, the doctor tells the boy that the area was completely isolated and safe. As he walks, Yang Wu feels angry that So Yeon abandoned him like that, even knowing that he was trapped. Meanwhile, in that convenience store, the students plan a way to reach the safe area. A family is trapped in an apartment because of the start of the infection, and the child screams in fear upon seeing what was happening outside. The group then hears a broadcast informing them that the government had mobilized all efforts to rescue the survivors. Then the news program airs a government statement about the worsening situation and the implementation of emergency measures. The group of students listens carefully, thinking about how they could reach the safe zone. Then the report states that all possible efforts were being made to ensure the safety of the citizens, explaining that the region was at level 4 of cellular diffusion, where the damage was severe. After that, the broadcast ends, asking for the cooperation of all people and stating that the citizens in danger zones would be rescued as soon as possible. While watching the report, the owner of the convenience store hands some sodas to the teenagers and asks what happened to the other students who were on the school trip. The woman seems very concerned about the world. Min says that he installed the disaster alert app and mentions that they were in a region classified as level 2 out of 4 in danger zones. A girl wonders what was happening in level 3 and 4 areas. So Yeon, however, isn't even paying attention to her classmates' conversation. Right after, Min suggests that they move quickly to Seoul Station, and the young woman asks why they should leave since the broadcast said to wait for the rescue. The boy comments that they had no way of knowing when the rescues would arrive. After that, a girl comments to her friends that she couldn't contact her parents, so she wasn't sure if they were okay. Her friends then try to reassure her by saying that the signal was probably not working properly there. So Yeon stares at her phone, trying to gather the courage to call Young-woo. However, the protagonist was no longer receiving her calls. Then she feels guilty for abandoning the boy in that building, as moments before he had saved her life. And she hopes that the young man is safe so that her heart can feel a little more at ease. After that, Hong Mai decides to start a live stream to talk with her followers, as the number of viewers had increased since the infection began. The girl explains to the people in the broadcast that the store owner had saved her and her colleagues. Meanwhile, a man who is also in the store starts feeling uncomfortable because of the girl's live stream. Hong Mai invites Bak Mai to join her broadcast, but the teenager responds by flipping her off. Then the young woman approaches the store owner, asking to interview her. That man tells the girl to turn off the broadcast because they were not in a situation where they could be laughing and chatting. However, the young woman refuses to end her conversation with her followers. The man stands up angrily and orders her to stop the broadcast for her own good. Bak Mai steps in to protect his friend and says that she will stop the live stream, but asks what would happen if she didn't. After that, the store owner appears and scolds the man for not treating people well. The man then gives up and returns to his table, calling the teenagers idiots. Right after, Bak Mai tells the girl that she was stupid to start a live stream in that situation because people were too sensitive at that moment. Hong Mai starts crying, saying that she saw how everyone was discouraged and was just trying to lighten the atmosphere, and that if something bad happened, there would at least be a record of what she and her colleagues went through. After that, the young woman's friends go to comfort her, telling her not to cry. Bak Mai returns to the window to keep watching the situation outside, but gets startled by a shadow he sees outside. However, it was just a harmless, hungry cat. The store owner opens the door to feed the feline. A man inside comments that the lady shouldn't be bringing stray animals into that place, but the woman responds that she let the cat in because the store was hers. Right after, the students take the opportunity to pet the cat. The store owner keeps looking outside, and a girl asks what happened. The woman replies that she couldn't see the boy who always walked with that cat. Meanwhile, the other cat encounters an infected pigeon. After that, the teenagers inform the woman that they are leaving to head to Seoul Station. Min suggests that the woman come with them and comments that according to the map, it would reach the location in 20 minutes. However, the store owner says she would only slow them down because the main road would be crowded with monsters. The teenagers realize that they wouldn't be able to reach their destination on foot. A man joins the conversation, mentioning that he's a bus driver and that his vehicle is parked 50 meters away, and that Namsan Tower was his last route, but the passengers never returned. The only problems were that there were those cells all along the way and also some monsters roaming the area. Then the ladies ask if she sells alcoholic beverages. The man then grabs the drinks and explains that he will use them to make Molotov cocktails, saying that he knows a bit about it because he was on the front line. And he says it's worth trying because the infected's weakness is fire. A young man comments that it's a good idea since Molotov cocktails can be thrown from a safe distance. That man then starts making the Molotov cocktails, and Hong Mi appears, asking if she can help with something. The man in turn replies that this isn't child's play and questions why she's offering like that. The girl then apologizes for the earlier situation and says she misunderstood things. The man comments that kids can sometimes be like that and also apologizes for being harsh with her. Then Hong Mi asks if the man had taken the cable car and mentions that maybe they had seen each other before, and that perhaps the man and his fiancée saw her and her classmates recording videos during a school trip. The man remains silent after the young woman's words. Hong Mi apologizes again for saying something inappropriate, and the man in turn explains that the woman wasn't his fiancée but rather his betrothed. After that, the girl starts crying because she had also lost many friends on that trip. Bak Mi appears, asking if his classmate was arguing again. The girl then replies that he didn't need to worry because she had made friends with the man and suggests that her friend do the same. However, the boy doesn't care much and refuses to befriend the man. Hong Mi comments that the young man was a good person but wasn't very polite. The man asks the girl if they were friends, and she in turn replies that they were until middle school. Meanwhile, the bus driver takes the opportunity to call his daughter and asks the girl to listen to her mother because he will be back soon. The lady comments that it's very good to know that the father will reunite with his daughter. The man then says that he loves his little girl and will do whatever it takes to see her again. Then Hong Mi and her new friend return with the Molotov cocktails, and the man says that handling those things is dangerous, so he will try to throw most of them instead of the teenagers. But Bak Mai says that he will throw them because he is the kind of person who doesn't trust others. Even so, the man warns them about the danger of the oil dripping onto their hands. The teenager says he doesn't care about his hands in that situation because there were worse things outside, and he comments that none of them were kids, so each one could throw them as well. The man decides that he will give a Molotov cocktail to each of them, but in return, he will do the store lady's part. However, the woman replies that she will stay in her restaurant because she thinks leaving would be dangerous. Hong Mei tries to convince the woman to go with them, but she insists on staying. The man tells the lady that staying there will be very dangerous, but the woman replies that she will be fine because she has been in that restaurant for 30 years. Then the group says that as soon as they reach a safe location, they will send a rescue team. Right after, the man observes the street to check if it is safe, but there is an infected outside. The group then decides to throw their first Molotov cocktail at the creature, which immediately takes damage. Seeing that the plan actually works, a man asks the teenagers to check their supplies. Baek Mai turns to So Yan and says he is sick of dealing with useless people, and that if she becomes a burden, he will leave her behind. The girl wonders if he is talking like that because of Yang Wu or because of her leg injuries. The bus driver comments that the young woman should take care of her beautiful legs. After that, the group decides to put their plan into action, and the lady remains at the door, telling the students to be careful. As they run, the man asks the teenagers to stay close to him and not approach the buildings, and he explains that the bombs should be thrown onto the ground to ensure they break. Right after, the group encounters an infected in the middle of the path. However, the young man manages to throw a Molotov cocktail at the creature. The store owner watches the situation from a distance and ends up seeing the lost cat outside, and the woman then opens the store's door to take the animal in. However, the feline starts vomiting up an infected pigeon it had eaten earlier. Meanwhile, the group continues using the Molotov cocktails to reach the bus. Baek Mai warns that he has already used 4 bombs, and Min tells the others to be careful when using the cocktails. Then the driver informs them that his bus is the blue one up ahead. However, the man gets startled by one of the monsters and bumps into So Yan. Luckily, Baek Mai manages to use one of the Molotov cocktails on the creature before it can do anything. However, all the Molotovs end up falling to the ground, leaving the boy extremely irritated. The man asks the young man to calm down because all the monsters in the area had already been burned. Seeing the way the teenager is talking, the driver gets furious. The two start arguing, and the man says that he is not one of the boy's friends for him to speak however he wants. The girls say that the whole mess is happening because the driver stopped suddenly. The man then explains that he only fell because someone grabbed him from behind. So Yim, in turn, admits that the driver fell because of her and then apologizes to the rest of the group. After that, the man turns his back on the situation but still tells Baek Mai be careful. Hong Mi approaches the boy asking if he is okay, but he doesn't care and walks away. Then the man tells So Yan that she doesn't need to worry because they can make more Molotovs later. Right after, the group hears the store owner screaming behind them, telling them to run. The teenagers start running, wondering what's happening, and then they realize that an infected cat is trying to attack the lady. The animal manages to grab the woman and knock her to the ground, starting to infect her. Right after, the driver gets into the bus and tells everyone to get in quickly. Meanwhile, Baek Mai tries to grab what's left of the Molotov cocktails, while the man rushes him. When the rest of the group reaches the bus, they realize that the driver has locked the door. The boy asks what the man is doing since there are still people outside, and the driver in turn responds that he is not going to take any more risks because of those teenagers. After that, the man starts the bus and Hong Mei tries to convince him not to leave without their friends. Irritated, the driver slaps the girl across the face and tells her to shut up because he has a daughter waiting for him. Seeing that, Baek Mai gets furious and says he is going to kill that man. Right after, the part of the group that was left behind ends up encountering several infected cats. To defend themselves, the man asks for the last Molotov and tells the kids to stay behind him. Since they only have one left, the man says that when he gives the signal, the kids should run as fast as they can. After that, the cats charge toward the group, but the man manages to throw the Molotov in time. At the shelter, Yang Wu takes advantage of the peace to take a nap. However, he wakes up in a panic after having a nightmare about one of those creatures. Observing his hand, he wonders why it is hurting. Right after, Kangji arrives to ask if he is okay, but Yang Wu reacts aggressively. After taking a deep breath, the protagonist apologizes and asks what the boys want. Kangji then hands the young man a piece of bread and explains that they are giving it to people. After that, chaos breaks out because some people are angry that the administration wants to allow homeless people into the shelter. Some of the homeless people were already in the shelter making inappropriate demands such as cigarettes and alcohol. Kangji jokes that the infection will start spreading even faster in there. Then his friend asks what he is watching on his phone. The young man shows that he is just watching some videos on YouTube because he is bored. After that, Kangji asks if the protagonist knows that some viruses have cells inside them and others do not. And he explains that a virus without cells can completely merge with its hosts. Upon learning this information, the population named the phenomenon fusion. Right after, a guard appears, saying that he is looking for Yang Wu. He then takes the young man to his belongings and tells him that he only needs to sign a document and leave. After picking up his phone, the protagonist realizes that the device is dead, so the man says he will look for a charger. While the teenager waits for the guard to return, a man in the same hallway starts feeling unwell. Right after, the protagonist's hand begins to hurt again. The boy starts walking and remembers what Kangji had told him. He begins connecting the dots, realizing that the virus that fell in the cable car had cells. However, The monsters from the tower did not, and neither did the virus in his hand. After that, Seol appears, asking what the young man is doing there and mentioning that he often comes to that place. She then asks if it is because of his injured hand. Yang explains that he is only there to collect his belongings. The girl asks how the young man managed to burn his hand while being alone in the fire. The protagonist in turn questions why she is asking that and explains that maybe a short circuit could have happened. However, the girl does not believe that explanation and suggests that maybe someone set the fire on purpose. Yang asks what she's trying to say with those questions. Seol responds that she just wants to know who she can trust. Right after, the protagonist starts feeling intense pain in his hand, and the young woman asks if he's okay. The boy thinks about how the pain feels as if his hand is being pierced by thousands of needles. After that, the man in the hallway vomits thousands of those cells. Moments later, a young man announces shocking news about how the isolation of Seoul began. First, he encourages the people of Seoul who are suffering and asks those watching his video to turn off their faucets, as it is a matter of life and death. After that, someone comments on his live stream accusing him of stirring up controversy. In response, he blocks the person and insults others who had commented. He asks if they cannot see how serious what he is saying in this live stream is. Meanwhile, another young man, watching with his friend, starts laughing and says that this idiot is back online again. During his live stream, the young man says that people are always being deceived because they believe the media. He urges people not to trust the media, but instead to believe in Geek TV. Hearing this, the young man laughs and wonders what kind of nonsense he is talking about. Meanwhile, at the shelter, someone appears to be infected with the virus. This gives the protagonist a bad feeling that the pain in his hand is somehow connected to the infected person. At that moment, a young man opens a door and comes face to face with the infected person. The infected person, affected by the virus, says it feels like his stomach is burning and, in frustration, asks if the young man cannot hear him. He then pleads for help. Seeing this, the girl starts running away, but the protagonist tells her to wait and rushes to help his friend from the zombie. However, the girl asks what he is doing and tells him to stop. Then the protagonist tells her to quickly find someone who can help because they need to save their friend immediately. He then tells his friend to hold on because he is coming to help. Watching this, the girl calls him crazy and asks if he has lost his mind. As he runs to help, the protagonist notices a fire extinguisher on the floor. He grabs it and realizes that he may be acting too impulsively, but he knows he cannot just run away and pretend he saw nothing. At that moment, the infected person groans in pain again. Getting closer to the infected, the protagonist asks him to stay calm and explains that the guy near him is not a doctor. He also says he will bring a medical team to help him. Hearing this, the infected person starts losing his patience and, calling the protagonist a little shit, says that he has no idea how he is feeling. He asks how he dares to tell him to stay calm. He then asks if the protagonist were in his place, he would be able to remain calm. Furious, he challenges the protagonist to try it himself and then lunges at him. In response, the protagonist uses the fire extinguisher on the infected. Angry, the zombie then yells at him to just die. As the zombie gets closer and closer, the girl appears and blasts it with a high-pressure fire hose. She then sarcastically asks if the protagonist was seriously using a fire extinguisher and if he thought he was putting out a fire. Throwing the zombie to a safe distance, the young man comes out from where he was trying to hide, but he also appears to have been infected. Realizing this, the young man starts to panic, wondering what those blisters on his hands were. Seeing this, he becomes even more desperate and asks if someone could call for help. Then soldiers appear in the hallway, ordering them to raise their hands. A little scared, the girl tells them that they are not infected. Then the soldiers end up seeing the zombie behind them, and one of them informs that the zombie might be a level C. Next, the other infected young man appears, and with tears in his eyes, begs for help. However, the soldiers set them on fire without any mercy. Seeing this scene, the protagonist asks what they were doing, but one of the soldiers points a gun at him and orders the two to follow them. Moments later, they find themselves inside a tent at the third checkpoint. Scared, the girl says she can't believe what they saw was real, and even if they were infected, they didn't deserve that fate. Thoughtful, the protagonist apologizes as it was because of him that they were involved in that situation. In turn, the girl asks if he really understood that it was his fault, then says she doesn't understand the protagonist. At that moment, she also asks why he went near the zombie out of nowhere and if he had gone crazy. Then the protagonist responds that he was afraid of turning into a zombie because Hyun was going to lend him a charger, and that's why he went into that room. Hearing this, the girl just says that it's nonsense. Then the protagonist thanks her because, honestly, he didn't expect her to come back to save him. However, she did come back and didn't abandon him, so he thanks her again. At that moment, Seol says he was giving her chills, and then doctors enter the tent. These doctors apologize for keeping them waiting and also thank them for cooperating. With that, Seol asks if they could leave already. However, the doctor replies that they can't as they will have to stay in quarantine first, and then asks if that would be okay. They accept staying in quarantine. With that, the doctor says it looks like there won't be any problems and informs them that they will be able to go into quarantine with their belongings. At that moment, Lee Hyun-woo gets close to the girl, making her react with disgust and tell him to stay away. but then he says it was just a thank you. Observing this, the doctor asks if he could check the protagonist's hand and politely requests him to remove the bandage. With this request, the protagonist is a little shocked. Removing the young man's bandages, the doctor asks if his burns were being treated, to which the protagonist replies that they were. After examining his hand, the doctor apologizes for the inconvenience and says it is just a health protocol. Yang Wu completely understands and says it's fine. However, he starts to wonder if he was really okay. After all, there was definitely a virus in his hand, but the doctor said he was fine. So why was he so worried? Meanwhile, a crowd tries to leave the quarantine zone, and a man in the crowd tries to get everyone to calm down. But another man tells him to get out of the way, saying they still want to live. Then they manage to leave the building, but upon reaching the outside, they end up being stopped by the soldiers. At that moment, the soldier says that none of them can leave and asks for their cooperation. But apparently, the crowd still wants to leave the place. Amid this, the young man asks if Kang-ji wants to die and tells him to run away quickly. At that moment, Kang-ji grabs the young man's arm and then tells him to take a look around, stating that there is no monster there. With that, he asks if the young man wants to put himself in danger like they did in Namsan, because if they leave and get lost, they will end up just like those people. Shortly after, the crowd calms down and everyone is taken back into the building. Then the soldiers thank the people for their cooperation and inform them that they will be closing the building's doors. However, a young man loses his temper and asks if there isn't an infected person inside, while another woman asks to leave. Then the soldier responds that if they leave at this moment, they will all end up throwing themselves to Vasco, because the danger level of Mamcheng and the area around the Seoul Metro has risen to level 3. This means that the danger level is the same as the area around the Han River, which is the most dangerous area. And the infected person that was scaring everyone inside the building is already Americanas. At the moment, they are sterilizing the area, so they shouldn't worry. As they are taking preventive measures, they beg for everyone's cooperation to reduce the risks. Having said that, the soldier asks them to step away from the door and cooperate with him. In the middle of the crowd, a woman accidentally bumps into a young man, which makes her apologize. The young man then says it's no problem and that she should pay more attention. But when the woman looks at the young man, she starts screaming. Disgusted, she asks why there was a beggar near her. She then demands that someone do something and tells the young man not to come near her. As the woman approaches another person, she tells her not to get any closer because she had touched the young man. Hearing those accusations, the man gets irritated and takes off his shirt, asking if he looked like someone infected. And he orders the woman to take off hers as well to prove that she wasn't carrying the virus. The guards on site then decide to break up the argument, and Kang-ji laughs at the entire situation. Shortly after, Yang Woo and Si-ol arrive at the place where the other people were. The protagonist takes advantage of the moment of calm and tells everyone that he is going to the bathroom. After separating from the others, the boy decides to look at his hand and realizes that it no longer had the virus, stating that Yang Woo questions whether his hand was still infected. Then the boy goes into shock at the thought that the virus had survived the burn. But he calms down when he realizes that no other symptoms have appeared so far, and that even the people he had come into contact with had not shown any signs of infection yet. After that, the boy decides that, first and foremost, he needs to figure out his current condition, and that for now, the best thing to do is to avoid physical contact with everyone. Shortly after, Se-ol appears, questioning where the boy was and why he lied about his hand. Yang Woo tries to deflect the topic, but the girl comments that the young man had said his hand had been burned. The protagonist then lies, saying that his hand has already healed. However, Se-ol doesn't believe what he's saying and points out that he was wearing a very thick bandage, so there should at least be a scar. The young people arrive at the place where the other survivors are, and Yang Woo doesn't feel any throbbing pain, which meant there were no infected people there. Shortly after, the girl asks what the protagonist is hiding and says that if he is trying to fool her, she will kill him. After that, the guards bring in a new group of survivors, and Yang Woo feels a slight throbbing in his hand, making him realize that someone in that group was infected. Then the shelter officials decide to make a new announcement, as they will explain the details of the new quarantine protocols that have been released. And they ask the people in the shelter to maintain their distance from everyone. Kang-ji and his friend question how they are supposed to do that since the place is already crowded. After that, the young people start receiving messages from their class group chat. One of their friends says she is on top of Mount Namsan with some foreign tourists. The young man is impressed by the girl's idea of going higher instead of staying in the lower areas. Yang Woo observes the group of new survivors who arrive and wonders how one of them is triggering pain in his hand. Shortly after, Kang-ji decides to send a message in the group chat asking for the location of their other classmates. Meanwhile, the people in the shelter say that the quarantine is useless and that they cannot remain silent because someone has been infected. And they say that if the officials don't move them to another shelter, they will sue them. The official making the announcement says that specialists in the quarantine area are beginning their investigations, and that they believe the event happened because an infected rat entered the area. Yang-woo tells Se-ol that they didn't see any rodents in that corridor, and the girl replies that those people wouldn't tell the public that they allowed an infected civilian enter. But the protagonist explains that some people had no contact with the virus and still suddenly turned into monsters, and he comments that maybe there was an incubation period. Se-ol says that if the boy gives that information to the shelter officials, they will just dismiss it as some absurd nonsense. The boy gets irritated and says he shouldn't have asked for his colleague's opinion. Shortly after, the girl hands the protagonist a charger so he can charge his phone. Yang-woo in turn thanks the young woman, who responds with an obscene gesture. As he plugs in his phone to charge, the protagonist thinks about how unusual it was for the girl to lend him the charger. At school, some students tell Se-ol that the teacher had put them in the same group for a project. However, the girl seems unhappy with that teamwork. Yeon-woo and Kim-joo walk past the girls, and the protagonist thinks that all he knows is that his classmates were talking badly about the girl behind her back. But after the young woman lent him her charger, the protagonist thinks that maybe she isn't as bad a person as he thought. Shortly after, some women passed by smoking while talking about a rumor that people had come there because they were told someone immune to the virus was there, and that this person was good at catching monsters and liked helping people. Then they say that this guy had remained fine even after being touched by the virus. One of the women also comments that the immune person grabbed her hand and said that if he was ever in danger, God would tell him. After that, the woman says that this guy was working as a volunteer in the supply division. Yeon-woo is surprised to hear that there was an immune person. Shortly after, that same driver approaches the young man, asking to borrow the charger. The protagonist, in turn, looks around to see if Se-ol is nearby before lending him the charger. Yeon-woo decides to use his phone to call his mother and let her know that he is still in the shelter, and he suggests that his parents return home if possible. After hanging up, the driver apologizes for overhearing part of the conversation. The protagonist replies that it's okay and explains that he got stuck because of a school trip and that now his parents were worried. And the man in turn says that it would be difficult for the boy's guardians to get there, but comments that parents are like that. And he says that he also has a daughter and that if she were in this situation, he would go to Seoul immediately. Then the man comments that his daughter is young and has an illness that keeps her hospitalized. Yeon-woo then says that he also had an illness when he was little and that every day he waited for his mother to come home from work in a hospital room, and that therefore the man's daughter would also recover for sure. The driver laughs and thanks him for the charger and for his words. Then he asks if the boy came to Seoul with some students who were fleeing from Namsan. However, before the protagonist can answer it, the man manages to get in touch with his daughter. Yeon-woo thinks that maybe he can find out about his pain if he meets this supposed immune person. After that, the boy goes to Se-ol to thank her for the charger. But the young woman says that someone sent a message in the class group chat. Meanwhile, Bak-mi tells the others that he managed to get in touch with their classmates. However, the group was still in danger because there was an infected cat outside. While the group was running from the infected cats, they found a convenience store to take refuge in. However, Bak-mi realizes that the store's door is locked and suggests breaking the glass to get inside. Min in turn says that plan won't work because if they break the glass, the monsters will be able to get in, and he points to a gas station. But before they continue running, Bak-mi catches a glimpse of a shadow inside the store. However, he doesn't give it much importance and runs toward the gas station. After the group manages to get into a safe place, they wonder if that creature was the same cat from before. The man says that while they were running, he saw that one of the animals was still alive, and that shortly after, the cat started merging with the other infected creatures. After that, the teenagers notice that the feline is searching for something. The man then says that the creature is probably looking for them because it must have a very keen sense of smell. And he comments that they are lucky because the place is filled with the smell of gasoline, so they will hide there for a while. Bak-mi takes advantage of the safe location and decides to try calling Hong-mei. However, the girl's number is not available for calls at the moment. Angrily, the young man says that if he ever meets that bus driver, he will kill him. Min laughs at the situation because the boy had said that despite the bus leaving them behind, everything would be fine. Bak-mi, in turn, comments that he isn't angry because of that. But his friend says that he seemed to be in shock after the bus left without them. Shortly after, Bak-mi decides to go look for food. While searching for supplies, he keeps remembering when Hong-mei was taken against her will and ends up hitting one of the drawers hard. The man says that if he wants his help to find Hong-mei, he must promise that, if necessary, he will help other people too. The man then says that Hong-mei had mentioned that they had dated while making Molotov cocktails. Then Bak-mi is thrown against the window by the infected cat, and the teenagers run into a back room. Seeing that there were still some civilians inside the gas station, the man calls them into the room. However, Bak-mi says that if those people enter, it will be putting everyone in danger. Seeing that action, the man is surprised, and the young man says that he was right and that they really do have to help those people. Then the civilians enter the room desperately, and before the man closes the door, he realizes that the cat was still alive after being hit by the fan. Bak-mi asks what the boy is looking for, and he in turn responds that he is searching for something the group can use. Opening a drawer, the young man finds a set of car keys and says that now they can get to the shelter safely. Shortly after, the group notices that those cells are seeping through the cracks in the door. However, the man acts quickly and breaks the window using a chair. The group then rushes out and Min asks them to look for the car. To help, he tells them the vehicle's brand. But all the cars in the parking lot are of the same brand, and if they use this method, they won't find the right vehicle. The man then approaches a car to test if it is the one. Inserting the key, the vehicle starts, and the man urges the teenagers to get in quickly. But he soon realizes that the rest of the group is being chased by the infected cat. Shortly after, the woman who was at the back of the group ends up being caught by the creature. On the ground while being attacked, the woman calls for help from her companion. The man, however, leaves the woman behind and desperately gets into the car, pleading for them to leave quickly. After driving for a while, the group finally arrives at Seoul Station. However, the teenagers receive another disaster notification on their phones, warning that the location is now a level 3 danger zone. Looking up, the group notices that the buildings around them are completely consumed by those cells. At the shelter, Yang-woo is standing in line, waiting to meet the supposed immune person. As he stares at the man, the protagonist's hand starts throbbing. At Seoul Station, an infected person clings to the group's car, causing them to crash into a pile of cells. Shortly after, they find themselves facing several cars blocking the way. The man then decides to take an alternate route by driving against traffic. Then he asks how long it will take to reach the shelter, and Min responds that they just need to keep going straight. As they pass by the cars, they see a bus full of civilians who are also trapped because of the monsters. Min comments that he will feel guilty in the future for seeing those people and pretending not to. The man accompanying the group asks why they stopped the car since they were already close to the shelter. Seeing this, he remembers that his wife had previously asked him to save himself. Then the man gets out of the car and heads to the back, where there is a fuel hose. Meanwhile, the young man inside the vehicle tells the teenagers to move aside because he is going to drive. But Baek-mae doesn't pay much attention and asks if he has something to light a fire. The man in turn says that he has a lighter. So the boy takes the lighter from the man's hand, but before leaving, he warns him not to dare drive while they are outside. Shortly after, Baek-mae goes to the back of the car and asks the man how they will find Hong-nae by standing still there. He says they are not a bunch of superheroes meant to save people. The man apologizes and says he doesn't expect the kids to understand his reasons. After that, he approaches the bus window where the civilians are and tells them he will help them by clearing a path with fire. A woman inside the bus screams, warning the man to watch his back. Looking behind him, he realizes that a monster is approaching. The stranger inside the car panics and starts trying to run over the teenagers to take control of the vehicle. Meanwhile, to defend himself from the monster, the man throws fuel on it. However, he remembers that he has nothing to ignite the fire. Then the creature tries to attack him, but the man manages to dodge. Baek-mae appears, showing that he has a lighter, and tells his colleague to run to him. After the man passes him, the young man throws the lighter on the ground, causing an explosion strong enough to set the monster on fire. After that, Min and So-yeon appear, shouting for Choi-han, as the man had stolen their vehicle. Inside the car, the man tells himself that he had no other choice. The teenagers notice that the vehicle's fuel hose is still loose and on fire. Shortly after, the car in which the man was escaping explodes in front of them. On the ground, the man asks if the kids are okay. After that, some armed men appear, reporting to headquarters that they have found survivors in their operation area, and he tells Choi-han that they will take them to a safe area. At the shelter, people can hear the explosion caused by the group of boys. The lights go out, and a responsible official announces that the emergency generator will be turned on soon. Yang-woo uses his phone's flashlight to walk through the shelter. As he tries to enter a room, the security guard warns him that he is not allowed inside. The boy then continues trying to find in the darkness the supposed person who is immune to the virus. Shortly after, Yang-woo's hand begins to throb because he has finally encountered that immune person. Already aware that the protagonist's hand was reacting, the man says that he could sense his presence approaching, and he comments that the boy is less sensitive than he is. Yang-woo says that people have been saying that the man is immune and asks if he also came into contact with the virus without a cell. However, the man starts laughing for no apparent reason and says that the protagonist is a funny person. After that, the man states that there is no such thing as a virus without a cell because they all have one. However, some cells are too small to be seen, and he says that even if it can't be seen with the naked eye, it would still continue growing inside the host's body. However, there is an incubation period, but has not yet been announced to the public. Shortly after, the man states that he and the protagonist are already immune, and that even though the virus is already inside their bodies, the cell cannot transform them. He then explains that the pains Yang-woo feels in his hand are harmless because the cells in it are in an inactive condition. After that, a person appears asking if Lee Tae-in has finished smoking because he is needed. Before leaving, the man advises the protagonist that if he encounters a monster, he shouldn't run away immediately because that way he will learn a lot. Returning to where the others are, Yang-woo finds Kang-ji and his friend watching videos on a phone. The boy approaches and asks what they are watching, and they, in turn, show him a video they recorded of a fire at Seoul Station, where the creature's screams of pain can be heard. Kang-ji comments that maybe they should burn those monsters if they reach the shelter. Shortly after, Seol appears, asking if the protagonist has read the messages in the class chat group. Opening his phone, the boy sees how his classmates are treating Bak Mei. Kang Jae tells Young Woo not to worry about it because someone who betrays their own friends deserves to be humiliated. After that, people see a new group of survivors arriving from the burning area, and Bak Mei's group also arrives at the shelter. Facing So Yeon, the protagonist feels intense anger because if they hadn't abandoned him, Kim Joo might still be alive. Meanwhile, Choi Han realizes that the bus driver who had abandoned him along with the teenagers is also at the shelter. Baek Mi approaches Kang Ji to confront him about what he was writing in the class chat, and he demands that he and his friend apologize for the way they spoke about their classmates. Kang Ji notices that the boy seems angry and asks if he wants to punch him in the face. However, Baek Mi holds back and says that if he were his old self, the young man would already be on the ground. The boy, in turn, mocks the fact that Baek Mi was always called to the teacher's office for fighting back in elementary school. Hearing that, Baek Mi becomes furious and grabs the young man by the shirt. However, he is interrupted by the protagonist, who is furious because he was abandoned along with Kim Joo in the cable car building. Meanwhile, the bus driver rushes upstairs, desperate, wondering how those kids managed to get there. But when he opens the door, he finds himself face to face with Choi Han, who quickly grabs him by the shirt, demanding to know where the girls he took away are. The man then breaks free and shouts that they all ran away from the bus. Yang Woo continues questioning whether Bak Mi really left him and Kim Joo behind. So Yeon appears, apologizing to the boy for abandoning him and explaining that at that moment, she was too scared to help. However, the protagonist tells her to stop talking like that because it's disgusting. Then the young man says that if Bak Mi had left Kim Joo in that tower, he might still be alive. And he says that he can understand why they abandoned him, but he doesn't comprehend why they left his friend behind. However, the argument is interrupted when one of the people in the shelter asks the newly arrived survivors to list their names. But before leaving, Baek Mi answers the protagonist's question and says that it was Kim Joo who came up with the idea to abandon him in the cable car tower. Yang Woo gets angry and lunges at his classmate, but is stopped by the shelter guards. After that, the boys go to the waiting line to fill out their information. And So Yeon begins to cry as she remembers the situation at the cable car. The teenagers had broken the window to escape the tower, but Kim Joo didn't jump, afraid of what was outside. Baek Mi gets irritated, pushes the boy aside to make room, and asks how someone so pathetic could even have any friends. And he says that if his classmate wants to run away with the others, that's his decision. Back at the shelter, Baek Mi says that his friends shouldn't dwell on it, as it's all in the past now. Shortly after, the boy approaches one of the guards, wanting to search for Hong Mi's name. But the man can't find the girl's name on the list, so he asks about Hannah and Min Joo instead. After that, Choi Han arrives, accompanied by the bus driver. So Yim questions how the man could abandon his friends, and he in turn replies that the teenagers were begging to come back. Choi Han says that he shouldn't have left those kids behind in such a situation. The bus driver then explains that he couldn't take the risk because he also had a daughter, and that when he didn't obey the girls, they threatened him with hammers. Hearing this, Baek Mi remains silent. The man, however, says he doesn't need to worry because he has already asked the military for help and that in the morning, they will go out to look for them. Even so, Baek Mi asks the driver where his friends got off the bus. At night, Kang Ji and his friend wonder how those people can even sleep. Then they question why Yang Woo looks so depressed, but the boy remains silent. The young man then starts laughing, recalling the moment when Baek Mi and his group saw that the protagonist was still alive. After that, Seol appears behind Yang Woo, asking if she can sit near him because she couldn't find another spot. However, before he can respond, the girl says she doesn't need his permission and just sits beside him. But even so, the protagonist remains silent, lost in thought. Seeing the boy's state, Seol says that this is why one shouldn't expect much from a friend or anyone else. And that's why she doesn't trust anyone, because people can change easily depending on the situation. Then Yang Woo says that in the cable car tower, there were people begging him to open the door for them, but he decided to lock it to prevent anything from getting inside. And he says he will never forget those hateful eyes staring at him. After hearing that story, the girl asks why he is telling her all this. The protagonist then asks what he should do if that situation happens again. After that, he asks if his classmate trusts him. Seol in turn replies that she doesn't because he's hiding a secret from her. Yang Woo asks if she would believe him if he told the truth, because so far he hasn't had a single friend he could trust on this journey. Then the girl stands up and says she doesn't want to stay there because the boy is giving her chills. However, the protagonist asks her not to leave and explains that he is telling her this for her safety because this place is no longer safe. And he reveals that more than half of the people who just arrived at the shelter are infected with the virus. Choi Han, along with some of the boys, finally decides to rest a little. Min sarcastically remarks that at this time they should have been enjoying their school trip. Then the man comments that Baek Mi is as stubborn as ever. The boy wonders why his classmate wants to leave so late at night, but no one is allowed to leave before sunrise. Choi Han asks how the reunion with the classmates they were separated from went. Mid in turn looks discouraged and asks not to talk about it, as they had argued and apparently wouldn't see each other again. The older man advises them to come together again because in times like these, they should be helping each other. So Yun walks down the dark hallways and remembers that Yang Wu told her not to apologize because it was disgusting. Two people walk past the girl, and one of the men is telling the story of how he was betrayed in the midst of that chaos. The other guy, in turn, tells him to take it as a life lesson because the true nature of humans is always revealed in such situations. Upon hearing their conversation, the young girl climbs the stairs crying, thinking that at that moment she had also felt fear. Right after, Baek Mi appears, asking what the girl was doing there. While Min is using his phone, he notices that Han Wei had posted a new video on her YouTube channel. Curious, a homeless man appears behind the student, asking if he was watching something interesting. The boy gets startled, and the homeless man tells him to get the brightness of the screen out of his face. Choi Han appears to protect the young man and asks what the problem was. A group of homeless people gathers and warns that the second floor was entirely theirs. Meanwhile, Baek Mi continues questioning what So Yeon was doing there in the dark. The girl in turn responds that she was just looking for some fresh air. The boy then tells her she should return to where the others were. After that, So Yeon asks if he was okay, since now they had a reputation as traitors, and she wonders how things ended up that way between them. Next, the girl confesses that it was all her fault because she had seen Yang Wu the moment she was fleeing. Baek Mi, on the other hand, responds that their colleague never asked the protagonist to save her from that monster, let alone wait for her. And he comments that the girl was only feeling that way because Kang Ji and the others were blaming her. However, he knows that none of them would have returned or waited for the boy in that situation either. Right after, both hear a scream coming from where the other survivors were. A man becomes desperate because his wife was acting strangely. After someone uses their phone's flashlight to illuminate the situation, they realize that the man's wife was infected with the virus. The survivors, upon seeing that one of those creatures was in the shelter, start running away in fear. A man who was sleeping wakes up due to the commotion, but it was already too late as the infected woman was already on top of him. Baek Mi, along with So Yeon, reaches Choi Han and the others to ask what was going on. The elder in turn responds that he was trying to figure out what was happening on the lower floor. After that, some people enter through the door that leads to the floor where the group was. But upon seeing that there were homeless people in that place, the survivors quickly close the door. Outside, the people hold the door shut and question whether those homeless individuals were more dangerous than the infected. Seeing that they wouldn't be able to pass through there, the teenagers decide to look for another way out. So Yeon notices that on the other side of the floor, Yang Woo and his group were also looking for a way to escape. Amid the chaos, Lee Tae-in was watching a live broadcast about the pandemic situation. One of the security personnel warns that the boy needed to leave immediately. The boy asks if the employee was that nervous because of some infected people who were lying behind him. To defend himself, Lee Tae-in states that he was not the one who caused that mess. Since he had no way of spreading that virus, he wonders if they were already in the incubation period. Next, the young man reveals that he was surprised when he discovered he had the power to control the latency of cells. Lee Tae-in stretches out his hand and also activates the incubation period of that employee. While the man writhes in agony on the ground, the young man kneels and says that he was looking for something in that place. But before leaving, he decides to tell the man how to become immune. Seeing that Baek Mi's group was still alive amidst that chaos, Kang Ji's group ends up getting irritated. But before they can respond in any way, Min notices that the lower floor was crowded with those monsters. Yang Woo warns his companions that the place was no longer safe. However, his hand begins to throb again, causing immense pain. One of the boys in the group tells the protagonist to stop acting that way because he was scaring the others. However, this time Yang Woo thinks about how the pain felt somewhat different from before. Seeing the situation, Seol begins to believe that the young man really can feel pain when he gets close to someone with the virus. Right after, people on the lower floor start attracting the infected that were there. Kanji's group then begins to flee, questioning how the virus managed to enter that place. Next, Baek Mi's group meets up with the others. However, the atmosphere was still not the same for both parties. After that, the crowd of survivors appears, fleeing from the cells. Choi Han steps in front of everyone to protect them from an approaching infected person. The people on the upper floor start recording the situation on the ground floor with their phones, which was already completely overtaken by the virus. Meanwhile, Yang Woo had collapsed on the floor as the pain in his hand was only getting worse. Another cell is approaching from the other side, leaving the survivors surrounded. Right after, the protagonist warns that to survive there, they would need fire as soon as possible. Then Choi Han asks if anyone there had a lighter because they were going to use the carpet on the floor to ignite it. Seeing Yang Woo's condition, the girls ask if he was okay since he was dripping with cold sweat. After that, the boy looks at his hand and realizes he was feeling something strange this time, and he wonders if it was the same sensation that the dead around him were feeling. The survivors managed to use the burning carpet to protect themselves from the cells on that floor, so Yen questions why Min was staring at the first floor. The boy, in turn, replies that he was wondering how long they would have to keep running from those monsters, and that now he at least needed to try to figure out what kind of creatures they were. Kangji observes through the window, questioning why the military had not yet taken action to save them. Meanwhile, some men report that the virus had spread through the area, but with quick action, they had successfully burned part of the infected, and that next, they would start setting fire to the shelter. Meanwhile, inside the building, the flames begin to grow intense. But even so, the cells continue advancing. The survivors, in turn, decide to keep using fire but carefully to avoid setting the shelter on fire with them inside. During their resistance against the virus, people question why the military had not yet arrived, as they were supposed to follow orders 24 hours a day. While the others handled the situation, Yang-woo tells Se-ol that he had met the immune person that everyone was talking about, and that, apparently, he knew a lot about that virus and the incubation period. The girl asks why he was talking about that at that moment. The protagonist explains that they hadn't noticed because when the virus was inactive, the infected showed no symptoms, and that if the virus suddenly activated and started spreading, there would be nothing they could do. He then remembers that even at the moment he encountered an infected person, he did not feel this kind of pain. However, now his hand was hurting again. Kang Jae observes the situation from a distance and comments that Yang-woo's closeness with the girl was strange since they had been together since they arrived. Baek Mai discovers that Hong Mei had posted a new video on her YouTube channel. Min in turn says he had already watched it, but the sound was not very clear, so she probably recorded the video by accident. However, they at least knew she was still alive. The boy then says they should go out to look for their friend, and his colleague replies that they would stay there because they had no way to escape. Right after, Min illuminates an area on the ground floor and the cells gather in that spot. This makes the boy realize that they were attracted to light. Baek Mai questions what they would do if they left, as they couldn't see anything outside since it was already nighttime. Meanwhile, Min thinks about how they could use his discovery about the cell's attraction to light. After that, people watch as the military finally arrives at the shelter and celebrate, believing they were now safe. To signal the soldiers, civilians start shouting from the windows. Right after, Kang Ji gets irritated because Baek Mai's group was staring at them. The boys, in turn, show that they didn't care much about that conflict. Meanwhile, the protagonist begins writhing in pain on the floor. A young woman gets worried and approaches him, asking if he was okay. However, he had a completely strange appearance. Seeing that, the woman panics and says that the boy was infected, and she says he was acting just like the monsters on the first floor, so everyone should stay away. Yang-woo, in turn, begins having hallucinations of those creatures. The young woman gets scared and tries to stay as far away as possible, but a monster appears behind her, grabbing her. To try to save her, Choi-han asks everyone to step back as he was going to throw some burning carpets. Meanwhile, the protagonist's companions watch him struggling from a distance, and Kang Ji thinks about how strange he had been acting since earlier. Then the young man asks if the boy was really infected. To defend himself, Yang-woo says that it was not what the others were thinking. Se-ol, in turn, questions how he knew when people had the cells. The boy replies that it was none of her business, but the girl keeps insisting. After that, the protagonist gets irritated and asks everyone to shut up, reminding them that he was the one who saved all of them. And he orders his companions to mind their own business instead of suspecting him. Seeing the way her colleague was speaking, Se-ol realizes that he was trying to say that there was an infected person within their group. Kang Jae then questions why the protagonist was staring at him. The boy responds that the young man already had the virus cell in his body. Upon hearing this, the young man gets angry and grabs his colleague, questioning what he was talking about. Yang-woo explains that he had already been infected with the virus and that the incubation period of the cells would activate soon. Desperate, Kang Ji says that the protagonist was only doing that because everyone was suspecting him. Baek Mai appears to separate the two and says that Yang-woo had no right to say who was infected with the virus. The boy, in turn, gets irritated and says that soon they would see what happens if they kept underestimating him. Right after, the soldiers invade the place to start burning the monsters. Then they move up to the second floor, where the survivors were trying to stay away from the infected. Upon seeing a woman being consumed by the cells, the soldiers decide to set her on fire. The woman's husband gets angry and asks why they were doing that. Then the soldiers announce that they had found people who were supposedly infected. Seeing the way the men were acting, Choi-han tells everyone to run away quickly. The teenagers start running as it was clear that the soldiers thought they were already infected with the virus. Upon reaching the other side of the hallway, the exterminators were already there and ended up capturing the homeless people. To defend himself, Min shines his phone's flashlight in the soldiers' faces. The soldiers get nervous because they can't see anything and start firing their flames aimlessly. Choi-han reaches the boys and says that they need to find a way to escape the shelter. Kang Jae tells his group that they would die if they left the safe place and says that he saw through the window a location where people were gathering. And he says that they would leave Baek Mai's group behind and go to the other safe place together. Right after, the homeless people reach Choi-han and say that they knew the area so they might be able to help. Then everyone starts running away from the soldiers who wanted to burn them. In the morning on the news, it is reported that civil organizations across the country have raised complaints against the government. And they held a press conference saying that the government was already aware of the mutant virus crisis in Seoul, but was ignoring it. Some relevant documents obtained from anonymous sources confirm that the government systematically hid the information. The government, in turn, issued a statement saying that such a thing could not happen, as fake news creates confusion. In one of the shelters, a man brings food to his wife, but she refuses to eat. The man tells her that she needed to eat and asks how long she was going to fast. The woman starts crying and says that she couldn't get in touch with Young-woo. And the boy's father, in turn, tries to calm her down, saying that maybe he was sleeping because he was tired. Meanwhile, some people around them are watching the news about a huge fire that occurred the previous night, and that, according to the police, the flames were caused by refugees who neglected the quarantine officials' rules. But even so, supposedly, many victims died in the incident. Upon seeing that news, the protagonist's mother immediately imagines that her son is involved in the chaos. Somewhere in the city, the group of teenagers finds a safe place where they can rest. The homeless man asks if they would have to wait there until the Seoul gate reopened, and Choi Han says yes. Then he comments that those kids had come to that city on a school trip, and that they had nowhere else to stay, so he asks if everything was okay. The homeless man helps them. The man in turn responds that there was no need to tell that whole story, as he was just returning a favor. Then he says that the group could stay there as long as they needed. A group from the army asks for people's cooperation and states that everything they were doing was for their safety. After that, they ask if anyone there had been infected or had any contact with the virus, and the civilians, in turn, remained silent. Then they ask if anyone had seen a person who appeared sick or unwell. Kang-ji steps out from behind everyone and comments that he saw someone with those characteristics, but that person had already fled. And then he asks if, by reporting it, the soldiers would hunt down the infected person. Yang-woo looks outside the building while thinking about the situation from the previous night, and he starts wondering how he could be sure he wasn't infected. Meanwhile, Kang-jae tells the guard that he had suspected the protagonist since the moment he arrived at the shelter, and he makes up a story that there was a moment when Yang-woo admitted to being infected and then contaminated an innocent woman. Another man asks if the soldier had checked what the boy was saying, and he, in turn, says that Yang-woo's name was already on the list. Right after, the guard comments that they would have less responsibility if they turned public opinion against a super virus spreader. Kang-ji thinks that he was only making that report because the boy had attacked him first. Upon leaving the cabin, the soldier asks if the young man had made direct contact with the infected teenager. The young man in turn responds that he had kept his distance from the beginning because Yang-woo was acting very suspiciously. While being evacuated, Lee Tae-in ends up overhearing the entire conversation between the boy and the soldier. Baek-mai wakes up from her sleep, wondering why her body was itching so much. Min responds that it was probably because of the pillows in that place, as they were infested with lice. After that, the young man notices that the building was without power and asks what they should do since his phone battery was running low. Kang-ji's friend gets up from his bed and calls the boys stupid for not bringing a portable charger on the trip. Then the young man is asked where his friend was, and he replies that he didn't know because they got separated during the shelter chaos. The boy then says that he and Kang-ji weren't as close as everyone thought. Choi Han appears in the room saying that he had inspected the entire building and that, apparently, it wasn't in bad condition. The first floor had a waiting room for the homeless, where there was a coffee machine, but it wasn't working because there was no electricity. The second floor was the office, and apparently all the employees had already been evacuated to the shelter. And the third floor seemed to be a resting place for the homeless, where there was a cafeteria with some ingredients down the stairs. Then he says that the building seemed quite safe. Seol says that, in her opinion, it makes sense, as even the old shelter wasn't safe in the end. And she points out that now the homeless would keep coming in and out of that place, so they should lock all the doors or they would end up infected. Baek-mai, in turn, says that the homeless were the least of their worries and that Yang-woo was the biggest threat at the moment, as he had been very suspicious the previous night. Then she asks the girl if the young man was infected. The girl, in turn, responds that they shouldn't ask her that because she had no idea. And then she says that if they were curious, they should ask the protagonist directly about what was happening. But she doesn't believe he will take them seriously since the teenagers abandoned him at the cable car tower. Min asks her not to mock them because they needed to work together. Otherwise, they wouldn't stay safe. However, the girl shows that she doesn't trust anyone in the group. Choi Han tells the kids to stop fighting and start thinking about where they would stay first, and then they decide to go to the cafeteria to look for food. Upon leaving the room, the boys find it strange that Min and Seol had argued, as they always defended each other. So Ye moves to the bathroom to wash her face and ends up remembering moments from the old shelter. While climbing the stairs, the young woman wonders how everyone managed to remain so lucid after going through that kind of experience. And she thinks about how everyone seemed to be mocking her, and she couldn't stand feeling that anymore. Yang-woo appears on the stairs, looking at the girl with a hateful gaze. The young woman tells her colleague that everyone from the group was gathered in the cafeteria on the lower floor. But the protagonist ends up going down the stairs without paying much attention to the girl. Then Soo-yeon sees the boy heading out the door and approaches him, asking where he was going. And she asks him not to leave because the outside was too dangerous. Yang-woo pushes the young woman away and tells her not to get in his way. And he says that he didn't know if he was safe in that place or not, so they shouldn't get near him. In the cafeteria, the boys try to get the oven to turn on even though there was no electricity. Min asks his colleague if he had a lighter, and he, in turn, responds that he did. Baek-mai looks at the stairs and wonders why the others hadn't come down yet. Right after, the boy receives a call from an unknown number, and when he answers, he finds out it was Hannah on the other end. So Yeon gets up from the floor and says she doesn't know what the protagonist was so worried about, but warns that it was dangerous to go outside, and that since he had never been infected by the virus, the best option was to stay there. Yang-woo, however, doesn't pay much attention to those words and decides to leave anyway. But as he opens the door, he finds some homeless people entering the building. Meanwhile, Baekmi asks where Hannah and the others were. The girl says that they were hiding in a building and that they had tried to return to where their friend was. And she tells him that now they were in an alley with several travel agency signs. But the call is cut off because the young woman's phone battery dies. When he tries to call back, the number is unavailable at the moment. After that, Min says that the number the girl used to call wasn't from any of their known contacts and questions how they knew Baekmi's number. And he, in turn, responds that Hong Mai was with them and that she knew his number. Yang-woo and So-yeon arrive at the cafeteria and the boys ask where they had been. The protagonist, in turn, says that they needed to leave the building immediately. Right after, some homeless people appear, saying there was no need to run. A huge van appears, questioning if the teenagers knew what kind of place that was. Some beggars come in right behind, forcibly bringing Se-ol with them. The leader asks the group if there were any more of them there. After that, the homeless man who helped the boys arrives, saying that those people were his guests. Then both groups sit down, and the man asks why the homeless man was there, as they thought he had already gone to the shelter. The leader says that he had almost died at the station and wonders what kind of bad luck would happen next. Wong listens to the whole story with a thoughtful look. Meanwhile, the group waits in another room for the men's conversation to end. Min comments that those beggars were very grumpy and questions if they were some kind of gangsters. Choi Han says that the homeless man who helped them would be fine because he was well armed in that area. The leader tells Hwang to leave the place and asks if they were going to resolve things peacefully. Some guys in the meeting say that if the man had some new girls they could share, and the homeless man in turn glares at them in an intimidating way. Choi Han tells the teenagers that Hwang was a former boxer who had even won an Asian championship. The beggar gets up from the table and says that he had a debt with the teenagers, so it was impossible to resolve that issue peacefully. Baek Mai tells Choi Han that one of his missing friends had called him, and that despite being a short call, he was sure that they were okay. Then he says that the driver had told them where he dropped them off, so they just needed to search that area. While they discuss a rescue plan, Se-ol starts getting worried because they were in danger in that place. The boys ask why she was so scared. The girl says that she was worried about that group of homeless people because they seemed dangerous. Baek Mai says that they could talk to the beggars to arrange to share the rooms. Se-ol smiles ironically and says that the problem was solved. Then she tells them that the old shelter was completely overrun by the virus and says that there was a chance of the same thing happening again if they didn't get rid of the beggars. So Yin sits in a corner of the room wondering if the protagonist was really infected with the virus. Se-ol leaves the room angrily, saying that the group wanted everyone to get contaminated. The boys ask where the young woman was going, but she replies that it was none of their business. As she walks through the hallways, the girl wonders if she should leave and go to another shelter. While going down the stairs, Se-ol comes across Yang-woo spying on the homeless people's conversation, because when he met that group earlier, he felt that someone was infected. Se-ol approaches the boy from behind, asking what he was doing there, and he, in turn, gets startled. Then the young woman says that she had been very curious about his hand and that she finally understood after seeing how the virus died because of fire, because the young man's hand throbs whenever an infected person gets close to him. Hearing those words, Yang-woo does not deny his friend's suspicions. The protagonist says that he was just checking some things before leaving the place and mentions that it was actually better for her since she never trusted him. Se-ol in turn says that she never said she didn't trust him. Right after, she says that she wants to leave that place together with him. Yang-woo then says that they would escape together, but first they needed to observe the situation, because something was bothering him since he could sense the presence of the infected, and that could end up being dangerous for her. After that, the young woman grabs him by the shirt and tells him to stop acting like an idiot and follow her. She says that, among everyone there, only he was suspected of being infected, and she asks if he was now feeling special because he could distinguish the infected. The protagonist comments on the fact that the girls saved him at the shelter. Se-ol in turn says that she only did it because she knew where the emergency exit was, and she explains that she never took action unless she was sure of what she was doing. Yang-woo responds that if that's how things were, he could leave her behind if he wasn't sure of what he was doing. Then he asks if she now understood what it felt like to be left behind in a dangerous situation and says that he didn't want to cause something like that. After that, the boy walks down the stairs wondering if he had crossed the line, because even earlier he had simply grabbed So-yeon's hand and dragged her to run. And he stops to think that maybe he still wants to get closer to her. Right after, some homeless people encounter the young man and say they were offended because he had run away from them before, and they threaten the protagonist, saying that they were going to have a little talk. Se-ol appears, telling the beggars to stop acting that way because even the teenagers were avoiding the boy out of suspicion that he had the virus. The homeless people then go up the stairs, afraid of getting infected. Then the girl says that staying in that building wasn't a bad choice as long as they expelled the infected people. But even so, the boy needed to take her away from there. Hwang arrives at the group and asks if Choi Han wants to take a walk with him, and the man, in turn, accepts. The homeless man asks if he was sure, as the outside was very dangerous, and he says that most of the virus was gone due to the fire at Seoul Station. However, if they encountered the sterilization army, there would be no chance of survival. Apparently, the soldiers exterminated all the beggars in that area, using the excuse of preventing new infections. After that, the young man asks why Choi Han was going so far for those teenagers. The man in turn says that there was a woman who wanted to be a teacher, and that even though she never passed any exams, she never forgot her dream. Choi Han then reveals that this woman was his fiancée. She always helped the children, giving them snacks to make them happy. And when he asked why she did that kind of thing, the woman responded that she liked doing good deeds. The man then says that he believed that if he helped those kids, maybe his fiancée could forgive him. Right after, the young man tells the teenagers that Hwang said where the street with travel agency signs was, and he explains that they would separate the bottles so that all the bombs wouldn't explode at once. After that, he says that he would rescue the girls only with Bak Mai. The boy, in turn, tells his colleagues not to worry because they would be back in less than an hour. As they head out for the rescue, they encounter Yang Woo in the hallway, and Bak Mai takes the opportunity to apologize for abandoning him that day. And he says that he did not expect to be forgiven by the protagonist. But he mentions that he owed the young man a huge debt for saving Hong Mei at the cable car tower. When she sees the boys leaving, So Yeon says that she also wants to go rescue the girls, because she couldn't just sit still while her friends were in danger outside. Seo questions how the young woman was planning to help them, as they would all die if the monsters found them. Then she says that she had already mentioned that the building was dangerous, and she asks if everyone would really be able to survive 10 days until the Seoul gate was opened. Kwai Han says that the girl was right and that all the boys should stay and keep an eye on the building, because they wouldn't be able to do anything if that place got infected. Before leaving, the man asks Hwang to take care of the children for him. Yang Woo thinks about what Suryeon said about not being able to stay still while a friend was in danger, and he wonders what he and Kim Joo were to her when she abandoned them to die at the cable car tower. Seo grabs everyone's attention, saying that there was something they needed to do immediately. After that, a homeless man appears calling for Hwan because a fight was breaking out on the lower floor. The girl says that based on her experience, her plan would only drive the virus away but wouldn't kill it completely. While trying to break up the fight, Wang ends up being stabbed. The leader of the homeless people appears, saying that the young man should have resolved the problem through peaceful conversation. Right after, the beggars begin attacking Hwang. Seol says that in the end, it was always humans who ruined the plan. So Yeon says that from the way her colleague was talking, it sounded like something was about to happen. The girl in turn says that more people infected with the virus had arrived at the location, and she tells her friends not to ask how she knew that, but she was absolutely certain about it. Right after, the group of homeless people arrives, calling out to the teenagers. On the news, it is reported that the Citizens Alliance held a press conference where they discovered that the government was hiding information about the virus incident in Seoul. The leaked documents contained details about the army's training for virus prevention. The military adopted a measure to contain the virus spread by categorizing people as infected or not infected. Meanwhile, the government has not yet officially commented on the matter. Baek Mi and Choi Han move through the streets and come across some soldiers burning something. Upon seeing that situation, the two decide to return to the alley. The man tells the boy that they needed to be careful because the infected could appear out of nowhere. As he follows the man, the young man begins to recall how he agreed to help search for Hong Mei. After that, Bak Mai calls out to the man, and Choi Han questions how long he was going to keep addressing him that way since their age difference wasn't that big. Then the boy comments that he didn't expect the man to actually help find his friend. Choi Han says that he was the one who was surprised that the teenager decided to go out and save the girl. And he mentions that kids his age don't usually do things like that. Then he asks what the young man felt for Hong Mei. Bak Mei, in turn, replies that the question was totally irrelevant to the situation. After that, the duo arrives at an area completely overrun by the virus cells. The man warns that they would have to go around. However, Bak Mei quickly acts and uses a Molotov cocktail to burn the creatures and pass through without any trouble. Right after, the two manage to reach a small convenience store, and Choi Han says they should grab some bottles of water to take to the girls. Then the boy decides to answer the question the man asked about his feelings for Hong Mei. He explains that when he was in middle school, he was an arrogant delinquent. At that time, he hated school for no particular reason, which made him feel empty every day. And that's when he started getting closer to Hong Mei. One day, Bak Mai ended up meeting the girl and her mother. Upon seeing the young man, the woman said that he was very handsome and hoped that he and her daughter would be good friends. Before that, the young man had never had a proper conversation with the girl. However, after that encounter, the girl always started conversations with him at school, making him feel very happy as he no longer felt empty inside. On graduation day, everyone was accompanied by someone, except for the boy. Hong Mei's mother approached him to give him a gift and said she was sure his parents would have loved to be there at such an important moment. Then the woman invited the young man to take a picture with her family. Baek-mai says that he had hoped that happiness would never end. Seeing the way the young man looked, Choi-han tells him that the girl would be fine and that he didn't need to worry. Then they leave the store and are approached by the military. In the building where the teenagers were, the homeless people discover that the two who had left were going to bring back food. Their leader says that if the boys were lying, he would kill all of them. Seol in turn says that if they didn't bother her group, they would receive half of the supplies. Right after, the boys are locked in a room. And the man says that if there was no food on his table by the end of the night, he would beat them just like he did to Hwang. Looking back, the students see the homeless man bleeding on the floor. Min is surprised because Choi-han had mentioned that he was a boxer in the past. The boy questions how Seol could promise supplies to those thugs. The girl then asks if they had a better idea. Yang-woo says that the best option was to wait for the infected to start showing symptoms, and that those who were secretly contaminated would begin showing symptoms before Baek-mi and Choi-han returned. While some of the homeless people rest in the room, one of them starts feeling unwell. Seol says that the worst thing that could happen was the virus being activated, as they would take over the building. So they needed to find a way to leave before that happened. After that, she notices that So-yeon is staring at her and asks if she wanted to say something. The young woman in turn responds that she wasn't doing it on purpose. The boy isolates himself from the others and thinks that he shouldn't have entered that shelter with them. Then he receives a message on his phone from Kang Jae. Shortly after, the boy begins leaving that place. Right after, the scene cuts to Min saying that the virus was in its incubation period, spreading at that moment. Because of that, he wasn't sure what could happen to them after all. They were in the basement cafeteria at that moment. There was a possibility of getting trapped in that place, but they could still use fire. There was a gas oven in the back, and luckily, a lighter still had gas. If that virus really started spreading, they needed to think of a plan to make fire. Then the scene cuts to another boy in silence, stating that there was no problem in making fire. However, they had to be careful because that virus burned easily. If they set fire to it, it would create a sea of flames extremely fast. Moreover, they should remember that they were inside a basement. Baek-mi, amid that situation, asks what the boy was doing. She also wanted to know why he was still there, because besides those beggars, it was an infected person. Min tells the boy not to be ridiculous, as they shouldn't suspect each other. The young man asks why not, stating that he was just saying what he thought. Unlike him, he owed nothing. The other boy then says that he was going to leave that place. He states that he wouldn't even see him leaving. He asks if the other girl was going with him too, saying that she should have left that place when she had warned them. He says that he was foolish for trying to save all of them after they had been left behind, so they should all just shut up once and for all. The young man then gets very irritated and asks if he thought they were friends just because they had talked a few times. He wanted to know what he had just said. The protagonist responds that he told him to shut up. Amid that situation, Min asked them to stop fighting because they shouldn't be doing that. Moreover, he wanted to know why the protagonist was so angry with them. He said it was already time to forgive them. Even so, at that moment, there was no other choice but to trust and help each other. Hong, irritated, asks how long they would continue with that fight as they needed to prepare. At that moment, Min asks her to wait. She says that she had been thinking about that ever since they had left the cable car. She mentions that the virus was the worst one that had ever appeared. She says it was a virus that kept growing non-stop until a host died. Cell division happens incessantly. After thinking about this, she concludes that it was a cancerous cell. She mentions that she tried to think about the characteristics of the cells they already knew and realized they were always similar. Hong asks what it had to do with anything, questioning if she intended to burn them with radiation. Right after, the boy asks if she has ever heard of high-frequency heat treatment. He states that cancer cells are heated to about 40 degrees, which is an effective treatment to kill them. Hong asks if they only need to focus on the temperature. Min replies that that was exactly it. Right after, the girl starts thinking, wondering if they could use water. She states that water wouldn't cause a fire and would make it easier to exterminate the virus. She asks if they were really going to try using water at different temperatures. Right after, another girl thinks that the school felt like a heartless ring. Even so, in a situation like that, it shined brightly. That made the girl want to rely on it before realizing it. Because of that, she found it completely useless. At that moment, the group hears a noise. Meanwhile, two men seem to be sleeping. Right after, they end up waking up. Hong says that it was a scream. Min, responding, confirms that it was. He questions if it had already started. The protagonist quickly asks them to lock the doors before they came down to that place. Another girl moves toward the door. However, she can't reach the latch. She says she really needs a chair. Right after, Hong grabs one and asks what she was doing since she should just climb onto the chair immediately. At that moment, the other girl does so. She states that she needed to find something they could burn. Then the scene cuts to Min, saying that he was taking out all the long kitchen utensils. He states that they would tie them with napkins and pour oil on them to light the fire. Right after, the protagonist looks to the side and sees another man getting up. Our hero, worried, asks if he was okay. He asks if he could stand up because he needed to run. At that moment, the girl notices something. Two infected people were on the other side of the door. They were begging for someone to open that door immediately. Meanwhile, our boy watches all of that. Right after, the scene cuts to the outside of the building. A group of people appears to be carrying flamethrowers. They look around and say that everything was too quiet. Right after, an unknown creature appears above the building. The soldiers notice that creature. Right after, they start shooting fire at it. Another soldier asks if the location was really there. The boy replies that he was sure since he had received a call from friends saying they were hiding in a building with offices. The soldiers decide to continue searching in that area. They say that the survivors are 4 high school girls. The girls had requested rescue in a nearby building. Because of that, they would save those people immediately and return later. Right after, a boy tells his colleague that it seemed like those soldiers weren't going to capture them. Then, another soldier asks them to wait. He mentions that they had found several A-rank monsters. Because of that, they needed to burn them first. The other boy asks if the virus was at level A. The soldier replies that that was exactly it. He mentions that it was categorized based on density size and that level A, in most cases, was larger than a human body. Sometimes they even exceeded 3 meters. Amid that situation, the other boy assumes that the virus he had seen at the health station was one of that ranking. He mentions that he had even seen cats getting infected. They fused together and became larger. The soldier is very surprised by that. He states that it must really be A rank. The soldiers, looking around, realize that the girls were not in that location. Then they begin searching the entire building. Another soldier notices that a door was open. He states that they should investigate that place. Right after, the group of soldiers enters. They notice traces indicating that someone had passed through that place. However, no survivors were found. The other boy, looking ahead, comes across several boxes. At that moment, he remembers Hong. The soldier, looking to the side, says that the tracks were also in that other place. Thus, time passes. Another soldier says that it seemed like someone had passed through that place after burning something. Even though there were no footprints, someone had definitely walked through that alley. Observing all of that, the other boy remains silent. At that moment, he starts running, wanting to go to a certain place. He searches for where his friend might be. Then a flashback plays, showing his friend saying that she had just learned a really cool word in English. She asks if he knew the word called destiny, which meant fate, and that's why she liked that kind of thing. Irritated, the boy says that he wasn't interested in that, so she shouldn't bother him. Hearing that, Hong feels very disappointed. Sometime later, the other boy ends up waking up. Right after, he starts looking at his hand. Then the scene cuts to the present. The boy still seemed to be searching for his companion. Right after, he looks to the side. He comes across an unfamiliar bag and, in front of it, an open door. Once again, the boy's flashback appears. He thinks that he doesn't know since when, but he always hated the moment he opened the door to his house and walked in. The silent environment of that house made him feel empty. Then the boy ends up entering his room. A sum of money, along with a letter, was there. Apparently, his mother had left it. Sometime later, the boy is seemingly playing on a computer. He becomes very frustrated as he is about to lose the match. Then he ends up getting up. The scene then cuts to him at a small store buying something. He starts eating that instant ramen while scrolling on his phone. He seems very frustrated. He thinks that his purposeless days in 9th grade seem to last forever. At that time, at the end of one of those meaningless days, he ended up encountering Hong. For that reason, from that moment on, she greatly improved his life. Then the scene cuts to another place with the boy saying that they had run into each other quite a lot in those last days. Hong says that every day at 9 in the evening, she always passed by that street after leaving her course. That was the first time she had seen him there. She asks if the boy was buying his dinner. She mentions that they frequently had discounts there. Besides, wasn't it a pity? Because if she had met him a little earlier, she could have picked one of those meals for him. At that moment, Hong looks to the side. She notices that the store was still open, but it usually closed around 7 because they always sold out. For that reason, it was very unexpected. She asks if the boy had ever eaten that food before. Once again, time passes and the two apparently seem to be eating that food. Hong says that he is a man and couldn't possibly be satisfied with just instant ramen, so he should eat a lot. Then the girl suggests that they drink some ice cream. However, the boy tells her to swallow her food first before speaking. He says that she really eats a lot. Taking advantage of the conversation, the girl asks why the boy eats so little. The boy replies that he had already eaten before. Hong, in turn, apologizes, saying that she had ketchup on her cheek. She asks if she could take a picture by any chance. Then time passes. Hong says that she was already full. She says that the next day the food would be on her. Saying goodbye, she tells him that she'll see him at school. He then becomes very surprised, wondering if Hong really intended to pay for him the next day. The scene then cuts to the school. The boy, meanwhile, seems to be deep in thought. He wonders what the girl could have been looking at to have that expression. Then time passes again, and class finally ends. Everyone quickly starts leaving that place to go eat something. The other boy, meanwhile, is observing everything, thinking that ever since then at school he started paying attention to Hong and Mei. The scene then shifts to another location, the man asking if he had really paid $1,000,000 for that. Then he starts looking at the motorcycle. The motorcycle guy says that his most trusted store gave him a special price, and that's why he simply didn't understand what it meant to invest. Another man says that it was nonsense, calling the motorcycle guy crazy. He asked if he hadn't forgotten about today's thing, since he had already seen several pictures of her, and she was very beautiful. Another boy says that he didn't know about that since he didn't like crowds. Then the scene cuts to another location again, and the boy seems to be with his group. However, he still looks very thoughtful. He says that he would head home first, so they should go without him. While walking down the street, the boy wonders if his friend would really be at that place or if he was just overthinking things. Looking at his phone, he realizes that it was almost 9 p.m. Right after, a boy ends up entering a store. Then he comes across Hong, who greets him. She asks if he was looking for a special offer. Besides that, she wants to know what happened to him, mentioning that he had run all over the place since he was already sweating. The guy responds that he usually runs since he has to walk everywhere, and he takes the opportunity to exercise. Because of that, he was hungry. Hearing that, Hong remains silent and then asks if he liked toast. Time passes and the two seemingly start enjoying themselves. The other boy says that he felt comfortable eating together with someone like her in those moments, and because of that, he ate a lot. Then the scene cuts to another location and Hong asks why the boy acts that way at school. She mentions that he sleeps every day and never talks to his classmates. Besides that, they said that the boy fought to earn a living. The other guy asks who is talking about him behind his back. Hong responds that she doesn't want to say. Time passes again and the scene cuts to the boy in his room. Looking down, he realizes that there were many things destroyed. His mother, in turn, asks what time it was. Then she calls out to her son again. She mentions that he had told his teacher that he wanted to drop out of school. She asks if that was true. The boy responds that that's not what he meant. At that moment, the boy is shocked because his mother seems to be holding some kind of drug in her hand. The boy asks where she found that. She mentions that he had promised to throw everything away. His mother asks why she couldn't do that after all. Everyone made her suffer. Besides that, he was the one who made her that way. Then the scene cuts to the hospital, and Hong's mother appears to be receiving medical attention. Hong thinks that the last time she saw her father, he had said something. He said that she should take good care of her mother. However, ever since she divorced her father, her mother had ended up in the emergency room countless times. That's why she could never forgive her father for abandoning them. Then the scene cuts to Hayden walking somewhere else. Looking ahead, he notices something. He realizes that Hong was there too, and then he notices the boy. Hong asks where he had gone because she had waited for him for a long time. Hayden asks how she knew where his house was. The girl responds that she found out through the teacher, but either way she wants to know why he hasn't been going to school. She mentions that the teacher said she couldn't get in touch with him. However, Haddon tells her to just leave since he wasn't in the mood to talk. Even so, Hong asks him to wait. Irritated, the boy asks what she wants from him. Hong asks why he was acting that way because he didn't seem like himself. However, Haddon responds that it's ridiculous. He asks what she thought she knew about him. Did she really think they were friends? He mentions that the girl wouldn't even have the courage to look him in the eyes if they weren't classmates. Because of that, she should disappear and never come near him again. Right after, Hong says that he was being very cruel. She says that she went there because she was genuinely worried about him. Without any regret, Haddon responds that he doesn't care about that, and for that reason, she should disappear. As the girl walks away, the guy thinks that he was happy when he was with Hong, but he was afraid of opening up to her. At that time, he had no choice but to run away. Then the scene cuts back to the present. Hayden still seems to be in that place. The other soldier starts using his flamethrower, telling the boy to step back. Right after, the soldier notices an exoskeleton, saying that there was one of them there. Then that soldier starts screaming, and the group, desperate, watches what's happening. From the other side of the place, an unknown creature begins to emerge. Apparently, it was another virus. The other soldier, looking at his companion, realizes that he was unconscious on the ground. Quickly, he draws his weapon. He starts firing multiple shots at the monster. Right after, a creature charges toward the soldiers, who meanwhile seem desperate because their weapons weren't working. The other guy says that they should get out of that place immediately, and for that, they needed to call for reinforcements first. At that moment, everyone starts running out of that place. However, it was obvious that the creature wouldn't let them escape so easily. It starts chasing them. The other soldier then uses his flamethrower to try to contain the monster. However, he is shocked as the fuel quickly runs out. Upon seeing the creature descending the stairs, the man says he will lure it as bait and then catch up with them. The group then reaches an open space and a soldier tries to contact the base. Choi-han questions how the squad knew about that infected. The man in turn says he does not understand why the young man is asking about the monster. Then the elder comments that he had seen many creatures before but never like those, and that since they were soldiers, they must know something. After that, Choi-han asks the man to tell the rest of the group everything they know. The soldier removes his helmet and does not answer the young man's question, and he starts communicating with the third squad, saying they needed immediate help. Then the man explains that they did not know what those creatures were or where they came from, and that the soldiers had accidentally gained access to the information faster than regular citizens. After that, he explains that those cells spread more than expected and that, when they were being researched, there was a chance they could be biochemical weapons. And that monster was a variant of the mutations possessing different characteristics from the other monster fusions. While normal infected tend to become softer during the mutation process, these form exoskeletons along with an increase in bones. Dealing with this type of creature is quite difficult because the virus cell has already entered the pile of bones created during the mutation, and they cannot be fought using a flamethrower. The man comments that the group's fuel had also run out. Kwai-han then understands that there must be more mutations beyond that exoskeleton. Right after, the soldier says that some were found in combined bodies. Baek-mei questions why they had not told them that information from the beginning, and says that if it had been revealed earlier, he would not have gone to that place and his friends would not be in that situation. After that, a man calls the soldier, informing him that headquarters had said they were coming to help them, and that they should remain where they were. Baek-mei, in turn, asks what they were going to do about searching for his friends. The soldier replies that he should simply give up as it was difficult to conduct searches at that moment, and that his friends were unlikely to be alive in that kind of situation. The boy then gets angry and tells the man to stop talking nonsense. Kwai-han steps in, asking if they could not continue the search if they rearm themselves. Then the young man says that if he did not receive help, he would go out to search alone. The soldier, in turn, comments that they needed to wait for reinforcements to arrive, and asks if the boy has any idea how many members of his squad had died because of him. After that, a phone rings and the group finds it strange. Kwai-han answers the call from a person who is in the next room, and asks if the men were looking for some girls. Meanwhile, the teenagers use gasoline to set the infected on fire. Se-al orders the others to put out the fire before it spreads through the building. Yang-woo feels something and starts running, saying that there were more monsters on the upper floor. Min questions if his friend is sure, and he in turn replies that he is. Seeing the way the boy is acting, Se-al thinks that he really might serve as a navigator. Then the teenagers reach the upper floor. The protagonist hesitates to open the door because the pain he is feeling is different from before. And then the boys enter the room and come across an infected person who is begging to be killed. One of the youths tries to throw one of the torches at the infected, but Yang-woo tells him to wait. The protagonist wonders how that person was infected by the virus without cells but was still able to talk normally. After that, the boy begins to approach and finds it strange that the pain in his hand is the same as when he encountered a fused monster. As he gets closer to the person, Yang-woo asks if they can hear what he is saying, and warns that he had fire, so the creature should not try anything funny. The infected person, in turn, asks if the young man was the first to arrive there. After seeing that situation, one of the boys leaves the room vomiting, questioning why his friend was talking to that thing. Right after, the creature begs the young man to burn it with that fire. The protagonist says he will help him, but in return, he needs him to answer how he manages to stay conscious despite being infected. The creature starts crawling toward Yang-woo, saying that he will not be able to avoid the fusion, and that in the end, he will devour all of his friends and then everyone around him. The protagonist gets angry and throws the torch, telling him to stop spouting that nonsense. Outside, the boy comments that he is now sure that Yang-woo is infected, and that from now on, if anyone is willing to get close to him, they will get punched in the face. Se-al asks Min what he thinks about the whole situation. The young man, in turn, says that it is unusual for the girl to ask for his opinion. Then he says that he does not believe a cancer like that can be completely cured. The boys decide to run away because the army is coming after them. Kang-ji talks to his friend on the phone and thinks about how his colleagues believe he is being protected, but in reality, he is being watched. The young man questions whether the soldiers are suspecting him. After that, Kang-ji starts feeling very sick. Seeing that, the soldiers decide to report the situation to their superiors. However, Lee Tae-in asks the man to wait because he first wants to take a look at the boy's condition. After analyzing him, the young man says that the boy is fine and that he wants to have a little chat with him. One of the soldiers questions who that guy is, but the other, in turn, decides to obey his request. Lee Tae-in sits down and asks if Kang-ji is feeling nauseous. The boy finds it strange that the young man is not wearing a mask and asks who he is. Lee Tae-in smiles and says that he is the one who can help him. Meanwhile, some soldiers manage to capture Yang-woo and the others and request a report in case they find the other children. So Yeon tells her friend that the others have escaped and asks what they should do. The protagonist tries to stay calm because nothing will happen as long as the soldiers do not know he's infected. A hostage stands up furiously, questioning why the soldiers are threatening the citizens. The soldier then aims his weapon at the young man and tells him to step back. However, the man keeps approaching, irritated. One of the soldiers then shoots the young man and says they should shoot without hesitation if anyone suspected of being infected gets close. Then he aims his weapon at Yang-woo, asking where his friends are. Frightened by the situation, the protagonist raises his hands and responds that he does not know. On the streets, some soldiers are patrolling, and they realize they are being followed by monsters. At the shelter, Kang-ji asks how Lee Tae-in can help him. The young man, in turn, asks if the boy does not trust him, and explains that he is trying to help people who are infected with the virus. Kang-ji gets angry and starts thinking that the man is working with the soldiers and intends to deceive him. Then he asks if he has any proof that he is infected with the virus, and begins to say that he is the nephew of a council member, where everyone knows his name. Lee Tae-in starts laughing and says that the young man is very funny. After that, he gets up and touches the boy's arm. Kang-ji then starts feeling sick again. The young man, in turn, is surprised by the immediate reaction, even though he had only touched him once. and says that he enjoys the situation of seeing someone on his side die like a dog. Then he explains that it feels as if he is healing himself. Lee Tae-in says that the young man will not be able to escape from Seoul, and then wonders what he should do with the young man. On the streets, the army tries to fight the creatures with their flamethrowers, and they find it strange because all the surrounding areas had already been sterilized. Seeing that situation, Wong tells the teenagers to get up so they can get out of there. One of the men's weapons runs out of fuel, and a monster takes the opportunity to attack him. A soldier is deeply saddened to see his colleague being infected. The men understand that if they continue at that pace, they will die, so they need to retreat. As the teenagers flee, a homeless man tells Young-woo to pull himself together and start running faster. The protagonist gets tired and asks the others to go ahead because he will be fine. So Yeon asks what the boy is talking about. Right after, the young man begins to think that the virus in his hand has already spread to his brain, and that somehow the cells in his body are calling the monsters. After that, he remembers that something similar happened at the cable car tower. When the monster on the third floor died, the creature on the second floor moved up. And at the moment Kim Ju died along with the monster that infected him, the surrounding cells started clinging to the window. Then he begins to think that the infected can send some kind of signal to make the other monsters gather when they are in danger. So if the boy stayed with the group, more monsters would end up appearing because of him. So Yeon says that they should all stay together and questions what he intends to do alone there. Yang-woo in turn tells them to leave without asking questions. But before that, he says that he forgives the girl for abandoning him at the start of the quarantine, and that she does not need to pretend she is protecting him from now on. Wong says that it is better for the protagonist to keep running away with them. But even so, the boy still thinks it would be better to start running alone. The others then decide to leave as they do not have much time. Yang-woo manages to reach a safe place and regrets not having fully charged his phone. And he thinks that his mother is probably very worried about him. Right after, he questions what he should do now as the soldiers are chasing him and he is also surrounded by monsters. And that even inside his body there are virus cells growing, making him think that he will soon die. After that, a soldier appears at the door watching the boy. At the shelter, Kang-ji takes a medicine that Lee Tae-in gave him. But the young man says that there are some side effects, which can be strong since it is an anti-cancer drug. Then he already notices that the boy is definitely wondering why he is helping him. So he asks him to take a look outside. All those soldiers are trustworthy and he has never seen anything like that before in his life. However, it is sad because now those men are his enemies. Kang-ji picks up his phone and decides to call Yang-woo's mother. While the protagonist is fleeing, he thinks that separating from the others was the best option for their safety, and that in these situations, abandoning each other is probably something normal to do. The men question if an elderly woman knows where the girls are. The woman in turn says that she only knows the direction they went because she could only hear the sound of their footsteps in the hallway. The soldier then asks which direction they went. The woman says that about 2 or 3 hours ago, everyone in the building had already evacuated and she was left behind. When she started hearing someone's footsteps running down the hallway, the girls were talking while running, saying that Minju was chasing them. The soldier thanks the lady for the information and says they will escort her to a safe place. Upon hearing the woman's story, Bak Mei becomes worried about Hong Nai. Choi Han approaches the boy and tells him not to worry because things will get better once reinforcements arrive. A soldier tries to communicate, asking for help as he is in an emergency situation. The virus has managed to penetrate the defenses and spread. However, right after, the young man's call for help is interrupted because an infected person manages to enter his cabin. Somewhere in the city, a group of soldiers is searching for the teenagers who have not yet been found. Min questions what they should do since So Yeon and Yang-woo have been captured. Seon-yu says that they need to find a way out of that place because those two are not their problem. Se-ul comments that if they had the protagonist, they would have an advantage. The young man questions how long the girl is going to keep talking such nonsense. The girl gets irritated and says that she does not even want the boy to be with them, because she knows what the young man is hiding from them. While fleeing, Wong stops to rest. So Yoon asks if he is unwell because of the stab wound he received at the homeless shelter. A man asks the homeless man where he is in pain. The homeless man says that he has broken ribs and tried to hide that information. Yang-woo hides in a store with the girl and she comments that this situation feels like something that has already happened, because being hidden there reminds her of when they were escaping from the cable car, and she questions how something like this could happen and why it had to happen to them. Then she says that she will never forget what she is experiencing on this trip. Yang-woo in turn comments that he was excited for the school excursion. However, those creatures ruin everything. Right after, he stands up saying that he is handling the situation well, and that he thought fear would make someone weak, but he remembers Kim Ju tried to fight one of those monsters. Then, Yang-woo enters a burning building, where the air is extremely suffocating. The boy thinks that the place appears to be clean, but someone had called for help, meaning that there were still some monsters there, but the problem was that the structure was too complex to locate them. So Yeon appears behind him, saying that she will go with him. The soldier tells the elderly woman to wait for reinforcements at that location. Choi Han tells Bak Mei that there are some buildings around where they might find their friends, and the boy, in turn, says that he is sure they will find them. Inside the burning building, the protagonist encounters a monster crawling on the ground and decides to burn it. Some creatures are still moving, but apparently most of them have already been burned. Yang Wu comments that the place does not seem to be dangerous anymore, so Yeon shows fear at seeing those burned infected. The young man then tells her that if she feels uncomfortable, she can leave whenever she wants, and that he will let her know if he finds their friends. But the girl responds that she is fine staying there. After that, she wonders if Baek Mai is hiding in an empty room. Yang Wu says that he believes they will find him if they follow that trail of fire. Then the girl asks if his friend and Choi Han are okay. The protagonist says he hopes so because if they are in trouble, they might have to burn them too. As he walks, the young man thinks about how he does not want to have to do the same thing he did with Kim Ju. Right after, the teenagers come across a soldier lying on the ground. The boy comments that this might be the soldier who called for help. As they approach the man, he tells the young people to run away, because it was a trap to lure people from his base. After that, a creature appears in the hallway. Yang Wu quickly turns to defend himself but ends up being attacked by the monster. A soldier stands in front of a building and wonders what kind of structure it has. Then he removes his mask because he is feeling suffocated. The man stops in front of the door and questions whether he will have to enter the building, and he starts feeling uneasy about it. After that, the protagonist ends up paralyzed in front of the monster, and he realizes that the creature is reacting to the virus in his body. So he decides to take advantage of the situation and burn the monster with his flamethrower. So Yeon asks if the young man is okay. The soldier lying on the ground tells the teenagers to run away because that alone will not be enough to take down the creature, and he tells them to go to the lower floor because the rest of the soldiers from the base are there. The girl then helps the protagonist walk so they can get out of that place. The infected tries to attack them, but the man uses his flamethrower to slow it down. As they go down the stairs, So Yeon asks again if her friend is okay. Yang Wu replies that they need to focus on getting out of the building first. When they reach the lower floor, the two come across a person kneeling on the ground. It is Min Ju, and So Yeon approaches her, asking where the other girls are. The protagonist sees the situation from afar and tells his friend to come back because something seems off. Min Ju then stands up, revealing that she is now one of the infected. Seeing her friend's state, So Yeon begins to remember moments with her. The infected then lunges at the girl to attack her. However, Yang Wu reacts quickly and burns the creature. The girl starts crying at the sight of the situation. The protagonist, in turn, tells his friend not to look at it. So Yeon turns away and starts wiping her tears. The boy begins to feel pity because the two friends used to go out together. Even so, the girl cannot hold back her tears and starts crying again. Right after, that monster appears again in the hallway. Yang Wu wonders if the creature is tracking them because of his blood. The young people realize that they are surrounded. After that, the boy tells So Yeon to stay behind him. The girl asks what he is going to do, and he, in turn, replies that he will try to use the flamethrower on the monster. When pointing the weapon at the creature, the protagonist realizes that it appears to be afraid, and he wonders if the monster knows that the flamethrower he is holding could hurt it. Right after, he senses that inside the infected's mouth, there is a virus. However, Baek Mai's group appears to save them, shooting and throwing Molotov cocktails. Choi Han orders the teenagers to get out of there immediately. However, Yang Wu decides to use his flamethrower on the monster, because burning other parts of the monster's body was useless, and they needed to hit the virus directly. And to do that, you would need to get close to the creature's face, just like before. The infected starts to flee, and the protagonist tries to follow it. But a soldier grabs the young man by the arm, questioning where he got that flamethrower. He in turn responds that he found it in a place with dead men. After that, the boy says that he almost killed that creature earlier, and that if they did not act at that moment, it would become harder to kill it. Choi Han asks Yang Wu to hand over the flamethrower to him, and he asks the soldier how many bullets he can fire in a single shot. The man replies that a cartridge holds 6 bullets, and that he has already fired 4. The young man then understands that he will have to resolve the situation with only 2 shots. Then the group starts climbing the stairs looking for the monster. Choi Han tells the soldier that if they let this infected live any longer, the elderly woman on the upper floor could end up in danger too, and the reinforcements had not yet arrived to rescue her. The man says that the young man is right, but he needs to be careful. Baek Mai runs past the group and Choi Han asks where he is going. The boy says that he will set a trap for that thing because it might escape again upon seeing the flamethrower. Right after, Yang Wu says that he thinks he knows where the monster is. Baek Mai runs up to the infected and throws a Molotov cocktail at it. The creature tries to attack him, but Choi Han quickly appears, using the flamethrower. The young man thinks that this time is different because he already knows how those monsters work, but it seems that this one has completely fused with the human. Yang Wu says that attacking the infected's body is useless because the virus is hidden inside its mouth. Choi Han then starts following the protagonist's advice. However, he ends up being struck in the chest by the creature. Hannah is kneeling, hiding in a room, and a soldier enters, asking if she's okay. Seeing that Choi Han is being attacked, the soldiers decide to shoot the monster. Even while being stabbed, the man still manages to fire his last bullet. However, he knows that he still needs to get closer to the creature to cause any damage. After burning the infected, the group reaches Choi Han and asks if he is okay. The man in turn tells the others to stay away because that monster is still alive. Then he tells the group that he needs a weapon because he's going to stay there and die along with the infected using those oil tanks. Baekmi asks what the man is saying as he had promised to help him find Hong Mei. Choi Han says that it is impossible to help anyone in his condition and that the moment they remove that thing from him, he will die. Yang Wu apologizes to the man, saying that it is all his fault. The man says that the young man does not need to apologize because he is only alive thanks to him. If it were not for those teenagers, he would have given up a long time ago. After that, the monster starts moving again. Then the soldier hands his weapon to Choi Han, saying that he is happy to have met him. Right after, a group begins to flee in the direction where the girls had run. Seeing that Choi Han is sacrificing himself, Baekmi starts crying. Since the creature is still not dead, the man reloads his weapon for the final shot. Before firing, he remembers the day he was separated from his fiancée. The man ends up crying, knowing that soon he will meet her again. While escaping, the group encounters Hannah and the soldier. Baekmi quickly asks where the others are. The girl starts running desperately, but her friend continues following her. After the girl falls to the ground, the boy asks where the rest of her friends are. Hannah starts crying, saying that it was not her fault. Baekmi in turn questions what she is talking about. The soldier who found the girl comments that apparently she was the only one who survived, because he had checked the area and did not find anyone else. The girl explains that from the beginning, she did not agree to leave the bus because it was too dangerous. However, they all decided to leave because of the boy, and she says that everything that happened was Baekmi's fault. Right after, the boy goes to the room where Hannah was and finds a girl collapsed on the floor. Sugyeon tells her friend that the young man tried too hard to find the girls. The boy asks what happened to Hong Mei, and she in turn reveals that their friend had been attacked by a monster. Upon finding Hong Mei's body, the teenager begins to cry while apologizing. Yang Wu returns to where Huang is and tells him about how he found his friends and about Choi Han's sacrifice. The homeless man in turn comments that those who are left behind must survive with all their strength. After that, the protagonist asks Hannah why she ran away earlier. The girl remembers when she and her friends got off the bus, and the driver told them they would regret it. Right after, she says that after everything she went through, she could no longer trust anyone. After the girls got off the bus, they ended up being chased by a monster. However, they managed to reach a safe place and close the door. Minju asks the others if they are okay. After a while, the girls decide to go out to find something to set on fire, but they end up being attacked by another creature. However, it was eliminated before it could touch Minju. Hong Mei asks if her friend had been infected. However, the girl assures them that she had not been touched by the monster. Hannah tells her friends that at that moment, they truly believed she had not been infected, but they were completely wrong, because Minju lied to them pretending to be normal. Yang Wu starts to think that this was actually the incubation period since no immediate changes happen if someone touches the infected, and that in a situation like that, anyone would definitely deny being contaminated by the virus. Right after, the protagonist explains to Hannah that it was the incubation period, and he comments that in the place where they were, many people were in that condition, feeling as if they were not infected. After that, he tells her that if she survived the attack from those creatures, then she should thank Baekmi, because if he had not brought the soldiers to that building, those monsters would never have let the girl escape alive. Hannah, in turn, begins to remember how Hong Mei cried, saying that the boy would come to save them. Meanwhile, Yang Wu begins to wonder if there are more infected like the one in the building, and he finds it curious that it fled when it was sure the protagonist would be able to kill it. Then he questions whether he can face other creatures in that manner. After that, Hannah comments that they had promised to meet there again. The boy, in turn, wonders what she is talking about. The girl then says that ever since the signal returned, the girls have been sharing information, and apparently, the best place to be was Namsan Tower. In front of it, there were several restaurants, so there was enough food, and most importantly, it was isolated from everything. And she says that if she had not been found, she would have gone there. So Yeon, in turn, tells her that there was nothing in the group chat. However, Hannah says it was another group that Kang Ji had created without including the boys. Right after, the soldiers arrive, escorting the elderly woman who was in the building, and the man asks to bring Baekmi to where they are as well. The boy tells the others that soon they will be leaving for the shelter, but the protagonist says that he does not want to go to the safe place. And the man says that he cannot allow that because his job is to take care of them. So Yeon joins the conversation, saying that their friends are near Namsan Tower, so they need to go there immediately. To try to convince the guard to let them go, the girl says that they will return soon. The man in turn allows it. However, he asks that one of his soldiers accompany the children. Before leaving, Sugyeon asks if Yang Wu is okay, since his arm had been attacked by one of those creatures. The soldier begins urging the teenagers to hurry because they need to leave now. Then the protagonist says that he believes he can avoid the virus and reach the tower. Baekmi appears, asking if the group is leaving, and he says he will go with them because he is going to kill all that virus. As they walk onto the street, the soldier escorting the teenagers asks if they are crazy for going to such a faraway place. So Yan tells the man that they are worried about their friends, which is why they are heading to the tower. The young man in turn comments that they are lucky to have an escort because without it, they wouldn't get very far. Yang Wu looks at his arm and notices that his wound is healed, making him wonder what else the virus is doing to his body. Then the group sees smoke coming from the parking lot. When they go up to the area, they discover that all the cars there are on fire. However, the protagonist realizes that he can now clearly sense the presence of the monsters and that the parking lot is filled with them. The boy then warns the others that they need to leave immediately. An infected appears before the group, but Baek Mei quickly hits it with a Molotov cocktail. The man gets irritated and asks if the young man is crazy. However, the boy keeps trying to burn as many infected as possible. After eliminating all the creatures, Baek Mei continues walking toward the tower. He tells the teenagers that every squad has someone like him and then asks them to keep following him because he won't do anything if one of them dies acting like their friend. Hannah takes advantage of the stop to inform the group that they are getting close to the tower. While walking, Baek Mei starts to remember when he found Hongmi's body. Yang Wu approaches the boy saying that he knows how he feels and asks if it wouldn't be better to avoid danger. But the young man replies that he can't keep avoiding those monsters and that killing every one of them on sight is the only way to stay safe. Then he asks how long the protagonist plans to keep running away. Yang Wu then tells him that he can continue doing things his way, but if he ever gets infected alone, he should remember not to hurt any of them. Baek Mei, in turn, starts to think that his friend is beginning to irritate him. As the group continues climbing toward the tower, the soldier talks to the girls about where they are from. After that, the man comments that the teenagers are very kind, since they are heading to a dangerous place just to find their friends. So Yan laughs and thanks the man for the compliment. Right after, the soldier hears a noise coming from the bushes and quickly aims his weapon, but it's only a squirrel. The man sighs in relief upon seeing that it's just an animal and tells the kids that there's nothing to worry about. So Yeon and the protagonist laugh at the situation, and the soldier is frustrated that the girl is talking to that boy who cried like a girl. After a while, the girl starts looking at the scenery, and Yang Wu asks what she is doing since they need to hurry. The girl replies that she just wants to have a good memory of that place, because they should have been taking beautiful pictures there with their friends if nothing had happened. The protagonist remains silent and starts imagining his class taking a selfie at that spot. Then So Yeon comments that it's funny how they worked so hard to escape the tower, and now they are going back there, and that she hopes Hannah is telling the truth and that the place is actually safe so that she doesn't have to see more people dying in front of her. Yang Wu tells the girl that everything will be fine, and if the others are in the tower, it's probably safe. Even so, the girl says she is worried because as soon as they are safe again, everything will start all over. The young man in turn says that they should think about that when they get there. Right after, the two hear screams coming from the front group. When they go to check, they discover that the path is blocked by the virus cells. The soldier wonders why there are so many monsters there. Seeing the situation, Baek Mei grabs a Molotov cocktail and asks the others to step aside. After burning the creatures, the group finally reaches Namsan Tower. The man tells the teenagers to look around because there might be some cells up there as well. However, inside the location, a massive creature is waiting for the group. Before continuing, Yang Wu suddenly feels a strange sensation and looks back. So Yun asks if everything is okay with him. The boy replies that everything is fine and that they can keep going. But even so, he wonders what that strange feeling he just had was. Then the soldier observes the staircase and Huang asks what he is looking at. The man replies that he is checking the condition of the cells because it's possible to estimate when and how many cells will spread. For example, if the virus goes a long time without finding a host, the cell's color becomes muddy and its movements slow down. And those on the stairs appear to have been without a host for at least 2 days. After hearing that, Huang asks if the place is safe. The soldier says it is better compared to areas where the virus is still active, but in places like this, there are usually no infected cats or rats. After that, he explains that when the hosts are small, the cells try to merge again to hunt more humans to use as food. The infected are constantly searching for the energy source needed for cellular mutation, but if they do not find something new to eat, they start fusing with each other. Those creatures are developing survival instincts. Then he wonders why his soldier and the children have not contacted them yet. At the tower, the group is trapped as there are monsters outside. The man says that it does not seem like anyone is in the area, but Hannah insists that her friends must be at Namsan Tower. The soldier gets irritated and says that this is the tower and that this was probably all a trick. After that, the group encounters a creature inside the building. While they flee, the man asks the teenagers to contact their friends, but the girl says she has been unable to reach them since they arrived. The soldier says that if they cannot get in touch with their friends, they will start descending the mountain. Yang Wu asks the man to wait because they have not even checked the other floors yet. However, the man says they should already be grateful for having climbed this far. The protagonist then asks to be allowed to check the lower floors and promises not to put the group in danger. And the soldier, in turn, says that he will accompany him and that the others should wait. Upon reaching the lower floor, they do not find any cells. The boy asks the man to stay there because he will explore the floor, and the man laughs, asking if the young man has a death wish. While the teenagers wait on the stairs, So Yeon asks Hannah if she has managed to contact anyone and says that she will try calling them, as something might have happened. Baek Mai decides to check the upper floor again. His friend comments that the man had asked them to wait on the stairs. The boy says that he is not going to take orders from a soldier and that he will be back soon. Upon reaching the upper floor, the young man starts searching the restaurants for materials to make more Molotov cocktails because just a few were not enough to stop those monsters, so he needed a bigger fire. Then the boy ends up finding an ATM. On the stairs, So Yeon becomes worried and says that they should not separate like this, but she hopes they find their friends safe. Hannah, in turn, says that it will never happen because none of her friends are there. So Yeon asks the girl if she knows where the others are, but she does not answer. The young woman starts to panic and says that she will go find Yang Woo, but her friend grabs her arm and tells her not to do that because the others will not accept it. After that, she explains that her friends told her not to bring anyone else, and that only they could go, so they should leave immediately. The protagonist asks the soldier why he is talking like that, and the man, in turn, laughs, saying that the young man must think he is easy to fool. Then he asks if the boy really thought he would simply believe everything he said, and that the story about him going out to look for his friends was a lie. After that, he says that Yang Woo is acting this way because he's afraid to go to the shelter, and then he points his gun at the young man, asking if he wants to die. The boy falls to the ground, begging for forgiveness, saying that he made a mistake, but the soldier starts laughing and says he was just joking with the teenager. Then he comments that if he really wanted to shoot the protagonist, he would have done it a long time ago, and he asks Yang Woo to remember when they first met and how he saved his life, so the young man should start treating him well. The boy stays on the ground, thinking about how he does not remember the man saving him before. After that, he warns the soldier to be careful because a monster is approaching. Meanwhile, Hannah continues trying to force So Yeon to go with her to meet her friends, but the girl keeps insisting that they should wait for the others. Then the two hear a scream coming from the lower floor, and the girl wonders what it was. Hannah starts crying, saying that her colleague also betrayed her. Then she pushes her down the stairs. On the lower floor, Yang Woo and the soldier find the fallen colleague and tell her to get up quickly. As she gets up, she comes face to face with her friend, who is the first to be infected in the cable car. Hannah starts running away from that place and reaches a parking lot door, begging the others to open it for her. The soldier orders the teenagers to run away from that creature. While fleeing, Yang Woo remembers that Lee Tae-in advised him to stay still the next time he encountered an infected person, as he would learn a lot from it. After shaking off the monster, the protagonist tells the others that the man had escaped to the lower floor. Then the boy asks where Hannah was. So Yeon, in turn, says that their colleague was in shock and ran away. A young man approaches Hannah, asking how things were outside, and she responds that there were still many cells. The teenager then says that at least they were still safe there, because that place even had a restaurant with some supplies. After that, the boy leaves and tells his colleague to call if she needs help. Hannah, on the other hand, starts questioning why the young man was being so friendly with her. Soon after, a girl approaches her, asking if her cell phone still had battery. The girl questions what she wants with her phone, and the colleague asks if she could borrow it, as her battery had run out. However, Hannah replies that she would not lend it because her battery was also running low. Even so, the girl insists that they should check her phone, otherwise, they couldn't trust her. The young woman, in turn, questions why she should let them look at her phone, and the teenager says that if she didn't lend it, they would throw her out. Upon checking Hannah's phone, the girl discovers photos of Hong Mei dead, and then she gets scared and asks what happened to their colleague. Hannah tries to justify herself, saying that it was not what they were thinking. A boy appears in the middle of the confusion, asking what they should do with the food because if they left, it would be considered theft. The young woman starts hitting him because that didn't matter at that moment. The soldier, accompanied by the teenagers, appears saying that a notice had just arrived, and that if they went back with him, they would be able to reach the station. Due to complaints from an NGO, the government would temporarily remove the blockades, and people were gathering at the bus station at that moment. If they managed to reach that location, the kids would be able to escape that hell and go back home. So Yeon takes advantage of the moment of tranquility to hug her friends. The girls ask if she knew when it happened to the other colleagues. The young woman in turn starts crying, saying that they didn't survive. Yang Woo starts thinking about how things would be if his friend were there too. Soon after, the boy approaches the protagonist, apologizing for earlier. The boy, in turn, asks what he was talking about, and the young man explains that he was apologizing for not opening the door for his colleague earlier. Then he says that they had been isolated there for so long that fatigue was making everyone stressed. Yang Woo, in turn, responds that it was okay because during that time he had seen worse things outside. The young man laughs and says that he can't even imagine the things his friend went through in the city. Meanwhile, on the stairs, Hannah starts crying because those girls didn't even let her explain the photos on her phone, making her furious and wondering why they did that. Baek Mai takes the opportunity to search for something he can use in the restaurants. That girl appears, asking what he was stealing and commenting that she almost mistook him for a thief. The boy asks if the young woman was looking for trouble and tells her she should be more careful with what she says. After that, he asks why that group was carrying so many alcoholic beverages. The teenager explains that those were the bottles Kang Jai had secretly brought on the trip, and that to prevent people from finding out they had those drinks, she started carrying them around. Soon after, the girl realizes that Baek Mei was making Molotov cocktails and asks who taught him how to do that, but he refuses to answer. The young woman in turn comments that since he was using her bottles, at least she wanted to know was who taught him. Baek Mei ends up remembering Choi Han and responds that he learned it from someone he knew. After that, the soldier asks everyone to gather because they would leave before sunset. So Yeon starts getting agitated because she can't find Hannah. Meanwhile, the girl is face to face with her infected colleague. A girl approaches So Yeon, asking why Hannah had changed so much in high school. The young woman then recalls when some guys from the class stole their colleague's diary, and in it, she had written that she wished everyone in the class would die. When the girl found out, she became furious. Sometime later, the boys told her what the girl had written in the diary. However, their conversation is interrupted by the group who were being chased outside. Upon returning to the building, Yang Woo tells the others that they should be careful. As the group walks past a staircase, the protagonist gets another shiver. After going upstairs, they come across Hannah, who is trying to lock herself away from her infected friend. The girl tries to communicate with her colleague but gets no response. Then the creature starts slipping through the gaps in the door, and the young woman tries to move away as much as possible. Baek Mei goes to help his colleague and wonders how that monster could still be there, as he was sure they had already burned it. When he hits the creature with a Molotov, it starts writhing in pain but remains standing. After that, the boys are shocked because the monster had separated itself from the burning part on its own. Right after, the infected one starts running away and screams upon hearing that the group was about to throw another Molotov cocktail. As they follow the monster's trail, Baek Mei comments that its scream gave him chills. The soldier wonders if those things now had the ability to attack with ultrasonic waves. Yang Woo, in turn, notices that the cells in his hand are reacting, and he wonders if the creature was calling for reinforcements. Hannah begs the boys to take her with them. Baek Mei questions how she had the audacity to ask for help after leaving them behind. The girl responds that she was following Kang Ju's orders, who had made it clear that the boys were not welcome. Right after, the young man asks why she had pictures of Hong Mei on her phone. Hannah starts getting nervous and ends up not answering. The soldier points his gun at the girl and says that if she leaves, he will shoot her. Baek Mei finds the man's actions strange and questions what he was doing. The soldier, in turn, says that it was too late to save her because she might have already been touched by that monster, and that it wasn't worth risking the lives of 10 uninfected and uninjured people just to save someone who might be carrying the virus. Hannah starts begging them not to do anything to her and says she will tell them everything she knows about Hong Mei. Then she explains that she sent that picture to a group chat hoping to find someone who could help her. Even though their colleague denied being infected, Yang Woo realizes that it was already too late. After that, he tells the others that the young woman had come into contact with some of the monster's cells. While she was holding the door shut, she had been touched. Baek Mei asks when the protagonist saw that happen. The soldier, with his gun still aimed at the girl, asks the teenager if he is sure of what he is saying. Yang Woo confirms the story and says that they should leave her there because they were also in danger. However, the soldier decides to shoot Hannah to kill her. Baek Mei lunges at the man, questioning if he was crazy. The soldier fights back and tells the young man to let go of him or he would kill him too. Right after, he asks if the boy had any idea how many comrades he had lost because they hesitated in situations like that. The protagonist, in turn, is in shock as he sees his colleague's bullet-riddled body on the ground. After that, a monster appears, attracted by the sound of the gunshot, and the group decides to flee. Hannah uses her last strength to wish death upon the protagonist. When they return to the place where the other teenagers were, they discover that the location was on fire. The soldier starts shouting to try to locate someone. Baek Mei decides to confront Yang Woo, asking if he found it fun to accuse people he didn't like of being infected. The boy, in turn, responds that he never lied about someone having the virus. And the young man questions how he was so sure that Hannah was infected. Then the soldier orders them to stop arguing because it was not the time for that. The rest of the teenagers meet up with the boys' group. Yang Woo asks his colleague what he would do if he were in his place, and if he knew everything, would he pretend not to know anything? Meanwhile, Hannah begins to be consumed by her infected friend. Even in that state, the girl still shows immense hatred toward her classmates. The protagonist continues asking Baek Mei if he would pretend not to know anything, even if it meant putting everyone else in danger. After hearing that, the boy gets irritated and says that's why he asked if the young man had actually seen her being infected. So Gyeon arrives at the group asking if they had managed to find her friend. But upon seeing the protagonist's expression, she already realizes that Hannah did not survive. The soldier tells the young woman that they had no choice because Hannah had been infected. Baek Mei asks the man to tell the truth, that he shot her because Yang Woo said she was contaminated. However, the soldier tells the boy to shut up because the girl had already come into contact with one of those monsters. Then he asks if the teenagers really wanted to walk around with a ticking time bomb. That bespectacled teenager asks if that was true, but the protagonist remains silent and does not answer his question. After that, a girl tells them to forget about it and move on because that place was disgusting. Baekmi asks if she would still say that if she were in Hannah's place, and the young woman in turn replies that it would never happen to her. Right after, Young-woo starts sensing something approaching and tells everyone to run. Baekmi asks what is happening, but when he looks back, he sees that the fusion of their infected colleagues is behind them. One of the girls ends up falling and begins to be consumed by the creature. The group tries to help her by throwing Molotov cocktails at the monster, and the protagonist warns that the bombs are useless because that thing can separate itself from the flames. While fleeing, the soldier tells the teenagers to focus on the monsters that were in their way. Even while shooting at the creatures, the man says they needed fire. One of the girls comes face to face with one of the infected, but is saved by that bespectacled young man. The girl gets up, saying that her colleague was just taking the opportunity to show off. Right after, the boy is attacked by that creature, and the young woman gets scared and decides to run away, leaving her friend behind. Before going after him, the infected Hannah says that he wasn't tasty enough, so he would die. Baekmi says they should have killed the creature when they had the chance. After that, he says they will have to throw all the Molotov cocktails at once to damage that monster. Then the protagonist suggests using himself to stop the infected. While fleeing, the soldier keeps shooting at the creatures ahead to protect the girls. So-yeon then grabs some trash bags that were lying around and asks for a lighter. Inside the building, the group watches as the creatures burn because of the flaming garbage. The man praises the young woman and says that now the creatures wouldn't be able to get near the door because of the fire. However, the downside was that they were now trapped inside. Hannah appears in front of the door and starts slipping through the cracks. Looking around the room, So-yeon notices that there was a kitchen in that place. After grabbing something to set on fire, the girl talks to her friend and says that if she comes in closer, it will burn her. The creature in turn says that the young woman was starting to irritate her. Right after, Young-woo appears, calling the monster's attention, and it falls perfectly into the trap. Seeing that scene, So-yeon remembers when her colleague sacrificed himself so she could escape the cable car tower. The protagonist enters the building to try to distract the infected, but it still keeps chasing him. Before being used as bait, the boy had agreed with Baekmi that they would use that structure, because when the monster reached the other side of the building, it wouldn't be able to see the exits. And that's when the group should take action and set the monster on fire. Baekmi tells Young-woo to hurry because he is about to ignite the corridor. After the protagonist passes through, the boy lights the flames, preventing the creature from crossing. On the other side of the corridor, Park Chu sets the fire and hopes the infected one dies there. Seeing that the monster had its back turned, Baekmi throws a burning chair at it. Right after, Young-woo advises them to leave. The girl praises the protagonist and says that his plan was really creative. However, the young man says that all of that was thanks to Baekmi, because when he was abandoned in the cable car, he had to create a fire just like that one to survive. The boy then asks how his colleague managed to survive the fire. But before Young-woo can answer, the fire suppression system is activated by the smoke. Right after, the group looks back and realizes that the creature had survived because of the water. However, So-yeon appears with a torch and defends her colleagues. Park Chu comments that the creature was quite persistent. The monster gets up, saying that it hurt a lot and that all that pain was the teenager's fault. After that, it says that it can no longer move and asks them to end its suffering. Baekmi tells the infected one to stop pretending to be Hannah. Then, the creature starts saying the name of Han Mei. Upon hearing that, the boy is surprised by the name the monster is calling. Park Chu orders them to set that thing on fire already because it had killed their friends. Right after, the infected one says that she had trusted Han Mei, and then she lunges to attack So-yeon, but the protagonist throws himself in front to protect her. However, the creature does not attack, and Young-woo wonders what this new sensation was, as it felt like his nerves were connected to the monsters, making him question if this was what Lee Tae was talking about. After that, the protagonist asks So-yeon to step away from behind him. Hannah starts saying that she can feel that the boy was infected just like her. Before the creature can say anything else, So-yeon uses a burning stick to set her on fire. As the monster burns, Young-woo thinks about how much his hand is burning at that moment. Before being completely incinerated, Hannah reveals to everyone that the young man was infected and that there was no way to prevent it. Everyone in the group starts staring at their colleague with judgmental looks. Right after, the soldier points his gun at the protagonist and fires at him. Somewhere else, Seol asks Min if he heard that noise. The young man in turn responds that the girl should already be used to gunfire. However, what bothers the girl is that the shots came from Mamson Tower and the place was on fire. After that, she questions who they knew that would be dumb enough to do such a thing. Baekmi jumps at the soldier and the man asks if he also wanted to die. So Yoon kneels beside the protagonist, worried if he's okay. Then the soldier punches the young man in the face and points his gun, saying that he never liked him from the start, and that he was going to fill him with bullets for touching him. After that, Young-woo stands up and everyone wonders how he is still alive. The young man then points his finger at the soldier and says that they can kill him. Right after, several monsters appear, heading toward the man who tries to defend himself with his gun. So Yoon reaches the boy, asking how he is feeling, but she notices that his gaze is completely different. Yang Wu then ends up fainting and begins questioning how everything ended up this way, and that maybe none of this would have happened if they hadn't gone to Seoul. The squad finally arrives at the building to rescue the old woman. A soldier reports that all the virus cells in the surrounding area have been incinerated. Then he says that there were still teenagers in the building who mentioned that another group of survivors was at Namsan Tower. The man says that he doesn't know exactly where those people are, but that a soldier has already been sent to find them. After that, the young man reaches Huang, asking if he would be okay if they left him there alone. And just the homeless man's look is enough to answer the soldier's question. The squad then decides to leave the location. Huang starts walking through the structure and comments to himself that as long as there was a place to sleep, it could easily become his home. Right after it, he starts looking for bottles of alcohol, but ends up coming across Choi Han's body. Then he decides to bury his colleague, saying that he was lucky to have someone to take care of him. After finishing that task, he remembers that he also had to bury Hong Mei's body. Baek Mei and the others flee the tower while carrying the protagonist. So Yoon asks if that soldier would be okay. However, the boy says that she shouldn't care about that because he was getting what he deserved and that he would kill him if the man followed the group. After that, the young man wonders why all those monsters had only attacked the soldier. Right after, Park Chu asks everyone to wait because she couldn't stop thinking about what Hannah had said, and she asks if everyone also heard about Yang Wu being infected. After that, she suggests simply leaving the boy behind. While Huang digs Hong Mei's grave, he comments that he didn't like the situation because it felt like he was a crazy person hiding bodies. Then the homeless man starts hearing a weak cry for help. Park Cho asks Baek Mei if he knows the reason why they didn't let the boys join them, and she explains that when they try to save all of their friends who end up in danger, one mistake is enough for everything to end. So the best thing the group can do is abandon the protagonist there. A person appears saying they will carry the boy. It was Seol, warning that if they wanted to leave Seoul, they should follow her. Seeing the girl, So Yeon is surprised. The young woman in turn tells her colleague to stop acting like they were close. While fleeing, the dude is asked why they are wearing those raincoats, and Min replies that there were no other clothes. Then the group uses a flame-throwing extinguisher to neutralize the creatures they encounter along the way. After arriving at the shelter, Min seals the door and the teenagers breathe a sigh of relief. Baek Mei asks how Seol knew where to find them. The young woman in turn responds that it was easy to find her colleagues because all she had to do was look for places that were on fire, but she comments that she didn't expect them to set Namsan Tower on fire. Min appears, asking if the boys managed to find Hong Mei. Baek Mei falls completely silent after hearing that question. So Yeon reveals that they found their colleague too late and that both Minju and Hannah didn't survive either. Min, in turn, comments that the situation was terrible. The girl tells them to stop talking about those things because they were killing the vibe, and she says that they needed to find a way to get to the station because the city's barricades were being lifted. Seol asks how they were going to get to the station and tells her colleague to check the map on her phone. The station was on the other side of the Han River, so to reach the place, they would have to cross the water, and even if they got to the station, they would still have to deal with the infected people. So she comments that without the protagonist, it was going to be more difficult. The girl starts laughing and says that protecting them was the soldier's job. Seol in turn says that the soldiers would probably aim their flamethrowers at the young woman. Park Chu asks why the group wanted to take Yang Wu, who was infected with them. So Yeon becomes worried and wonders if her colleague will wake up. Min was researching on the internet and realizes that as the virus spread, only monsters were appearing without any cells. Baek Mei says that was normal because all the cells had transformed into creatures. The boy explains that they were no longer seeing cells with a nucleus and were only finding infected people who had managed to fuse. Seol explains that this meant the infection rate was decreasing, and that now the cells were acting like predators that needed to feed on people and were also changing their survival strategy. Baek Mei sees this as a good thing because now it would be easier to deal with the monsters. Right after, he starts telling Min about his encounter with a mutant version of a creature. The young woman wonders if the monsters can evolve into different forms and begins to believe that there might be things near the river that even the soldiers wouldn't be able to defeat. After that, she goes to the protagonist's room to ask if he still hadn't woken up, and she says that they had no way of taking care of the boy, but she hoped he would survive. Then she says that if they took him to the soldiers, they would burn his body, and she asks So Yeon to let her know when he wakes up. The girl in turn starts remembering how the boy became just like the infected, but she still hopes that Yang Wu will return to normal. Right after, she wonders if she was just pretending to be a good person, or if she still felt guilty for abandoning the young man in the tower that time. Min analyzes the map and says that if they can't cross the bridge, their route will become much longer, and she tells Baek Mei that they need to gather fuel. The young woman approaches Park Cho, asking if she really wanted to leave with the group, and she, in turn, responds that they didn't have a better option. But even so, the young woman says that doing it that way was stupid because there were soldiers everywhere, yet the boys were planning to go without anyone's help. Park Cho says that the group had mentioned that the soldiers were killing everyone as a preventive measure. However, her colleague doesn't believe it and says that the teenagers made that up to protect the protagonist. After that, the girl falls silent and asks what her friend intends to do. So Yeon is scrolling through her phone when she hears Yang Wu questioning where he is. The young woman then responds that they will go home together. Seol returns to the room just as the protagonist wakes up. The boy starts crying, thinking that at that moment, he was really going to die, and he thanks his colleague for not abandoning him there. So Yin comforts her friend and tells him that everything's okay now. Then the whole group gathers in the room to see their companion, who had woken up. Baek Mai says that the boy is truly incredible because he thought he would never wake up. Yang Woo, in turn, thanks the boy for carrying him all the way there. Hearing that gratitude, the teenager feels embarrassed. After that, Park Cho enters the room saying that they could make a decision after asking the protagonist something, and then she asks him to be honest and say whether he was really infected. Her colleague gets irritated and says it's obvious that the boy will lie. Seol tells the girl to stop talking nonsense and asks her to step aside because she has a better question. The young woman asks the boy to answer without thinking and not just stand there staring with his eyes wide open. Right after, the girl questions whether the protagonist was also an immune person. The group searches a store for supplies but ends up finding nothing. Min tells them to check the back area because there might be something left. When they open the back door, they come across a monster, but the boys manage to burn the creature easily and take the supplies that were in the room. So Yeon helps the boys carry the food crates. Seol approaches Yang Woo, asking if he can also tell the difference between cells and monsters. The girl remembers that her colleague had mentioned meeting an immune person in the shelter, and that they talked about the cell's incubation period. Then she says that after seeing some inactive cells, she started thinking about a hypothesis, that the immune ones weren't truly free from the virus, but rather, the mutation wasn't being activated. Yang Woo answers his colleague's question, saying that he wasn't sure if he was immune, but he reveals that Lee Tain had told him that he was immune. A girl says she doesn't believe that story and asks if Baek Mai took it seriously. After that, she says that she thinks something is going on between Seol and the protagonist, because they are always talking alone. As they leave the store, Min says that now they are ready to leave Seoul, and that they just need to find some gasoline. Right after, the group encounters some vandals attacking a man. Seeing that, the young man says they should call the others and go back. At the shelter, the girl questions what they would do if they ran into those lunatics again. Meanwhile, Yang Woo looks at the wound caused by the gunshot he took, and he realizes that the cells had healed him again, just as they had done with the burn on his hand. After that, he thinks that it feels as if this thing is consuming him, and he starts worrying about what he is becoming. And then he decides that he needs to meet Lee Tain again. Seol enters the bathroom, questioning if the boy was looking at his wound, and then asks to see how it is. Min tells the others that Songju used people as bait when they were descending from Namsan, and that Seol ended up fighting with him because of that. So Yum is walking down the corridor and hears the protagonist's conversation with his colleague. Yang Woo tells the young woman that for the others, it must be hard to understand his current situation, and he confesses that he is also confused. The girl tells the boy not to be reckless because he will have a hard time without her help, and she reveals that she also means the protagonist. Right after, she says that they will leave this city together, just as they promised that day, and she comments that it would be better if they left the others behind. Meanwhile, at Namsan Tower, the soldier is still alive and determined to kill Yang Woo for what he did. So Yin listens to the duo's conversation and thinks that it is normal because they are feeling betrayed. But the protagonist, in turn, says that they can't do that after the group helped him when he was on the brink of death. After that, he says that if they manage to cross the Han River, all of them could leave Seoul together, and he asks the girl not to talk about leaving anyone behind anymore. The young woman gets irritated and leaves the room, saying that the boy was acting like an idiot. The boys watch through the window as that group of vandals hunts monsters in the streets. Min says that the motorcycles those men were using could leave the creatures in the dust, and that maybe they could cross the river with one of them. However, Baek Mai comments that if they were all going to cross together, they would need more motorcycles. Right after, the boy asks where Yang Woo is, and so Yeon says she believes he is in the bathroom. After that, Min suggests taking the motorcycle and fetching one person at a time, but the girl doesn't listen to the plan and keeps thinking that Seol preferred leaving the others behind. Those vandals find a burning building and question who did that. One man quickly understands that there were people hiding nearby and stealing supplies. Hwang sits beside Hong Lee's bed and wonders why no one checked if the girl was alive. However, he starts saying that maybe the young woman was infected, and in that case, anyone would hesitate to approach her. Then he questions whether the girl really had the virus and if that was why the soldiers were burning everyone. Even so, the homeless man comments that the girl shouldn't have been left alone like that. After that, two teenagers enter the room and are shocked by the old man's presence, as they thought the building was empty. Hwang says he doesn't live in the building, but he had already checked around and found no supplies. Right after, the boys notice the girl lying on the bed and say they had a moral obligation to help her. However, the man simply tells the teenagers to leave without causing any trouble. Then one of the boys comments that the bum was acting like a grumpy old tyrant, and that maybe it would be better to teach him a lesson. Hwang wonders if he can handle those guys since he was still injured from the stabbing he took. But before the boys can do anything, that soldier returns and shoots them without hesitation. Then the man asks the homeless man if the kids had returned yet. The bum, confused by the situation, replies that the teenagers were with the boy. Then he starts feeling a bad premonition about the man. The soldier then asks if the teenagers still hadn't come back. Wang replies that they hadn't and that he was also waiting for them while taking care of Hong Mei. The man asks if there was a way to contact them, and the bum replies that he doesn't have a phone, just like everyone else. Right after, the homeless man starts thinking of ways to get the soldier out of there and decides to tell him about a refugee shelter, explaining that the kids had mentioned they were heading there. The soldier asks for more details about this place, and Wang says that it was a shelter at Seoul Station, and that it was the place where he and the others had come from. The man then says he would go straight to this supposed shelter, but he comments that maybe it would be better to take the old man and the girl with him. The bum stands up and agrees with the idea since it was becoming increasingly dangerous for him there. After that, the homeless man tells him about a car with keys that he saw in a parking lot. The soldier then decides to go look for this vehicle. Huang quickly grabs Hong Mei and says that the man was looking at him like a lunatic, believing it would be better to stay away from him. However, the soldier corners the old man and says he had already checked the parking lot on the way. Meanwhile, a YouTuber is making videos at the Han River to show the facts to the public. The young man comments that he and his cameraman went through a lot of trouble to get there without being noticed. As they walk through the area, they document everything they see. Right after, he decides to show the state of the Han River and explains to his viewers that his companion has a flamethrower in case something happens. The men record all the cells they find along the way and are surprised by their size. The young man's friend starts getting scared and asks if they are really going to keep going. And the YouTuber, in turn, says yes, because this was a content goldmine. After that, the boy comments that they had already checked the area and found none of those monsters, just a bunch of cells. However, the young man keeps recording for his fans and lies, saying that maybe they will find a fused creature. Unbeknownst to them, a monster is watching them from the water in the river. So the video ends here. If you don't want to miss the next part, activate the notification bell, and see you next time on Tab's channel.
But Kusanagi clarifies he's just here to learn more about the Black Rebellion. The bald guy loses his patience and moves forward to throw a punch. Our boy was hoping he could talk peacefully for once, but since he has no other choice left, he fights back and easily destroys the bald guy. The other gang members get surprised. Kusanagi ignores the lackeys and tries to find the boss himself. A man named Ushiro moves forward and reveals he's the boss. He questions why our boy barged in like that. He gets straight to the point and asks if they have any ties with the Black Rebellion. The boss understands his question, but his lackeys find it disrespectful and pull out their weapons to fight our boy. Ushiro orders his men to stop. They try to say something, but he makes it clear to them that they can't handle a person like Kusanagi. He decides to answer the question and reveals he has zero connections with a pathetic organization like the Black Rebellion. He clarifies that honor is very important for his clan. The protagonist asks about their hideout. Ushiro confirms if he will leave once he learns the location. Kusanagi promises he will. Leona and our boy sit face to face with Ushiro. The gang of thugs surrounds both of them. She feels anxious and wonders why she got dragged into such a situation. Ushiro introduces himself again, so Kusanagi also reveals he is Chrono. Leona introduces herself as well. The boss points towards a map and explains the Black Rebellion's hideout is somewhere around where he's pointing. He finishes the conversation and assures them he doesn't know any other details. Kusanagi checks and finds out it matches the one Leona suggested. He realizes they would have eventually found the hideout if they continued searching for it. He finally acknowledges she is a lot more reliable than he expected. The black mage asks the old man if he's sure about sharing such information since he belongs to the same industry. Ushiro clarifies he isn't and reveals they are actually enemies. He assures our boy his clan is not so low and pathetic as to go around harming respectable people. Kusanagi wonders why he got attacked at first, but the old man believes he doesn't look respectable since he's going around raiding Yakuza offices. Ushiro tells him his clan has rules and principles, so there's no need to compare them with scums like the Black Rebellion. Kusanagi is amazed to find a Yakuza like Ushiro in this time period. He decides to leave just as promised since he accomplished his goal already. As he's about to go out, Ushiro questions if he's aiming to face the Black Rebellion. He warns our boy that they have influential individuals who control the country on their side, so it won't be easy. Kusanagi grabs the woman and assures the old man he has faced many opponents like that. He flies away with Leona in his hands. The old man observes him from behind and praises his fearless behavior. He believes the kid might be able to take down the Black Rebellion. In a random warehouse, a few men gather to make a deal for a special weapon. One of the lackeys checks its quality and assures his boss it's good. The red-haired guy orders his men to hand over the money. Some mysterious guys in black suits take it, and one of them shakes hands with the red-haired guy as they both make a deal. The guy in the suit calls Japan amazing for being so kind to criminals, and the other guy confirms it really is the best country. As they're both laughing, Kusanagi jumps in through the window with Leona in his hands. The men get shocked, but they all pull out their magic circles and guns without wasting a second. Kusanagi realizes he has finally found the gang he was looking for. He uses magic perception and learns that all the Black Rebellion men are mages, while the Mafia party also has a few mages on its side. Leona hides behind a container and pulls out her phone to record everything. The red-haired dude questions who Kusanagi is. Our boy is tired of hearing the same thing again and again. He answers that he is the Black Mage, and he plans on destroying the Black Rebellion. The men get confused hearing his words. They start laughing uncontrollably as they doubt a kid like him can do anything all by himself. He ignores their laughter and throws a huge fire attack. Some of them get blasted away. He makes it clear that he is determined to take the whole gang down. The men become enraged and start throwing multiple magic attacks without holding back. Our boy effortlessly deflects everything with his barrier. He knows they won't try anything higher than level 2 magic, as it will destroy the warehouse. He thinks about using combative spells but realizes it will be useless since he's dealing with a huge number of men. The lackeys are surprised to see their attacks had zero effect. The bullets end up being useless as well. They start wondering why he's still unscathed, as they have never seen such magic before. Kusanagi is disappointed. He knows he isn't even using his magic. He finds their panic funny. The guy in the suit suddenly remembers they still have that special weapon he brought earlier. They suddenly become cocky and warn our boy not to be so confident. He notices the change in their behavior. As the men begin wearing masks and pull out the special weapon, Kusanagi notices what it is and quickly orders Leona to run outside. She listens to him and leaves. The thug throws a gas bomb, but our boy uses his magic to stop it midway. It blows up and poisonous gas leaks out. The men doubt he can save himself from such a thing, no matter how strong he is. They think the game is over and feel relieved the Black Mage dropped dead. They begin moving forward to check how his dead face looks. As the smoke finally clears, they both get surprised as the boy comes out unscathed again. The gang members find it hard to believe and question how he's still alive. He explains no magic can save him from poisonous gas, but it is just gas in the end, so he can simply use his wind magic to circulate the air around him. He finds it stupid and lets them know a powerful mage like him won't fall down so easily. The men become terrified and try calling for backup, but no one picks up. Kusanagi calls it useless, as he has already taken care of it. He reveals he has already destroyed all of their hideouts, so they're the only ones left. Kusanagi orders them to get ready and beats the living crap out of them. He feels satisfied after completely destroying Kabukicho's Black Rebellion, so he decides to go look for Leona. Our boy suddenly notices someone behind him. A man comes out from the shadows with Leona as his hostage. He's surprised the protagonist took care of everyone all by himself. He admits it is impressive and smiles wickedly as he shares he hopes to negotiate with the Black Mage. As soon as Minato, also known as the Black Mage, finishes taking down the Black Rebellion organization members and neutralizing the poison gas, he rushes toward the warehouse exit to check on Leona, only to find her held hostage by an evil mage. The perpetrator demands that Minato negotiate for her release. Minato quickly assesses the situation, noting that the distance between them is too great for him to reach her in time, even with combat magic, unless he can exploit a gap. Just as he prepares to activate a first-level spell to force the attacker to drop his knife, the man notices and warns him not to try anything reckless if he values Leona's life. Surprised that his opponent can perceive his magic, Minato acknowledges him as a worthy adversary and even praises his skill. From what he observes, Minato suspects that the man is suppressing his full power, but estimates his magic level to be around 40,000, marking him as a high-level mage. Meanwhile, Leona tries to apologize to Minato, whom she also calls Chrono, but he reassures her that he will save her. Growing irritated at being ignored, the assailant threatens to kill Leona for real if Minato doesn't take him seriously. After exchanging more words, Minato diffuses the tension by agreeing not to make sudden moves. Satisfied, the attacker introduces himself as Kaga Shuji, the head of the Black Rebellion's Kabukicho branch. He reveals that his mission was to investigate the Black Mage, either to recruit or eliminate him. Kaga admits to torturing individuals associated with the Black Mage, only to be disappointed upon discovering that the person he has been hunting is a kid aiming to dismantle the Black Rebellion's branch. Frustrated, Kaga tightens his grip on the knife and accidentally cuts Leona's neck. Realizing what he has done, he apologizes. Not out of remorse, but because he got too emotional while handling his weapon. He even takes a moment to admire the sight of her blood dripping from the blade. After witnessing Kaga's unstable behavior, Minato asks for his negotiation terms. Kaga, momentarily forgetting, then declares that he would rather torture and kill Minato in exchange for Leona's life. If Minato refuses and tries to escape, he promises to kill her instead. With that, he forces Minato to choose between his life and Leona's. Without hesitation, Minato agrees to endure the torture. Overjoyed by his resolve, Kaga mocks Leona, asking if she finds Minato's courage admirable. Internally, Minato knows that no attack will work on him due to his magic barrier, so agreeing to the torture is his best option. However, Kaga demands that he deactivate the barrier, claiming that his suffering will be meaningless otherwise. This revelation surprises Leona, who now understands how Minato has been able to block attacks so far. She worries about what might happen if he truly lowers his defenses. Minato, on the other hand, is shocked that Kaga is aware of his barrier and realizes his mistake in using it so openly earlier. Despite the risk, he deactivates it and asks if Kaga is satisfied. Without hesitation, Kaga launches a first-level lightning spell, targeting Minato's vital points. Leona pleads for him to stop, but Kaga, caught up in his sadistic pleasure, refuses. After a relentless assault, Minato feigns unconsciousness, while Leona blames herself for being too weak to help. Seeing an opportunity, Kaga prepares another attack while taunting her. Determined to protect Minato, Leona tries to disrupt Kaga's spell, but he quickly sees through her plan. After knocking her down, he belittles her, calling her a weakling who doesn't know her place. He even blames her presence for Minato's downfall and moves in to finish her off, relishing the idea of watching her die in despair. At the last second, Minato springs to life and lands a devastating sucker punch on Kaga, disfiguring his face. In shock, Leona asks how he survived the attack after deactivating his barrier. Minato explains that he had secretly maintained a small, hidden barrier just before the attack hit him, making it appear that he had dropped his defenses completely. Amused by his cunning, Leona nervously chuckles, remarking that only Minato could pull off such a trick. With the immediate threat neutralized, Minato heals Leona's wound with light magic, assuring her that she's safe. Feeling immense relief, Leona silently thanks her luck for having the Black Mage on her side. However, Kaga, now sporting a magically reconstructed face, rises again, infuriated by their arrogance. Impressed that Kaga didn't pass out from his speed-based combat magic, Minato remains on guard. Realizing that simple torture isn't enough for someone like Minato, Kaga decides to burn both him and Leona to death. As Kaga prepares a powerful fire-based attack, Minato finally grasps the full extent of his opponent's power, noticing that Kaga has been holding back all along as the intensity of his magic level keeps rising. Once the sigils for the spell are complete, Kaga unleashes a level 4 fire lightning compound spell, Fire Spark, aimed directly at Minato and Leona. Moments before the attack reaches them, Leona panics, convinced that Chrono won't be able to block it. Minato, however, remains calm and only activates his magic barrier when the fire gets dangerously close. To Leona's astonishment, a first-level defense spell completely nullifies a fourth-level attack with ease, leaving her in disbelief. Watching Minato effortlessly douse the fire, she feels an unexpected sense of relief just being by his side. The more she observes him, the more curious she becomes about the Black Mage's true identity. Realizing his fire attack has failed, Kaga bursts into laughter, praising Minato's strength. He admits he knew fire magic wouldn't work against someone like him, but he still has a few tricks left. Meanwhile, Leona, still confused, asks Minato why Kaga's magic hasn't faded yet, as it should have disappeared by now. Minato explains that Kaga is using sustainable magic, which allows him to maintain his spell for longer by continuously replenishing it. He likens it to how he uses wind for flight magic. Annoyed by his lengthy explanation, Leona reminds him that there's no time for lectures. Just as she warns him that the barrier might disappear soon, she realizes it's still intact and wonders how that's possible. Minato reassures her that, like Kaga, he can also use sustainable magic, so there's nothing to worry about. Hearing this, Kaga panics. Sensing his hesitation, Leona boldly tells him to surrender while he still has a chance. Kaga feigns fear before dropping the act and resuming his assault. Acknowledging Minato's strength, he finally unveils his hidden trick, increasing the power of his sustainable fire spell around Minato's barrier. Suddenly, Leona starts feeling weak, her body heavy, and she struggles to breathe. Kaga explains that by surrounding the barrier with fire, he has burned away all the oxygen inside. Without air, they will suffocate, and as the fire's temperature rises, even Minato's barrier won't hold forever. He offers Minato a choice: suffocate inside the barrier or burn outside it. Minato, unimpressed, yawns. Frustrated, Kaga demands to know if he even understands the dire situation. Minato calmly assures him that he understands it better than he does. Kaga insists that, regardless of Minato's abilities, Leona is already on the brink of death, and there's nothing he can do to save her. At that moment, Leona suddenly regains her strength, confused by the sudden change. Kaga, equally shocked, watches in disbelief. Minato explains that while fire magic can alter the atmosphere, it seems Kaga forgot that magic itself exists in the air. Furious, Kaga demands a clearer explanation. Minato elaborates on how magic barriers interact with atmospheric magic, then demonstrates by manipulating the wind around the room, suffocating the flames with air. Watching his plan crumble, Kaga panics, lamenting his failure. Before he can collapse, Minato steps forward, refusing to let him escape unconsciousness. He mocks Kaga's love for torture, then casts a spell, sending him into the dark zone. Keiga suddenly finds himself trapped in a void of absolute nothingness. No sound, no light, just endless darkness. Panicked, he screams for help, but no one responds. Meanwhile, Minato returns to Leona, who informs him that someone has already reported the warehouse to the police. Wasting no time, Minato lifts her and takes off, ignoring her protests as they escape before the authorities arrive. Once they reach a safe vantage point, Leona finally accepts that the Kabukicho Black Rebellion branch has been destroyed. Minato, already looking ahead, talks about cleaning up the next district. Calling him Chrono, Leona asks if she can be his ally. Though she knows she is powerless and might slow him down, she offers her intelligence and connections to help him achieve his goals. After some hesitation, Minato admits he has a weakness for people's requests and ultimately agrees, much to Leona's delight. She eagerly assures him that she will handle public relations and recruitment, so he won't have to worry about those tasks. A few hours later, the morning news reports the warehouse incident, confirming that the Black Rebellion members have been arrested, with the Black Mage credited for their capture. Just as the broadcast continues, a breaking news alert interrupts the program, announcing a video declaration from an anti-illegal mage organization led by the Black Mage, which also happens to be aired nationwide. When the video plays, a hooded figure, thought to be the Black Mage, appears on screen, introducing his organization as Shadowbringer and proclaiming himself as the Black Annihilator, dedicated to exterminating illegal mages associated with the Black Rebellion. Right after the introductions, he warns that from now on, he will not tolerate injustice, no matter who the perpetrator is. Watching the broadcast, a high-ranking member of Black Rebellion flies into a rage, furious at the audacity of the Black Mage. His partner, however, remains calm, dismissing the Black Mage as insignificant and not worth getting worked up over. Reassured by his words, the enraged man composes himself and places his faith in his powerful noble magic partner and the head of the Fuka family, Fuka Jin. After his heated encounter with the boss, Fuka Jin returns to his quarters and watches the news, where reporters tear into the magic nobility, criticizing their incompetence and disgraceful actions during press conferences. Despite their failure in managing the recent calamity, the Special Magic Unit has proven far more effective, leading both the media and the public to question whether magic nobles are even necessary. Enraged by the blatant disrespect, Jin smashes his teacup against the TV and orders his butler to summon Sho. As the butler hurries off, Jin seethes with anger, vowing to teach these lowly commoners the consequences of mocking the so-called useless magic nobility. Meanwhile, across the world, the bustling streets of New York City erupt into chaos as monsters suddenly appear, attacking civilians. What was once a thriving metropolis becomes a scene of terror as people flee for their lives. Within minutes, first responders arrive, relaying updates to their base as they attempt to contain the attack. Despite their efforts, the sheer number of monsters proves overwhelming. One officer holds the creatures at bay while the other frantically calls for SMAT reinforcements, only to learn that the calamity is spreading everywhere and that backup will not arrive anytime soon. Explosions rock the city, leaving hundreds dead and thousands injured. Amid the destruction, a monstrous leader emerges, preparing to unleash a level 5 blazing column fire spell capable of engulfing the entire city in flames. Just before disaster strikes, a highly skilled noble magic user arrives, countering the attack with a level 5 titanic bubble water spell. The noble, identified as Mizuha Tushiru, father of Yuika and Ruka, effortlessly neutralizes the monstrous leader's attack before descending onto the battlefield. The first responders, in awe of his abilities, receive orders to assist Tushiru in containment efforts. Ignoring the crowd's admiration, Tushiru focuses solely on the battle, casting an even stronger water spell to subdue the monstrous leader. The overwhelming force of his magic eventually drowns the creature before it can retaliate, and ends the battle in Tushiru's favor. With the battle won, the first responders eagerly surround Tushiru, praising his efforts. Ever the stoic professional, he brushes off their gratitude, insisting that he was merely doing his duty. Soon, the mayor of New York personally thanks him for minimizing the destruction. As Tushiru prepares to return to Japan, murmurs spread through the gathered crowd. Skeptics scoff at the idea of a low-tier Japanese noble acting high and mighty, mocking Japan's weakened state. Tushiro, overhearing their words, chooses to ignore them, instead turning his thoughts to the challenges awaiting him back home. His daughters joining the Special Magic Unit and Japan's declining reputation. Elsewhere, Yuika, Ruka, and their friend are recovering on the training field, still reeling from their brutal sparring session with Minato Kusanagi. Complaining about how impossibly strong he is, Ruka notes that Minato isn't even using his full strength. Before they can dwell on the unfairness of it all, Sanada and a group of trainees arrive, proposing a new strategy. If they all attack Minato together, they might stand a chance. Encouraged by their numbers, Yuika rallies the squad, confident that even Minato cannot withstand an onslaught from over 100 trainees. Unfortunately for them, Minato overhears their conversation. Appearing suddenly behind them, he casually asks if they would like to test their theory. Frozen in fear, Yuika quickly denies everything, insisting they were just making small talk. Unamused, Minato declares their break is over and issues their next challenge: defeat him using everything they have. Seizing the opportunity, the squad launches an all-out assault, convinced that overwhelming numbers will secure their victory. Minato, however, barely lifts a finger, shielding himself with a basic level 1 barrier. When Yuika smugly tells him that won't be enough, he effortlessly upgrades to a level 4 high magic barrier, leaving the trainees dumbfounded. Determined to break through, they intensify their attacks, but Minato's defense absorbs every single blow with ease. As frustration sets in, it dawns on the squad just how terrifyingly strong Minato truly is. When it's his turn to attack, Minato gives them hell, effortlessly overwhelming every one of them. As soon as the dust settles, the trainees groan in pain, sprawled across the field in complete defeat. As training concludes, Yuika and Ruka check their phones, and their expressions turn pale. Minato, noticing their reaction, asks what's wrong. Both sisters look at him, dead serious, and tell him that their father is back home in Japan. After leaving their father's house, the Mizuha sisters arrive at their family villa for an important discussion. A brief and awkward silence fills the air before Tushiro finally speaks, asking them about the special magic squad they recently joined. Yuika confirms that they are indeed working with the unit. As the tension between them grows, Tushiro urges them to tell him more about their squad. Relieved that their strict father is at least asking, they eagerly describe the squad's positive contributions to society, adding that their new friends are incredible people. Ruka enthusiastically chimes in, boasting about how much their magic power and spell levels have improved in such a short time, all thanks to Minato Kusanagi and the rest of the squad. Tushiro, intrigued by their praise for Minato, acknowledges the individual's exceptional skills and contributions to society. However, as he sips his tea, one of the girls makes a comparison between Minato and their father, suggesting that Minato might even rival a magic noble like him. At this, Tushiro calmly sets down his cup and issues an abrupt command. They are to leave the special magic squad immediately. Shocked, the sisters demand an explanation. Tushiro, maintaining his composure, explains that the reputation of magic nobles is already declining, which could have negative consequences for Japan. He insists that magic nobles, not the special magic squad, are the backbone of the country. Therefore, their leader, Minato, is doing more harm than good simply by existing. With this in mind, Tushiro forbids any further association with Minato. Furious, the sisters protest, calling his reasoning ridiculous. Unmoved by their frustration, Tushiro orders them to obey him as they always have, and turns to leave. Before he can go, Yuika, who has always followed her father's commands without question, firmly says no for the first time. She declares that she will never abandon the special magic squad or Minato, as she believes he has the power to change the world. She argues that while nobles have grown complacent, the squad trains them relentlessly, preparing them for real battles. Had their father asked them to cooperate, they would have gladly done so, but demanding their obedience is a mistake. Hearing this, Tushiro coldly disowns her, forbidding her from ever calling herself a magic noble again. Ruka, ready to step in, watches as Yuika merely nods and walks away without another word. Just before exiting, Yuika gives her father a final smile, assuring him that from now on, she will simply be Mizuha Yuika. He no longer has to worry about her tarnishing the family name. Once she is gone, Tushiro mutters something about Yuika's defiance, and Ruka warns him that she has changed. Hoping to at least keep one daughter by his side, Tushiro is instead met with further disappointment as Ruka follows Yuika's lead, renouncing her status as a noble. Tushiro repeats his disownment, telling her never to use the family name again. Ruka happily accepts, thanks him for everything, and walks out, leaving him standing alone, muttering to himself. Now free from their father's authority, the sisters change out of their noble attire into casual clothes and head toward a hotel, discussing their newfound freedom. As they walk, Yuika asks Ruka if she is truly okay with leaving their family behind. Ruka reassures her, saying that as her big sister, she would never leave Yuika alone. Touched by her words, Yuika smiles, and the two share a heartfelt hug. Their joy is short-lived as they soon face difficulties checking into a hotel. After exhausting all options, they resort to speaking with the manager, but their efforts are in vain. A full day of searching leads them nowhere. Every hotel, rental property, and even internet cafes refuse to accept minors. Ruka could have lied about her age, but Yuika, being too young, made that impossible. Defeated, they settle into a small cafe to rest and sip their drinks. Yuika laments how ironic it is that they have money from their squad activities but nowhere to spend it. As they talk, two intoxicated young men approach their table, attempting to hit on Yuika right in front of Ruka. Before the situation escalates, Ruka glares at them and warns them to back off or face serious consequences. The men, sensing the danger, immediately apologize and flee. Once they are gone, Yuika grins at her sister and suggests they have some fun while they're stuck outside. When Ruka asks about their accommodation problem, Yuika insists they can figure it out later. Deciding to make the most of their first night as independent sisters, they spend the evening shopping for clothes and stuffed animals, singing karaoke like carefree drunks, and simply enjoying themselves. By twilight, reality sets in once more, but Yuika expresses her gratitude to Ruka for making the night special. She admits that having Ruka by her side makes everything feel less daunting. Accepting the compliment with a smirk, Ruka reminds Yuika that they still have to find a place to stay. As they wonder who might take them in, Yuika receives a text message from Minato. He clumsily asks her how to use his phone, claiming he has forgotten again. The sisters exchange knowing looks before deciding to visit Minato, hoping he will let them stay at his place in the meantime. When they eventually do get to visit Minato, the sisters ask if he'll permit them to stay at his place in the meantime. Before answering their question, Minato invites the Mizuha sisters into his living room so they can discuss what happened. After getting the full story, he asks them how they feel about their rebellious act. The girls admit that they were impulsive and immature. As Minato observes them, he notices not only how honest they have become with themselves, but also how much they have grown closer as sisters. When they finish reflecting on their situation, Yuika apologizes for troubling Minato and asks again if they can stay with him since they have nowhere else to go. Minato pauses to consider the consequences of letting them stay. Since he has no romantic interest in either of them, he decides that their presence isn't a problem and agrees to let them stay. However, before they get too excited, he warns them that his apartment is small and not as luxurious as what they're used to. To his surprise, the girls don't care at all. Instead, they frolic around, chatting excitedly like children. Watching them, Minato makes an unintentional remark about how easily they adapt, which unexpectedly flusters the girls. Suddenly, they find themselves lost in silly fantasies about living under the same roof as the strong and cool Kusanagi Minato. Ruka's imagination runs wild to the point where her heart races with unfamiliar feelings, forcing her to calm herself down. Ignoring their flustered state, Minato casually asks if they plan to shower before bed. The girls instantly overreact, acting as if he's some kind of pervert. Remaining unfazed, Minato repeats the question, and this time, they answer calmly. Yuika goes first, leaving Minato and Ruka alone in the living room. As they talk, Minato praises their bold decision to leave home, admitting that he didn't expect it from them. Ruka agrees, saying she is just as surprised as he is. It's the first time they've ever defied their father, who has always been strict and unwilling to tolerate any form of independence. She expects that, rather than changing his ways, he will double down on his efforts to uphold his ideals. Minato reminds her that Tushiru has a terrible impression of their squad, so there's no telling what actions he might take against them in the future. Before Ruka can respond, Yuika steps out of the shower in her nightwear and urges Ruka to go next. Ruka quickly gets up and enjoys the most refreshing bath she's had all day. While she's gone, Yuika tells Minato how surreal it feels to be in his home. Minato, unfazed, reassures her that even though it's his first time hosting guests, he isn't worried. Yuika sincerely thanks him for letting them stay, and Minato brushes it off as no big deal. She chuckles, and when he asks what's funny, she says she's always known him to act like everything is normal, no matter the situation. Minato assures her that as long as they are part of his squad, they will always be his friends, and he will never abandon them. Hearing this, Yuika's heart starts pounding, but before she can dwell on it, Ruka emerges from the shower, looking elegant in her nightwear. Minato gets up to take his turn, leaving the sisters sitting in silence, processing everything that just happened. The next day, Minato meets with Shido, his handler, and receives the updated training schedule for his unit. After their routine meeting, he informs Shido about Yuika and Ruka staying with him. Shido, upon realizing Minato is living with two girls, flares up and questions why he seems so indifferent about it. Bewildered, he wonders if this kind of arrangement is normal among young people these days. Determined to teach Minato some common sense, Shido lectures him about how Japan doesn't practice polygamy and bombards him with half-truths about culture and tradition. On his way out of the office, Minato considers finding a bigger place to live. 3 people in his small apartment will be too cramped. Before he leaves, he spots Sanada training alone in the yard and decides to check in on her. Calling out to her, he asks why she's still training. Sanada explains that she feels like she's lagging. Now that she has improved, she is finally able to use offensive spells, but she still isn't satisfied. She tells Minato to stop being so formal with her since she's his subordinate, and he quickly adjusts. Minato encourages her to try firing an offensive spell. When she hesitates, he reassures her, saying he'll offer guidance. Taking his advice, Sonata takes her stance and casts a spell. After watching her attempt, Minato praises her efforts and tells her to keep training. If she does, she'll grow even stronger. Sonata thanks him, but admits she still feels weak compared to the rest of the squad. Minato reminds her not to underestimate herself. He has seen how hard she works. She then confesses that she only joined the police force because being a holy mage is rare. She doubts she will ever measure up to her squadmates because she believes she is the weakest. Realizing she is venting, she apologizes for burdening him with her insecurities. Minato, instead of brushing it off, asks why she chose the police force in the first place. Sonata explains that her grandmother was a holy mage who saved many lives during past calamities. Inspired by her, she joined the force in hopes of following in her footsteps. After sharing her story, she continues to doubt herself, saying she has no real goals or ambitions like everyone else and is no good at anything. Minato immediately corrects her, listing her strengths, her healing abilities, offensive magic, and dedication to improving. He tells her that it doesn't matter why she chose this path. What matters is what she does with it. His words strike a chord, and Sonata realizes that the results of her training are already showing. Overcome with emotion, she bursts into tears of relief and happiness. After calming down, she apologizes for being a pathetic adult, but Minato dismisses the idea, telling her that age doesn't matter. Grateful for his encouragement, Sonata starts seeing Minato as her hero for repeatedly saving her from self-doubt. Later that night, Minato prepares to begin his secret mission as the Black Mage. Before heading out, he meets Leona, who informs him that she has gathered intel on the dark rumors surrounding the magic nobles. Impressed by her efforts, Minato asks Leona to share the information, but she insists that he put on his Shadowbringer uniform first. After being rejected by the Black Mage, Leona reports her findings on illegal mages and shadowy magic organizations. She reveals that the magic nobles are allegedly involved in numerous criminal activities, including money laundering, collusion, and embezzlement. Some families, especially the Fukas, are rumored to have direct ties to the Black Rebellion crime syndicate. Minato asks if she knows who leads the Black Rebellion. According to the rumors, Leona says it's Kuroi Akuto, a former magic noble who was notorious before being publicly expelled. Hearing this, Minato finds the magic noble's connection to the Black Rebellion even more suspicious. However, Leona reminds him that no solid proof that ties the Fukas or any noble family to the syndicate exists. Since no one talks and valuable information is scarce, she suspects potential whistleblowers are being silenced. Knowing this, she warns Minato to be careful if he plans to dig deeper. With their discussion over, Minato asks her to send all the information she has to his phone. When she asks about his next move, he simply tells her he's going out to serve justice. Without another word, he leaps off the rooftop, contemplating how best to punish the villains without mercy. After a few hours of enforcing justice, the Black Mage returns home, resuming his life as Minato Kusanagi and chilling with his new roommates, Yuika and Ruka. The three sit in silence, each focused on their tasks. With nothing else to do, Minato decides to research Ichikami Minato and the calamities from 50 years ago, now that he's learned how to use a smartphone. After some searching, he finds that Ichikami's history remains mostly identical, but modern mages are depicted at a much lower power level, which seems odd. Additionally, he notices vague and incomplete records about magic nobles and their ancestors, with little mention of their high magical abilities or training methods. Seeing this, Minato, who retains his memories as Ichikami, laments that if his magic tome still existed, mages wouldn't have declined this much. Yuika mentions that no books or data remain on high-level magic training, almost as if someone deliberately erased them. Minato speculates that the current Mizuha head might know something, but since information on the calamities is so scarce, arranging a meeting will be difficult. For now, he racks his brain, trying to understand what calamities are and when they first appeared on Earth, but no clear answers emerge. Yuika notices his frustration but chooses to ignore it and continue her work. The next day, while training the special magic unit, Minato and his team receive an urgent report about a detected calamity and are immediately ordered to respond. They rush to the site, only to find Shu Fuka, Jin Fuka's son, and his lackeys standing over the corpse of a calamity monster. Although confused, Minato keeps his composure as Sho smugly criticizes them for arriving late, bragging about how he and his group handled the monster before they arrived. When Sho notices Minato's stern expression, he assures him that no civilians were harmed, so he should relax. He continues boasting about how things would have gone badly if he hadn't intervened, then arrogantly advises them to be more vigilant next time before walking away. Once he's gone, Yuika asks Minato what Shu's deal is, but Minato has no idea. Over the following days, more calamities occur, and each time, Sho and his crew arrive just before the special magic unit, taking credit for the victory. Every time, Sho mocks them for being too slow, reinforcing his claims that the world still needs the magic nobles. Yuika loses her temper when Sho insults their unit, calling them useless. After he leaves, she complains that this is the 5th time he has pulled off this stunt, making it obvious that something is going on behind the scenes. Around this time, Shido informs them that they may have been sabotaged, as their intelligence reports are consistently delayed. Since Minato cannot sense calamities from afar, he struggles to think of a solution. Meanwhile, Yuika throws a tantrum, pointing out that Shu always avoids fights when a demon-level boss appears. At an impasse, Sanada pulls out her phone and shows her teammates that the Fukas are receiving overwhelming online support. This is suspicious, considering they were heavily criticized not long ago. She also discovers that Jin Fuka has called a press conference, which is about to start. Minato and the others gather around to watch what he has to say. At the press conference, Jin thanks everyone for attending and states that the purpose of the meeting is to address the recent failures and disappointments of the magic nobles, particularly his son, Sho. In a surprising move, Jin bows deeply and publicly apologizes for Sho's disgraceful behavior. The reporters, who never expected a magic noble to apologize, are left speechless. Jin continues, taking responsibility for failing to raise Sho properly and promising to make amends. At the same time, the media begins discussing reports of Sho handling multiple calamities before the special magic unit could arrive. Realizing his plan is working, Jin stands tall and discusses the shortage of competent magic nobles. However, he reassures the public that they are implementing measures to address the issue. As the conference trends online, half the comments support the Fukas, which irritates Yuka. She vents to her colleagues, questioning if all their hard work was for nothing, only to be ridiculed by the public. Before she completely loses her temper, Minato urges her to stay calm, reminding her that their mission remains the same, regardless of public opinion. He asks them to trust him to handle the situation. A few days after the conference, Shido is summoned to a high-level meeting. His superior informs him that the Special Magic Squad is in jeopardy, as complaints against them continue to rise due to their growing conflict with the magic nobles. When Shido attempts to explain Shu's questionable actions, his superior dismisses his concerns, accusing him of antagonizing the magic nobles. He blames Shido for supporting the Special Magic Squad's creation and making enemies of the nobles, saying the consequences are entirely his fault. Shido then asks if there's any insight into why their operations are being obstructed. This time, his superior scolds him for suggesting sabotage, making it clear that the squad's survival depends on improving public perception and repairing relations with the magic nobles. If they fail, the Special Magic Squad will be shut down. Meanwhile, Jin Fuka watches events unfold, satisfied that everything is going according to plan. He knows that the public, easily swayed by spectacle and manipulation, will believe whatever he tells them. With public opinion on his side, Jin is confident that he will soon crush the Special Magic Squad completely. After about a week of silence, Minato and his squad sit on their school's rooftop, complaining about their idleness while eating lunch. At one point, Ruka reminds them that the Fukas are handling the recent calamities, but then Ryuji Katsuragi points out that there are insiders within the police department sabotaging the special magic team. Minato agrees, explaining that some officers are directly connected to the magic nobles and see the SMT as an obstacle to their plans. The ever-clueless Yuika asks how that is possible. Minato explains that their actions must have negatively impacted the reputation of the magic nobles. Internally, he knows there is a connection between the nobles and the Black Rebellion, meaning the SMT gaining public support is highly inconvenient for them. Frustrated, Yuika lashes out, blaming the magic nobles for their incompetence and arguing that they should work harder to fix their reputation. Once she calms down, she wonders if her father is involved, but Ruka reassures her that she doubts it. Just then, Minato finishes his lunch, stands up, and tells the group they are going to the Mizuha residence to find out for themselves. The sisters hesitate, arguing that they are not on good terms with their father. Minato tells them they can stay behind if they want, but unable to resist, they agree to tag along. Before long, the team arrives at the Mizuha villa and is met by 2 female guards at the gate. After introducing themselves, they are immediately turned away. When Yuika and Ruka ask for an exception, the guards inform them that the master has forbidden his disowned daughters from entering the premises. Just as the sisters admit defeat, Minato steps forward, introduces himself as the captain of the SMT, and states that he has questions for Tushiro. The guards instruct him to schedule an appointment, but Minato insists that he just needs to ask a few questions. Frustrated, he considers forcing his way in, but before he acts, Tushiro himself arrives. After assessing the situation, he allows them inside. As they walk to the meeting room, Minato makes a playful remark about Tushiro's youthful appearance, asking if he is the sister's brother. The girls quickly correct him, stating that despite his looks, he is their father. Once seated, Tushiro starts the meeting by accusing Minato of leading his daughters astray. Minato responds by pointing out that blaming someone else for his children's independence is a bad parental habit. He then asks Tushiro why he is not proud of his daughters for maturing. Tushiro silently observes him, realizing Minato is not here to play games. Without further delay, Minato gets to the point and asks if Tushiro is pressuring the special magic team. Tushiro denies any involvement, stating that magic nobles rarely cooperate, meaning Fuka is acting independently. After Tushiro comments on Minato's resolve, he acknowledges Minato's reputation as a student with the power of a noble and a hero who has stopped multiple calamities. Skeptical of these claims, he challenges Minato to a test of strength. Tushiro releases a massive burst of mana to display his power, and to his shock, Minato matches it effortlessly. The rest of the team, including the sisters, are left trembling under the overwhelming magical pressure. Once the display is over, Tushiro praises Minato for being able to match his power. Minato dismisses it as basic magic control, but notes that Tushiro held back significantly. Impressed by Minato's keen observation, Tushiro acknowledges his insight. Minato then asks why modern mages are weaker compared to the past. Tushiro questions the basis of his inquiry, and when Minato references the events from 50 years ago, Tushiro states that mages have been deliberately weakened for restraint and regulation. Confused, Minato asks for further explanation, but Tushiro cryptically replies that he will understand soon. He then asserts that magic nobles are necessary, prompting Minato to question whether the Fukas are necessary as well. Tushiro remains silent. Seeing no further answers coming, Minato stands up, thanks Tushiro for his time, and ends the meeting. Before leaving, the others mention that they are still struggling to move due to the mana pressure from earlier. Minato helps them up, and as they exit, he tells Tushiro that he is grateful for not having to expose any corruption within his family. If he had, Minato would have acted differently. As a final note, Minato tells Tushiro that his daughters are important friends to him. When Tushiro asks what he means, Minato simply walks away without answering. A few days later, the Special Magic Squad finally receives their new uniforms, made of anti-monster material resistant to most spells. Shido announces that they can now operate at full capacity. With preparations complete, Minato gathers his team and tells them it is time to settle their score with the Fukas. Meanwhile, at the Fuka estate, Jin Fuka and his son Shu celebrate the imminent downfall of the Special Magic Team. Jin boasts that with the Black Rebellion's help, he will soon take control of Japan. Their celebration is abruptly interrupted when men in suits from the police force burst into the room, ordering everyone to freeze. The commotion is broadcast live, with a news reporter covering the shocking arrest of a magic noble. Hovering in a helicopter at eye level with Jin, the reporter announces to the public that this is the first time a noble has ever been charged in such a manner. The police arrest Jin on charges of bribery, intimidation, and abuse of special authority, informing him that his property is being searched. Jin, furious, protests that a noble should not be treated like a common criminal and demands to see the evidence. At that moment, the Special Magic Team arrives on the scene. Minato steps forward, holding up his phone, and calmly informs Jin that they have all the evidence they need. Jin's son, Shu, immediately recognizes the man presenting the evidence as Kusanagi Minato of the SMT and demands to know why he is there. His father, Jin, dismisses the evidence, claiming it is fake. In response, Minato pulls up images on his phone, displaying undeniable proof of Jin engaging in bribery, collusion with illegal mages, and even conspiring to commit murder. Seeing this, Jin becomes defensive and accuses Minato of fabricating the evidence. To disprove his claims, Minato plays a video showing Jin and Sho refusing to help stop a small-scale calamity that was endangering civilians. He then asks if Jin will also call the video a fabrication. Realizing he has been caught, Jin erupts in fury, demanding to know who dared to spy on him. His butler steps forward, confessing that he is the one who betrayed him. Enraged, Jin grabs the butler by the neck, cursing him and demanding to know why he would betray the man who has fed and clothed him for years. As it turns out, the butler had secretly met with the Black Mage, who confronted him about his loyalty. The Black Mage challenged him, asking if his duty was to stand by and watch as the family he served grew more corrupt. Left with no words, the butler was given a choice, to continue serving corruption or to do what was right. Now standing before his master, the butler declares that Jin is unfit to be a magic noble and must be removed. Jin, seething with rage, conjures multiple magic circles and threatens to kill everyone in the room. Before he can act, Minato destroys the circles and blasts a hole in the wall, making it clear that there is no escape for a corrupt noble like him. Jin laments the downfall of everything he has built, but Minato coldly reminds him that he brought this upon himself. As a final act of desperation, Jin boasts about an overseas base he has prepared for situations like this, claiming that once he escapes, he will be untouchable. But before fleeing, he declares that he will kill everyone trying to arrest him. Jin, his son, and their lackeys unleash a barrage of magic attacks on the police, but Minato shields the officers with a barrier and orders them to stand back while the special magic squad handles the situation. Minato then fires another blast, opening a second hole in the wall. This time, the news chopper hovering outside captures the event live. The reporters announce that the Fuka family is actively resisting arrest, raising serious questions about the role of magic nobles in society. With the public now watching in shock, the reporter asks the citizens if they can still trust magic nobles to protect them. However, she quickly reassures them that Japan still has the SMT and their leader, Kusanagi Minato, to fight for justice. Outside the mansion, the Fukas and the SMT prepare for battle. Minato squares off against Jin, while Sho and his lackeys face the rest of the team. Before the fight begins, Shu mocks the SMT, asking if they believe they can win with such small numbers. Unlike the idle nobles, Yuika responds that their squad is already handling other calamities elsewhere. Furious, Sho vows not to hold back and threatens to kill them all. Yuika calls him a disgrace to the magic nobles and declares that they will never forgive him for his crimes against the people. As the fight commences, Jin taunts Minato, asking if he really thinks he can defeat a magic noble. Minato responds that there is no reason to lose to weaklings like him. Enraged, Jin fires a powerful plasma beam at the news chopper, attempting to silence the media. Minato blocks the attack with a barrier and scolds Jin for sinking so low. Jin, unfazed, replies that as long as he profits, he does not care how low he must go. This only deepens Minato's disgust. Meanwhile, Yuika, Ruka, Sanada, and their teammate gradually overpower the Fuka lackeys. Seeing his men struggling, Sho panics. He refuses to accept that magic nobles are losing to commoners and orders his men to unleash their strongest magic attacks, demanding they kill the SMT members no matter what. With the enemy preparing their most powerful spells, the Mizuha sisters combine their magic to unleash a level 6 Grand Water magic attack, Burst Stream. The devastating spell overwhelms Sho and his lackeys in a single strike, leaving them defenseless at the mercy of the SMT. Defeated, Sho falls to his knees and, in a desperate bid for survival, calls his actions a momentary lapse in judgment. He promises to change and begs for forgiveness. Seeing through his deception, Yuika pretends to accept his apology. The moment she and Ruka turn their backs, Shu reveals his true nature, cursing them as fools and launching a surprise attack. However, the sisters anticipate his betrayal, swiftly countering and pinning him down. They coldly ask if he truly believes they would forgive someone with no intention of changing. With his last attempt to escape foiled, Sho collapses in tears. Meanwhile, Minato, sensing that his team has subdued the other Fukas, turns his attention back to Jin and informs him that his so-called pride and joy of a son has finally been defeated. Realizing his empire is crumbling before his eyes, Jin finally gets serious about his fight against Minato. After a brief stare-down, Jin strikes first, attacking Minato with a level 1 aerial wind spell. Minato dodges effortlessly, as if it were nothing. Frustrated, Jin follows up with a level 2 wind spear attack to catch him off guard, but again, Minato avoids it with ease. Unwilling to give up, Jin unleashes a level 3 wind cutter, only for Minato to dodge yet again. By this time, the reporter in the chopper, broadcasting the fight live, marvels at the magic power Jin displays, but then starts to worry about Minato as she asks the viewers if they think he will be able to withstand these relentless attacks. Determined to end the fight, Jin increases his magic output and unleashes a level 4 Tempest Wind spell, creating a wormhole that threatens to suck in everything nearby. When Minato dodges once more, Jin amplifies the spell, transforming it into a level 5 Grand Typhoon, powerful enough to tear through anything in its path. Around this time, Minato's team, fully aware of how dangerous the attack is, urges him to call off the fight and capture Jin another time. Ignoring their pleas, Minato conjures a 4-layered high magic barrier and successfully dispels the typhoon before it even touches him. Ruka is left stunned, struggling to believe their leader just blocked such a devastating spell, while Ryuji, already familiar with Minato's gutsy nature, watches in admiration. Meanwhile, viewers watching the live feed are left in awe, finally understanding the sheer power of magic nobles, especially after witnessing Jin cast a level 5 spell with ease. However, the real shock comes when they see Minato effortlessly counter it. As the fight continues, the reporter keeps the audience engaged with commentary. During a brief pause, Jin grows suspicious of Minato's lack of offensive spells and wonders if he is simply stalling for reinforcements. To confirm his theory, Jin taunts Minato, asking why he is holding back. Minato smirks and replies that he is just trying not to end the fight too quickly, wanting to enjoy himself a little longer. Encouraged by Minato's confidence, Jin decides to show his full power. He claims his current magic power is around 200,000 mana points, and warns Minato not to wet his pants when he realizes the difference in their strength. Hearing this, the SMT members scoff, convinced Jin must be lying. After all, even a mage with 100,000 mana points is rare in Japan. Concerned, Ruka and her sister consider stepping in, but Minato gives them a sharp glare, signaling them to stay out of the fight. The trio instantly understands and holds back. Jin, sensing their hesitation, laughs and warns that if they had stepped any closer, he would have killed them without hesitation. With that, he summons 5 powerful magic circles and finally releases the immense power he has been suppressing. His entire body glows with overwhelming energy, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. Watching in horror, the SMT members fear Jin is going overboard. Unfazed, Minato remains unimpressed. Jin asks if he can grasp the sheer magnitude of his magic, but Minato does not respond. Instead, he silently watches as Jin prepares to unleash a spell he calls Neo-Magic, designed to crush anything in its wake. A green portal materializes high above, pulsating with increasing intensity. For the first time since the fight began, Minato smiles, intrigued by this unfamiliar spell. Upon summoning the portal, Jin seizes the opportunity to explain his ultimate ability. He calls it atmospheric magic and boasts that it can flatten a human in an instant. Amused, Minato challenges him to attack. Furious at his arrogance, Jin intensifies the spell into a level 6 atmospheric magic spell called Air Press. The massive pressure distorts the air around it, making it impossible to escape. Minato stands his ground as the magic portal engulfs him. Jin bursts into laughter, convinced Minato has been crushed. Even the SMT members momentarily believe their leader is gone. For over a minute, Yuika and Ruka call out to Minato, desperately hoping for a response. Just as they are about to accept his death, his voice cuts through the silence, causing the sisters to gasp in shock. Minato scolds them for declaring him dead so soon. Jin, stunned, demands to know how he survived. Minato casually explains that he simply balanced the internal and external pressure to nullify the spell's effects, similar to how deep-sea creatures survive extreme ocean depths. Jin, still reeling, asks how Minato was able to use atmospheric magic, his signature spell. Minato grins and tells him that he simply watched and learned. Jin is dumbfounded, but Minato reminds him that if he had not wasted time explaining his technique, he might have actually hurt him. To mock him further, Minato uses sound magic to distort the pressure in Jin's ears, causing intense pain. Jin recoils, demanding to know what Minato did. Minato smirks and explains that sound magic, another application of wind magic, was used to increase the sound pressure around his ears, making him miserable. As the fight unfolds, Yuika finally begins to understand something crucial about Minato. Meanwhile, Jin, feeling utterly humiliated, loses all restraint. He unleashes even more power, declaring that he will no longer hold back. He claims that his 200,000 mana points were just a warm-up, and that, once he goes all out, his magic power will surge to 500,000 mana points. Shido and the SMT members, sensing the surge of energy, realize that Jin is not bluffing this time. With the second round about to begin, Jin roars, commanding Minato to despair as he prepares to unleash his most devastating attack yet. For a few seconds, Jin charges an overwhelming amount of magic energy, leaving the SMT members in shock. Even Ryuji, who is usually unimpressed by opponents, admits that Jin is not someone they can face. Shido, realizing they underestimated the magic nobles, warns that Minato may not be able to win against such immense power. Jin, now at full power, begins boasting about his strength. Minato, unimpressed, yawns, making Jin pause in confusion. The magic noble asks if Minato is too dull to grasp his power, but Minato remains silent. Jin continues yapping about his ultimate spell and finally fires a mini-green atmospheric portal at Minato, who does not even flinch. Frustrated that his attack is not intimidating Minato, Jin intensifies his power, summoning 6 more green magic circles. The sheer energy radiating from them is enough to make the SMT members uneasy, as this is the first level 7 spell they have witnessed this year. With tension growing, Yuika chooses to believe in Minato, silently urging him to defeat Jin. With his ultimate spell complete, Jin mocks Minato, saying he should have attacked earlier when he was still charging. Now he tells him it is too late for regrets and that despair is his only option. Annoyed, Minato asks if he is finally going to attack. Instead of answering, Jin continues his pointless speech before finally unleashing his most powerful spell, the level 7 atmospheric magic, Plasma Break. The sheer force of the spell destabilizes the chopper hovering above, while the SMT members scramble for a way to counter it. Ruka, desperate, tells Minato to run, but he stands his ground. Jin gives Minato one final chance to flee, warning that if he does, his friends will die instead. Unfazed, Minato accepts the challenge and prepares to counter. Before the Plasma Break spell grows out of control, he invokes a level 4 spell, creating a core amethyst. Jin, mocking his choice, asks if he really believes he can resist his magic with something so insignificant. As Jin laughs, Minato fires the amethyst crystal at the core of Plasma Break, waiting for the result. To everyone's shock, the Plasma Break is instantly neutralized. Jin, along with the SMT members, stands frozen, trying to comprehend how his ultimate spell vanished so easily. Staring in disbelief, Jin demands an explanation. Minato casually responds that wind magic is weak against earth magic. Because Plasma Break was a slow spell, it was easy to neutralize with the amethyst crystal. He then insults Jin's ignorance, leaving the magic noble reeling from the realization. Still unable to process what happened, Jin demands a further explanation. Minato elaborates that while the core amethyst is not particularly strong offensively, its high-density magic allows it to absorb opposing attribute spells, neutralizing them even with a rank difference. Jin, still in shock, asks why Minato knows such a ridiculous spell. Minato smirks and reveals that he created it just for fun. Hearing this, Jin completely breaks down, unable to believe that the spell he spent decades perfecting was defeated by something his opponent invented on a whim. With the fight effectively over, Minato steps forward, telling Jin to prepare for his punishment. Before Minato can do anything, however, Jin quickly surrenders, claiming his magic is depleted and he cannot move. Minato assures him that he has no intention of beating up someone as pathetic as him. Instead, he prepares to flick him on the forehead. Underestimating the power behind it, Jin dismisses the attack. The moment Minato releases the flick, however, Jin is sent flying several feet back, instantly passing out from the impact. The SMT members stare in stunned silence, questioning whether their leader is even human. With Jin incapacitated, the police move in to secure him. Meanwhile, the news reporter in the chopper announces the historic defeat of a magic noble at the hands of SMT Captain Kusanagi Minato. The country erupts in celebration, with citizens singing Minato's praises. In the aftermath of the battle, the SMT members gather around Minato, congratulating him on finally taking down Fukujin. Watching the police drag Jin away, Minato cannot help but feel disappointed in the state of Japan's magic nobles. In the end, they turned out to be nothing more than frauds. Before Jin is completely out of sight, Minato asks him what the magic nobles did after Ichikami Minato's death 50 years ago. Jin remains silent, prompting Minato to ask if they destroyed the magic tome that existed back then. He demands to know why they would do such a thing. Jin finally responds, saying that commoners could never comprehend the lofty thoughts of magic nobles. Confused by this cryptic answer, Minato asks him to elaborate, but Jin simply smirks and tells him to figure it out himself before being taken away. A few hours later, Minato is forced to hold a press conference alongside Shido and the head of the team. When the conference begins, he delivers a brief statement about his battle with Fukujin. His words quickly make headlines, and overnight, his popularity skyrockets. A few days later, Minato finds himself on a beach in Hawaii, lounging under the sun, still wondering how he ended up there. As he contemplates, Yuika, dressed in a swimsuit, approaches and asks him what is on his mind. Before answering her question, Minato thinks back to his most recent meeting with Shido and the team members. In a flashback, Ryuji asks Shido why they are going to Hawaii. Shido explains that, as they all know, the SMT has become incredibly popular recently. With the overwhelming attention they are receiving, things are slowly getting out of hand. As he speaks, Yuika finds a video of Minato being surrounded by girls, realizing that they are now being filmed even at school. She informs the team that their videos are going viral across various SNS platforms, and Ruka adds that the internet is flooded with news about the SMT as well. As the team expresses concern over their growing exposure, Shido confirms that all of Japan now has its eyes on them. Because of this, he has arranged for them to take a break in Hawaii while the situation is sorted out. He also credits Minato for strengthening the team and securing support from the Mizuha clan, which will help handle disaster responses in their absence. With that reassurance, he urges them to take this opportunity to rest before leaving them to prepare for the trip. Back in the present, Minato, upon hearing Yuika's question, stands up and tells her he was simply lost in thought. Satisfied with his response, Yuika shyly draws attention to her swimsuit, asking if she looks weird in it. Without hesitation, Minato tells her she looks cute. The unexpected compliment catches Yuika off guard, making her blush furiously. As if that were not enough, Minato continues, saying the swimsuit suits her style and looks great on her. Overwhelmed, Yuika thanks him awkwardly and turns away to regain her composure. Shortly after, Ruka appears in a dark-colored swimsuit, irritated that Minato has been avoiding her all day. When he looks puzzled, she asks if there is something he would like to say. In response, Minato tells her he was simply admiring her beauty, pointing out that her pale, clear skin makes the swimsuit stand out and enhances her elegance. Embarrassed by the detailed compliment, Ruka turns away, her face flushed red, and thanks him. Meanwhile, Ryuji, who has been standing beside Minato the entire time, marvels at how effortlessly and sincerely Minato compliments the girls without any ulterior motives. Moments later, Sanada arrives, wearing a white flare dress. As she apologizes for keeping them waiting, Ryuji is taken aback, realizing for the first time just how curvy she is beneath her uniform. Curious, Sanada asks Minato what he thinks of her outfit. Before he can respond, Ryuji silently prays that he does not comment on her figure. With all eyes on him, Minato simply tells Sanada that she has a great sense of style. Doubting his sincerity, Sanada presses for clarification, prompting Minato to emphasize how beautifully the outfit complements her natural elegance. Caught off guard, Sanada blushes just as deeply as the others, flustered by the excessive praise. Shocked by Minato's uncanny ability to make everyone blush, Ryuji jokingly calls him amazing, but then asks if he thinks he might be overdoing it. Unbothered, Minato replies that he is simply being honest, and that if someone deserves a compliment, he sees no reason not to give one. Since he finds all three of them beautiful in their swimsuits, he feels compelled to say so. Though Ryuji acknowledges there is nothing wrong with this, he cannot help but feel secondhand embarrassment at how overwhelmed the girls are. To make matters worse, Minato suddenly turns to Ryuji and begins complimenting his well-proportioned physique, urging him to take pride in his appearance. Unamused, Ryuji immediately shuts him down, warning him never to praise another guy in front of the girls again. With the tension dissipated, the Special Magic Squad spends the rest of the day enjoying various activities, including volleyball, jet skiing, sunbathing, and taking countless photos. By nightfall, Minato steps out to grab a drink from a convenience store. However, before he gets far, he notices Yuika, looking unusually shy, and decides to take a walk with her. As they stroll, they reflect on how much they have fought recently, and how the break feels surreal. A brief silence follows, during which Yuika recalls the ring Ruka was wearing earlier, and wonders if her sister is dating Minato. Before her thoughts spiral, she reminds herself that Minato has told her he is not seeing anyone. Minato, sensing her sudden change in behavior, stays silent, waiting for her to speak. Gathering her courage, Yuika asks Minato about the type of person he likes. When Minato admits he has never really thought about it, she playfully lists herself, Ruka, and Sanada as examples, urging him to pick one of them. After a moment of consideration, Minato responds by choosing all three, praising their beauty, hard work, and admirable qualities. Annoyed by his vague answer, Yuika points out that his response is different from romantic feelings. Minato, confused, says he thought admiration and love were similar. Taking a moment to reflect, he then tells Yuika that if he had to choose, she is the one he likes the most. Hearing this, Yuika freezes in shock as Minato sincerely lists all the things he appreciates about her. Blushing furiously, she crouches down, overwhelmed. Concerned, Minato kneels beside her, asking if she is all right. Still flustered, Yuika mumbles that even though she knows Minato does not see her romantically, hearing those words from him makes her incredibly happy. If anything, it only confirms how deeply in love she is with him. Meanwhile, back in Japan, Shido analyzes social media data and realizes the situation is escalating. There is not only a growing wave of criticism against the magic nobles, but also an increasing public demand for the SMT to take charge of disaster and monster threats. Additionally, the mysterious vigilante known as the Shadowbringer is gaining popularity, with many online debates speculating about a potential showdown between him and Minato to determine who is stronger. With all these developments unfolding, Shido finds himself at a crossroads. At the Japanese International Airport, a particular plane lands, carrying two magic noble family heads who are visibly irritated by the chaos that erupted while they were away. The first is Homurai Hinata, the head of the Homurai family, while the second is Kaichi Riku, the head of the Kaichi family. As they alight the plane, both grumble about the mess they must now clean up. About a week later, Minato and the girls return to Japan to resume their normal lives. One evening, while Yuika prepares dinner, Minato comments on how quickly their vacation ended. Ruka, sitting beside him, reassures him that both the SMT and their school have imposed strict media restrictions, so they should finally get a break from all the paparazzi. At that moment, Yuika pops her head out of the kitchen and asks them to help carry the plates. Minato immediately gets up to assist, and soon the table is filled with delicious food. During dinner, Yuika asks if they are ready for school, which resumes the next day. Minato tells her that with the police and school on their side, the attention surrounding them should have died down. After some small talk, Minato suggests they ignore the attention, assuming people will soon lose interest. Unfortunately for them, Minato quickly realizes how naive that thought was when, the next day, girls from various classes flock around him, bombarding him with questions about whether he has a girlfriend. When the pressure becomes overwhelming, Yuika and the others ignore the students and invite each other to lunch. On the way to lunch, Yuika remarks that the attention was even worse before their vacation, as outsiders would sometimes sneak into the school just to catch a glimpse of them. The conversation continues until Ruka casually mentions that they are running low on toilet paper. Minato suggests they stop by the store after school to restock and pick up some bath salts, something Yuika enjoys. As soon as Minato mentions this, The gathered students overhear and realize that Minato is living with the Mizuha sisters. Embarrassed by the backlash, Yuika grabs the others and rushes them to the rooftop for lunch. There, Ryuji confirms that the trio truly live together and concludes that it is fine since they are with their team leader, Minato Kusanagi. In any case, he assures them that if they ever run into any trouble, they can count on him for support. The girls thank him for his kindness, and with that settled, Ryuji advises Minato to drop the formalities when addressing each other. He asks if Minato is okay with them calling him by his first name. Since Minato is an easygoing guy, he tells them to call him whatever they like. Just as Yuika is about to say something, she suddenly pauses, realizing how significant it is for the three of them to be living together. Before she spirals into overthinking, she quickly shakes her head, convincing herself that it is fine as long as nothing improper happens. Ryuji and Minato, puzzled by her sudden shift in behavior, exchange glances. When she finally calms down, Yuika turns to Minato and asks if he ever feels nervous about living with the two of them. With no immediate answer, they finish lunch and go about their day in peace. By nightfall, while Ruka and Minato are fast asleep, Yuika remains awake, puzzled by how easily they can sleep. She wonders if she is the only one feeling self-conscious about their living arrangement. As the silence becomes unbearable, she throws a small tantrum before forcing herself to sleep. Moments later, Ruka also wakes up, thinking the same thoughts her sister had earlier. She admits to herself that she is still not used to sharing a room with Minato. Unable to fall back asleep, she sits up, trying to figure out why their current situation bothers her so much. When no answers come to mind, she looks over at Minato, who is peacefully sleeping on the floor. The sight of him makes her blush, and when inappropriate thoughts begin creeping into her mind, she quickly pulls the blanket over her head. Thinking back to how Ryuji and the others casually call Minato by his first name, Ruka wonders why she still refers to him as Kusanagi. Her thoughts flash back to the time she nearly choked while trying to call him by his first name on their way to school. In the end, she could only manage to say Kusanagi before muttering some nonsense that left Minato confused. In another instance, when she found herself alone with him during lunch on the rooftop, she still could not bring herself to say his first name. Recalling several more embarrassing moments, she cringes and scolds herself for being too much of a coward to do something so simple. The next morning, on their way to school, Minato notices Ruka looking downcast and asks if she is feeling unwell. Ruka assures him she is fine, but once again refers to him as Kusanagi. This time, Minato stops her, reminding her that they are not strangers. He urges her to stop calling him by his last name and just say Minato. Blushing, Ruka finally gathers her courage and calls him by his first name. Elsewhere, the magic nobles gather in a secret spot to discuss their recent decline in reputation. To start the meeting, Homurai Hinata discusses the recent decline in the magic nobles' popularity and blames it on the special magic squad. While she thinks of a way to resolve this issue, Kaichi Riku, the depressed dude, asks her how she plans to deal with the captain, Kusanagi Minato. Unable to answer his question, Hinata turns to Mizuha Tushiru and seeks his opinion. Well, Tushiru tells them he only seeks to align with their lord's will, and Hinata gets irritated by how cryptic the Mizuha head can be. When she compels him to provide more information, Tushiru tells them Mianto doesn't recognize him. With this, Hinata asks if this means Minato is unaware of their existence, and Tushiru says yes. Upon realizing that Minato doesn't know about them, Riku decides to put him to the test, so they can see if he'll be useful to them. If they feel he's trash, then they'll take him out without mercy. The next day, Minato explains the location of the next great calamity to his team members, which is set to happen in Osaka. So far, the calamities, aside from the smaller ones, follow the same pattern as 50 years ago. Even though that's been all over the media, Yuika says the frequency has drastically shortened, and the great calamity, which used to happen just once a year, has now become difficult to predict, even with the police on alert. Also, given the fact that the disaster response is a mess, and there's no dedicated squad like the SMT in other regions, things are only going to get harder for all of them. Around this time, Shido's eyes beam with pride as he proudly informs Minato that the police force is setting up a second SMT in Osaka. As it turns out, they collaborated with the self-defense forces and the police to enhance the disaster response, and many of the trainees there are begging to have Minato train them. With all that said, Shido smugly asks Minato if he'll grant their wishes and go to Osaka to train them. Unable to refuse, Minato makes Shido even happier by agreeing to go and train them. Thereafter, he tells Minato that there's a person who's lived through the great calamity 50 years ago waiting for him there. Currently, Takigami Shizuku, the person waiting for him, is one of the few anti-monster equipment artisans still existing, and is very much interested in talking to Minato. In time, Minato agrees to meet her, and Shido then adds that Takigami is the one who crafted the SMT's uniforms. With the arrangements made, Minato makes his way to the airport and stops for a quick goodbye meeting with his team members before boarding the plane. Moments before his plane leaves, Minato reaches into his pockets and gives each of his team members a bangle, warning them to make sure they keep the bangles on until he gets back, and not to take them off for any reason. Finally, when he asks them if they'll be fine without him, the other three assure him that they've gotten stronger as well, so he can head on to Osaka with no worries. With that said, Minato waves his buddies goodbye, telling them he'll be counting on them, and finally boards the plane to sit in his first-class seat. During his first moments in there, Minato thinks about a few random things that happened while he was in Hawaii, but then stops to think about the fact that he's flying first class, citing that Shido really did well for him this time. Just then, he senses a few odd people entering the plane, people he's never seen before, and wonders who they are. When Hinata and Riku sit pretty close to him, Minato instantly recognizes them as strong magicians. So far, quite a few of them seem to be on board, but with the tough security, Minato feels they shouldn't be an issue. As soon as the plane's done boarding, it takes off, and Minato's served a very sumptuous and delicious meal, which he admires and devours delightfully. Soon after finishing his food, Minato lies back to enjoy the top-notch window view and relax like a chill dude. Sadly, before he even gets to fully relax, a few illegal mages who boarded the plane earlier get up from their seats and hold several passengers, including Minato, hostage. To keep everyone in check, the criminals threaten to kill everyone if the passengers don't follow their commands. However, Minato, Hinata, and Riku remain silent and in their seats, as if waiting for something to happen. With the plane hijacking progressing, Minato does a head count on the illegal mages and soon realizes there are 10 of them. If he takes them one by one, he figures that the other passengers would be in serious danger. Also, given that using high-level magic might destroy the plane, Minato concludes that he can't handle the idiots alone, so he's going to need outside help. Around this time, the entire plane is thrown into pandemonium, with the passengers begging the hijackers to spare them and the illegal hijackers shutting them up so they don't die. As soon as they get the entire plane under their control, one of the stupid mages walks up to Minato and demands that he release the other members of the BR, as they will not tolerate the unjust treatment of superior mages. With no response given, the dude gives Minato 5 minutes to contact those on the ground and make them release their comrades instantly, or they will start killing the hostages one by one. Before starting the timer, the bastards check in with the pilot to make sure he heard everything they just said. With no time to waste, Minato contemplates his next move. Before he makes a rash decision, he exchanges knowing glances with Riku and Hinata, who are secretly charging up their mana, and waits for their signal to strike. Just then, one of the illegal mages catches him acting suspiciously, and the other dude threatens to kill Minato if he moves. Seconds later, with the illegal mages distracted, Hinata and Riku swiftly approach the mages and take them down one by one, as fast as they can. Once they're done taking down the bastards holding the passengers hostage, all three of them, Riku, Hinata, and Minato, lock eyes with each other for a moment before they all move around the passenger compartment to take down the remaining bastards manning that spot. At a point in their battle, the bastards retaliate by trying to shoot someone like Hinata down. Sadly, Hinata's leagues above them in magic power, so she, alongside Riku and Minato, continues maiming and putting down these unruly idiots. Soon after, one of the illegal mages holds a flight attendant hostage, and after getting their attention, threatens to crash the plane if they don't stop taking out his comrades. Noticing the lapse in the fool's concentration, Minato lunges at him and kicks the shit out of him, rescuing the flight attendant from his grasp. At the same time, Hinata and Riku take down the other two and leave the other passengers in awe, as most couldn't believe that these three odd-looking people just beat the bastards and saved them. While the passengers rush over to thank the strangers for saving them, Hinata calls the illegal mages pathetic for losing too quickly and making the fight boring. Minato, on the other hand, senses something's up in the cockpit, so he quickly tells the others that it's not over yet and rushes over to the cockpit door without any explanation. Inside the cockpit, Minato and the other two find another illegal mage holding the pilot at gunpoint and threatening to shoot him if they come any closer. Tired of having to deal with these low-life magicians, Hinata lands a devastating sucker punch on the fool and sends him begging for mommy. Unfortunately for them all, the idiot fires a shot at one of the plane's controls, and Minato, who's already protected the pilot with his shield, realizes they're in deep shit, as almost immediately, the whole plane loses balance and shakes everything inside vigorously. Having performed all the evasive maneuvers he knows, the pilot tells the three that they're cooked because not only are the controls not responding, but the radios are also broken. If nothing's done to change this, they're going to crash into the mountains and die. Hinata, upon hearing this, is thrown into instant panic as she shakes the pilot and begs him to do something about their situation so they don't die. Around that time, one of the windows breaks, and the pressure from the below-zero air outside soon creates a vortex inside the cockpit. Upon realizing how cold the air is, the co-pilot complains about freezing to death before they even crash. Realizing how bad things have gotten for them, Hinata asks the others for ideas, and Riku advises that they all just die together. After scolding the depressed bastard for saying scary things, Hinata starts to wonder if they're finally meeting their end. With all their options exhausted, both the pilot and the co-pilot accept their fate and urge the others to prepare for death. Just then, Minato, who's been keeping silent the entire time, smiles for the first time, ignoring the pilots, and assures them that he will save everyone. Hearing this, the pilot warns him that this issue isn't something a mere human can fix as they're all fated to die that day. Tired of hearing the pessimistic pilot's yapping, Minato walks towards the broken window in the cockpit and, ignoring the pilot's warnings and questions, jumps out of the plane. Hinata, who thinks Minato just made a run to save his life, soon regrets her sentiment when the plane starts losing altitude pretty quickly, threatening to destroy everybody on board within minutes. Around this time, the passengers were already saying their final prayers, hoping they all make it to the Lord's side when it ends, and the pilot, on the other hand, keeps on trying to pull the plane's nose up so they can avoid crashing into the sea. A few seconds before the plane finally hits the ocean, after everyone's lost hope, a miracle happens as the plane not only regains its balance, but also regains altitude as quickly as possible. With this happening, both pilots can't believe their eyes as they wonder what the hell just happened to the plane. Hinata, who suspected Minato all along, tells them that Minato's the one who just saved their lives, and if she's correct, then he's the one supporting the entire airplane all on his own. By that time, Minato's seen right under the airplane carrying over 230 tons of weight and controlling the whole thing towards the nearest airport. To understand how he did it, Minato says that he first created a barrier covering the underside of the plane using a massive amount of magical power and then enhanced his physical strength with magical martial arts. Then, at the same time, he adjusted the airplane's trajectory using wind magic so that he can control it toward a safe landing spot. Since this is his first time supporting a plane, Minato runs into some challenges along the way. With the plane, which weighs 230 tons, now several thousand meters above sea level, the pilot still finds it hard to believe that a single human can support the aircraft like it was nothing. Upon seeing what Minato can do, Hinata recognizes him as a beast and instantly becomes interested in him. By then, the flight attendants, as well as the passengers, all rest easy after they're told by the pilot that everything's okay. Even a father and his little daughter both cry tears of joy when they realize they get to live to see another day. Despite the celebrations and joyful tears, the pilot warns everyone not to be too happy just yet, as he's just discovered that their landing gear won't even activate. In other words, if they're to hope for a safe landing, then it's all in Minato's hands. With that said, the pilot locates the landing strip on the nearest airport and tilts the plane's nose towards the tarmac, hoping Minato has some kind of plan to handle the landing. As the half-destroyed plane approaches the tarmac, Minato, who's still hauling its arse underneath, activates a level 6 void magic spell, High Magic Wall, uses this high-level barrier to cushion the plane's descent, and then slows it down fast enough for it to come to a complete stop. Once Minato somehow manages to make the landing, the entire cabin erupts in joy, with strangers hugging each other and the pilot saluting the captain of the SMT, Kusanagi Minato, as a true soldier would. As for Riku and Hinata, they just keep staring at the captain, unimpressed by his efforts and waiting for their final meeting with him. As soon as he alights the plane, reporters from all over flock around him, asking for a brief statement, so the world can know how he managed to save an entire plane from crashing. At this point, Minato just gets pissed at the bastards for disturbing his peace as he just returned from the most stressful flight of his life. Thankfully, before he loses his mind, the security team shows up to shun the media personnel, promising that a press conference will be held later, and then ushers Minato to Takigami's residence so he can see her. Right before leaving, Hinata and Riku intercept him and compliment him, hoping they can butter him up for later. To their dismay, however, Minato doesn't take the credit and instead praises both of them for doing an equally good job. Realizing their plan isn't working, the duo makes some more offhanded comments and goes their merry way, with Hinata sternly hoping they meet again. Soon after their departure, Minato is shown the way to Takigami's meeting room. There, he's invited in by the elderly Miss Takigami and greeted warmly as a guest. Once they're seated, Takigami informs Minato that she summoned him earlier just because she's interested in his recent accomplishments and his magic techniques, most of which resemble those of her mentor and ally, Ichikami Minato. If anything, void magic is a rare art, and it's one that Ichikami excels in. Given its tedious nature, only a few sorcerers can use it properly, and it's often dismissed as a useless magic technique. Despite all that, Takigami is still shocked to see that Minato can wield it, so her curious self asks Minato to tell her how he can use the same magic as Ichikami. After hearing everything she had to say, Minato chuckles and talks about her being unable to change, in the same way Ichikami would talk to her back when he was alive. Confused, Takigami asks if they've met before, and Minato boldly tells her they've met each other more times than he cares to count. Now, to answer her question, Minato tells her that he can use Ichikami's magic because he's Ichikami Minato himself. Although she's a little surprised to hear this from a random stranger, Takigami keeps her cool and mentions that there have been many in the past, relatives, friends, lovers, and even secret children, who claim to have connections with Ichikami Minato, trying to cozy up to him. However, in all her years of handling those frauds, she never once expected someone to claim they were him. Thinking he's just another fraud, Takigami apologizes for her impending rudeness, seeing as she reached out to him, and then politely asks poor Minato to leave her residence. Before getting to that, Minato tells her that he met a pair of brothers earlier, and discovered that the younger one had a doll of Ichikami. Confused, Takigami asks what he means by that, and then Minato reminds her of what she said herself back when Ichikami was alive about her wanting to make a doll of him. At this point, Takigami starts sweating as she asks Minato how he even knows about such a private thing. After a brief silence, Minato tells Takigami that she once said that his doll gives children strength, and even until that day, Ichikami's still saving people. With everything Minato's said so far, Takigami slowly starts to believe he's the real Ichikami Minato, and even asks him if he's truly the real Ichikami. Disappointed that she still doesn't believe him, Minato decides to tell her a story. After several more minutes spent reminiscing on old times, Takigami finally believes Minato is the reincarnated Ichikami Minato. When Minato scolds her a little for doubting him, Takigami tells him that believing in something like reincarnation isn't that easy in the modern world. Although Ichikami's always been the unorthodox type, she still can't believe he returned in her lifetime. Upon updating him on the calamities that befell the world after his demise, Takigami then expresses just how glad she is to see him again in her lifetime and tears up a little. Once she's done crying, Minato calls her, knowing fully well that she knows what happened in the past 50 years, and then explains his observation about the knowledge of magic not being passed down, the fact that sorcerers have weakened over time, the misinformation about Ichikami Minato, as well as these so-called magic nobles who appeared out of nowhere, right before asking her to tell him what exactly happened while he was away. By this time, Takigami, nervous, receives a text and checks it out, only to gasp in surprise, making Minato ask what the matter is. Realizing it's something she can't share, Takigami instantly ends their meeting, citing that it's already late, and then urges Minato to stay the night there so they can continue the discussion the next day. Lucky for her, Minato obliges and soon retires to his room for the night. Around midnight, Riku sneaks into Minato's room, not making a sound, and swings his sword at Minato's body, hoping to kill him instantly. Unfortunately for him, Minato pulls the ultimate Uno reverse card when he suddenly appears beside the bed, talking down on Riku's tactless attempt to attack someone in their bed. Mind you, at the time, Minato didn't even know his attacker was Riku. However, once he gets a good look at his face, he instantly remembers the attacker to be Riku. But before Minato can get chatty with him, Riku attacks him again, and Minato dodges the attack this time. Soon after, Riku kicks Minato out the window of his room, and Minato lands safely in the yard outside. Without wasting a single second, Riku shows up in front of Minato in the yard outside and activates a level 1 earth magic, Rock Break. At the same time, Minato activates his level 1 void magic, Magic Barrier, and does his best to block Riku's attacks. However, right after landing a few attacks, Riku skillfully slices through Minato's level 1 magic barrier and sends him retreating a little so he can take the fight seriously. Before getting to round 2, Minato compliments Riku's blade for cutting through his barrier like that, and then asks if it's anti-magic equipment. With no response given, the duo charges up their mana and prepares to begin round 2. However, just as they're about to clash, Hinata shows up and orders them to stop fighting. At this point, Minato tells her he knew she'd be involved in such bullshit, but then Hinata ignored his bullshit and urged him not to resist their summons. To keep him in check, she pulls up live video feeds of her henchmen creeping dangerously close to Minato's friends in their various residences, and threatens to unalive them while they sleep if he doesn't cooperate. Realizing he's been had, Minato calmly asks them to state what they want, and Hinata starts by introducing herself and Riku. Soon after the introductions, she tells Minato that the only demand they have is for him to join them as a magic noble and gain status, rank, honor, wealth, power, and even women if he wants. More importantly, if he decides to join them, Hinata assures him that he'll be able to protect his friends and attain the ability to give absolute orders. On the other hand, even if he escapes his predicament, Hinata promises that the magic nobles will hunt him for life and make life hellish for him and his friends. With their demands stated, Hinata demands to know Minato's answer before they move forward. Eventually, Minato refuses to join their cabal of lazy magicians, and Hinata, pissed off by his reply, picks up her phone to give the order. Soon after mumbling a few shitty things about Minato's buddies being used as collateral, she orders the men at the locations to go ahead with Plan B, so that Minato can never be arrogant again. Just as the men are about to carry out Plan B, the bangles Minato gave his subordinates before he left for Osaka glow up, with all the members still fast asleep, and conjure a yellowish magic-like version of Minato's silhouette. Seeing this, Hinata's men get scared shitless as they try to figure out what the hell they're seeing. Sadly, before they can comprehend what's happening, the magic-like Minato versions activate some level 5 high magic drain void magic and take out all the enemies like they are nothing. A few minutes later, Hinata notices some unusual radio silence from her guys and does her best to get them to respond. Sadly, after seconds of no response, Riku concludes the worst has happened and the team has been wiped out. Enraged, Hinata asks Minato to tell her everything he did, but then Minato fires back, telling her that she should have seen something like this coming. Unless she's a total fool, that is. Despite realizing that Minato's an annoying little pest, Hinata still commends the way he handled the hijacking and the hostage situation, stating that with everything he's done so far, he's passed the first test. Puzzled by her words, Minato asks her if the hijacking was also their doing, but then Hinata lets him know they would never pull such a stupid stunt just to force him into participating in their little game. With that said, she urges him to move on to the second test while charging up her mana, together with Riku, for the real round 2. At the same time, Minato, who's been edging for a good fight, playfully asks if he can opt out of the fight, and as you'd expect, Hinata objects right before lunging at him, together with Riku. For her first attack, Hinata throws a kick at Minato, which he blocks easily, and then she ricochets to a safe so she can unleash her next attack, a level 4 fire magic attack she calls Flare. As soon as she unleashes the magic attack, a loud explosion is created, but unfortunately for her, Minato is left unscathed. By this time, Riku swoops in through the chaos for his sword attack, aiming for Minato's neck, but still doesn't land a single hit just because the captain himself blocked the attack with a mini barrier he erected around his neck. Upon surviving this attack, Minato sighs as he figures a normal person would have died from that hit. Just then, Hinata tells him not to get too cocky, and then unleashes yet another level 5 fire magic attack, Blazing Column at the captain of the SMT. Knowing what's coming, Minato compliments the Blazing Column spell as a good one, but to eliminate it, he creates the Water Azure Splash spell using level 3 water magic and completely cancels it out. Seeing what Minato can do, Hinata finally understands why the rumors said he can cast spells without chanting. To even think he neutralized her level 5 spell with a level 3 water spell, Hinata figures Minato must be making a mockery of her magic. Around this time, Riku attacks Minato again, but he dodges this attack and challenges them to take their fight to the skies. Without hesitating, Hinata takes him up on his offer and flies towards him, together with her dog, Riku. At this point, Hinata admits that although they underestimated him earlier, they won't be holding back this time. With that said, they both unleash the strongest spells in their arsenal, with Hinata conjuring a level 7 fire magic spell, Demon's Blaze, and Riku conjuring a level 7 earth magic spell, Comet. Soon after boasting and making big claims about him being unable to defend against her ultimate technique, the duo sends their attacks toward Minato to deal double the damage. Unimpressed by their weak-ass magic spells, Minato creates a level 7 void magic spell, Vanish, which encapsulates both ultimate techniques and dispels them into nothingness. Around this time, Hinata and Riku are astounded as their brains can't even process what just happened. To help them comprehend their failure, Minato tells them that he just disintegrated and dissipated the magical energy so he can minimize damage to the surroundings. Hearing this, Hinata calls bullshit and even disqualifies him, as she feels Minato's just cheating his way out of a real fight. So far, she says everything up until that point was just a farce, so now that it's come to it, she promises Minato that she's going to show him her true power. Sadly, before she gets to showcase how strong she is, there's a sudden change in the atmospheric energy around them, and they all notice it. As they try to figure out what the hell's happening, the sky turns red, signaling to Minato that the calamity has finally befallen Osaka. In his mind, though, he feels that although too many things are happening at once, this can't be just a mere coincidence. As the red skies spread over Osaka, Takigami notices the ominous glow from her window. After staring for a moment, she shuts her blinds. Meanwhile, Hinata sees the calamity unfolding but chooses to ignore it, eager to continue her fight with Minato and destroy him. Before she can act recklessly, Riku holds her back, reminding her of their mission. Realizing he is right, Hinata restrains herself, while Minato, knowing he must address the calamity, tells them their fight will have to wait. With that, Minato flies toward the abandoned district of Dotonbori, left in ruins since the Great Calamity 50 years ago. As he surveys the area, he compares its condition to Shibuya, noting that monsters continue to emerge even without an active calamity. Given the dangers, he assumes no humans would be foolish enough to be lurking around. Detecting swarms of smaller monsters throughout the city, Minato quickly realizes he cannot handle them all alone. If left unchecked, these creatures could infiltrate human settlements and wreak havoc. He needs a solution, and fast. Just as he considers calling for reinforcements, Riku and Hinata arrive, offering to help. Minato welcomes them, teasing that they must have given up on trying to kill him. Riku explains that their earlier battle was merely a test, and since Minato passed, they are willing to work together for now. With a sigh, Minato accepts their aid, knowing his problems with them are far from over. As the streets fill with monsters, the trio advances to intercept them. Hinata, eager for battle, makes a dramatic entrance and prepares for what she calls a monster massacre. She unleashes her level 5 blazing column magic, incinerating an entire horde of creatures in one strike. Riku, equally skilled, takes down his fair share. Meanwhile, Minato, hovering above, launches a level 5 void magic bullet barrage, clearing out the lesser monsters while waiting for the boss to appear. While scanning the battlefield, Minato spots an elderly man walking with a cane. Concerned, he lands and asks if he is all right. The old man remains silent, prompting Minato to offer to escort him to safety. However, before Minato can take his hand, the man pushes him back, frowns, and, after a brief pause, thanks him for his concern but insists he is fine. Something about the man feels familiar, but before Minato can place him, a subordinate helps the old man into a black sedan, which drives away. Shortly after, Osaka's self-defense and disaster response teams arrive in droves, establishing a perimeter around Dotonbori's exit to prevent the calamity from spreading. Their swift coordination impresses Minato, reminding him of what Shido told him about their preparedness despite their relative inexperience. As the forces set up their defenses, Minato lands beside an officer, who mistakes him for a lost child. However, upon recognizing him as the captain of the special magic team, the officer immediately allows him to assist. A monster suddenly creeps behind the officer, but Minato swiftly burns it to ash, saving his life. He warns them not to let their guard down before asking for a status update. The officer reports that the police and SDF have sealed off Dotonbori and are prioritizing civilian safety. Unfortunately, he admits they are not equipped to handle the boss monster, as their forces alone are no match for it. Minato reassures them, promising to take care of the boss himself. The soldiers express their gratitude, and Minato surprises them further by revealing he has backup: Riku and Hinata, magic nobles from the Homurai and Kaichi families. Shocked, the soldiers ask if the SMT and the magic nobles are now working together. Without answering, Minato notices a renewed sense of hope among the officers, who place their trust in both elite forces. Just then, a dark, ominous purple miasma spreads through the air. The soldiers suddenly feel an overwhelming heaviness in their bodies, struggling to move. Amid their confusion, a massive figure slowly emerges from the fog. The officers immediately recognize it: the chief demon, the boss monster. This creature alone possesses enough power to level Osaka, and against it, they, as mere humans, stand no chance. Minato, however, remains unfazed. Smirking, he scolds the chief demon for taking so long to appear. His calm demeanor shocks the police, who cannot fathom how he remains composed in the face of such a terrifying threat. Before Minato can engage, Hinata and Riku step forward, declaring that the chief demon is their prey, and that he should stay back and watch. Though disappointed they beat him to the fight, Minato relents, trusting them to handle an opponent of this caliber. With the battlefield set, Riku and Hinata brace themselves as they prepare for the fight of their lives. After pouting a few more nonsensical words, both Hinata and Riku recreate their level 6 magic attacks, Demon Blaze and Comet, and fire them at the chief demon, who stands motionless in the street, staring at them like fools. As both attacks close in, the chief demon obliterates them with his level 8 fire magic attack, Supernova, blinding the magic nobles and the soldiers with its intense light. Stunned, they struggle to comprehend how a lowly creature can wield such powerful magic. Forced to acknowledge the demon's immense strength, Hinata and Riku prepare to attack again. But before they can, the chief demon unexpectedly speaks, asking if there is a formidable sorcerer among them. One of the soldiers, though aware that chief demons possess greater intellect than typical monsters, is still shocked to hear it converse like a human. Seeing the fear on the soldiers' faces, Minato understands their reaction. A monster with human-like intelligence is rare, and the unknown always breeds fear. However, he decides to remain silent and watch as the nobles continue embarrassing themselves. After failing to land her first attack, Hinata throws another childish tantrum, vowing to reduce the demon to ashes. She unleashes a fire spell even stronger than Demon Blaze, while Riku, fueled by frustration, infuses his sword with level 8 gravity magic, Dimensional Blade. Seeing the nobles finally casting original spells, Minato gets excited, hoping their combined efforts will be enough to bring down the chief demon. As Hinata and Riku prepare to strike, the chief demon suddenly comments on someone's magic power. Assuming he means them, Hinata boasts about her strength, only for the demon to clarify that he was referring to Minato's overwhelming mana. Irritated by the insult, Hinata and Riku abandon their magic and recklessly charge the demon with their fists. To their dismay, the chief demon effortlessly dodges every blow, teasing them for being too slow. After playing with them for a while, he counterattacks, sending them sprawling. He then combines fire and wind magic to create a level 6 fusion spell, Flare Cyclone, which subdues the nobles in an instant. As Riku and Hinata struggle to their feet, trembling from the sheer force of the attack, Minato steps forward and tells them to leave the rest to him. Hinata tries to stop him, insisting that even if they, as magic nobles, could not defeat the chief demon, then there is no way he can. Riku suggests they retreat, but Minato remains unfazed, assuring them that a monster like this is nothing to him. Riku questions if Minato truly understands the overwhelming magic power radiating from the chief demon. Hinata, on the other hand, refuses to accept defeat, knowing they cannot afford to fail the person they wish to be useful to. Minato approaches the battlefield, teasing the chief demon, who, despite this, remains impressed by his magic power. Before the fight begins, the chief demon asks Minato to introduce himself, but Minato dismisses the request, questioning whether he is obligated to answer. Acknowledging Minato's point, the chief demon withdraws the question, remarking that associating with humans is ultimately meaningless for demon kind. With the pleasantries over, the battle begins. The chief demon immediately goes on the offensive, attacking Minato from all angles, but Minato effortlessly blocks every strike with his high-level magic barrier. Watching the fight, Hinata assumes Minato is struggling and begins gloating, claiming she knew he would not stand a chance. Before she can finish her sentence, Minato casually pushes the chief demon back and complains about how annoying he is. Both magic nobles are left speechless, realizing that the demon's relentless barrage of attacks has not left a single scratch on Minato. Riku, observing Minato's tactics, worries that remaining on the defensive will be ineffective, as the chief demon also possesses an exceptional defense. Meanwhile, Minato debates whether to use a new spell he recently developed, but hesitates due to the presence of the nobles. Instead, he decides on a different strategy and unleashes a level 9 void magic attack, Magic Sparkle, as preparation for his counterattack. Hinata, seeing the level 9 spell, is shocked, as she had always believed level 8 magic was the highest attainable. Minato then traps the chief demon inside the bright yellow void magic circles he created earlier and finishes him off in one swift move. Gasps of disbelief ripple through the crowd as the soldiers realize that Captain Minato just effortlessly defeated an opponent that even the magic nobles struggled against. As Minato descends, the soldiers erupt in praise, hailing him as incredible and even calling him the Messiah. Minato approaches the embarrassed nobles and casually remarks that the monster turned out to be no problem for him. Hinata, utterly defeated, acknowledges that they are nowhere near his level, and realizes that, in their current state, they stand no chance of subduing him. Minato then asks if they still want to continue their fight. Without hesitation, both nobles admit defeat and declare that Minato has passed their test. With that resolved, Minato presses them for answers. Riku agrees to explain everything but mentions that they need one more person present, Takigami. Immediately, Minato understands who he means. Moments later, Takigami arrives on the scene and asks if Minato had known all along that she was behind everything. Minato responds affirmatively, reminding her that she cannot hide anything from him. Now, she must explain why she tested him, why sorcerers have weakened over the past 50 years, and why she has been cooperating with the magic nobles ever since his death. Before giving Minato the answers he seeks, Takigami takes him and the magic nobles back to her house, ensuring they are comfortable enough to hear her out. Once they are seated, Minato asks if she knew about the magic nobles before his arrival. Not only does Takigami confirm that she did, but she also reveals she knew he was going to be attacked. Puzzled, Minato questions why she allowed it, but Riku responds, explaining that they only wanted to test Minato's skills and see if he would use his powers selfishly. Minato brings up the involvement of his allies in their so-called test, and Riku assures him they never intended harm, only issuing threats. Still, Minato presses further, demanding to know why they went through with it. Riku explains that Minato's very existence as part of the SMT undermines the magic nobles, creating a dangerous situation for Japan. Hearing this, Minato counters, stating that their current predicament results from their negligence. The SMT never sought to demean the magic nobles. Rather, it was the nobles who looked down on them. Overwhelmed by the accusations, Hinata throws a tantrum, but Riku, acting more maturely, tells her to stop because Minato is right. Despite acknowledging their inaction during the first calamity, Riku argues that the world still needs the nobles to maintain order. Takigami then intervenes, explaining that the root of the issue dates back 50 years after Minato's passing, leading to Japan's current state and the creation of the magic nobles. Following Ichikami Minato's death and the disappearance of most demons, Japan was overwhelmed by illegal mages. Their numbers grew so vast that even the police and self-defense forces were exhausted, making law enforcement impossible. Japan became a lawless country, and the few remaining legitimate mages fought against the illegal ones, but were ultimately defeated and killed. With the nation on the brink of collapse, hope seemed lost. Summing it up, Takigami explains that Japan's downfall was triggered by Ichikami Minato's death. Without him, the remaining mages struggled to rebuild and restore hope. After numerous discussions, they decided to establish the Magic Nobles, an entity meant to earn the people's trust and serve as a new symbol of hope, akin to Minato. Given that magic was highly dangerous in times of peace, the nobles confiscated all magical texts and documents, recruited those with talent, and eliminated those who refused to join them. By monopolizing magic knowledge, they banned oral traditions and rumors of magic, leading Japan toward peace. However, as a consequence, Japanese mages grew weaker, and imperial politics caused a decline in technology and knowledge, a pattern Minato finds all too familiar. Recalling the situation 50 years ago, Minato remembers the chaos, with people and mages dying, and magic being used for evil. He realizes things only worsened after his death. He then asks Takigami if the nobles truly have the political power to manipulate events as they do, given their supposed affiliations. After a glance at the nobles, Takigami quietly asks Minato if he remembers Mumyu Hifumi, his former subordinate, a sore loser, arrogant, yet incredibly talented. Once Minato confirms, Takigami reveals that Mumyu is now the chairman of the powerful Mumyu Group. Originally famous as the heir of the Mumyu conglomerate, he has been financially backing the magic nobles since their inception 50 years ago. Minato finally understands the nobles' influence, though he never knew Mumyu was an heir. Takigami chuckles at how indifferent Ichikami Minato remains toward power, money, and fame, noting that his sole concerns have always been magic and people. Takigami continues, stating that during Minato's era, Japanese mages were globally top tier, but their skills have since deteriorated. Hinata interjects, insisting that Japan only achieved peace due to their predecessors. Frustrated, Minato asks what she would do if another calamity arose. Unable to answer, Hinata falls silent. Riku then states that back then, they assumed the police alone could handle any crisis, with the magic nobles stepping in only as a last resort. Minato asks if they now recognize their mistake, and Riku remains silent. Minato then turns to Takigami once more, asking if she knew all of this. She confirms she has been involved for 50 years, but insists she is not a magic noble, nor does she wield their power or influence. For now, she is simply an anti-monster equipment crafter, content in her role. After uncovering the truth, Minato notes everything but suspects Takigami is still withholding information. To confirm, he asks if she has any more secrets, and she assures him she has told him everything. With this, Minato shifts gears and proposes an alliance between the Magic Nobles and SMT to handle DR more effectively. He clarifies that if they accept, he will not be subordinate to them. It will be a cooperative relationship. Given their performance during the last calamity, their collaboration is clearly necessary. Hinata scoffs, doubting that someone as strong as Minato would need their help. He explains that he has limits, and if the nobles join SMT, he will let past grievances go. He then asks if they have any objections to assisting the citizens. Riku, recognizing that they cannot defeat the chief demon alone, agrees that relying on Minato is their best option. Takigami also offers her skills as an anti-monster equipment crafter, and Minato welcomes her aboard. After much reluctance and another tantrum, Hinata finally agrees to the alliance, on the condition that Minato never mentions the chief demon incident again. He accepts their terms but also ensures they refrain from taking hostages whenever they need to speak with him, which they agree to. With everything settled, SMT and the Magic Nobles form an alliance for the first time in 50 years. Shortly after, Minato feels like he is forgetting something, but since he cannot recall it, he shrugs it off and carries on. Around the same time, the other SMT members wake up to find men in suits, beaten and tied up near their beds. Initially assuming they are burglars, they soon suspect it has to do with their bangles. By noon the next day, Minato finally arrives at the Osaka Prefectural Police School, where dozens of students eagerly await his arrival. In his first few moments there, Minato is startled by the sudden attention he's getting from the trainees, but thankfully, the on-site instructor orders the Minato fans to line up as they're no longer students, and then apologizes on their behalf for their unruliness. The instructor explains that many joined the police force because they admire Minato, adding that he understands their excitement given the SMT's impressive actions during the calamities. Hearing this, Minato sighs and quickly gets to training the recruits. Moments later, he gathers a few students and, after instructing them to ready their level 1 spells, orders them to fire at the wooden targets before them. While training is ongoing, Minato notices 3 girls ogling him and realizes that SNS and the media have strongly influenced many people. Aware of this, he figures that although their motivation might be impure, they're eager, so he won't go easy on them. With that in mind, he increases the regimen by making them run while sensing their magic, helping them enhance both their physical and magical power. After running for several minutes, the trainees start complaining, asking what he plans to do if they collapse. To reassure them, Minato states that he can use holy magic to heal them regardless of their condition, so they should stop complaining and keep running, because enemies won't care about their circumstances in battle. With that, the trainees push through, training as if their lives depended on it. After a week of enduring the same regimen, the Osaka police force's average magical power increases significantly. On the final day of training, Minato delivers a farewell speech, praising the trainees for enduring the harsh program and greatly improving their skills in just 1 week. He urges them to continue training even in his absence, as they are now the protectors of Osaka's peace. When he finishes speaking, he leaves the trainees and their instructor in tears. Soon after, it is revealed that Osaka's magic level has significantly improved, now rivaling that of Tokyo's officers, all thanks to Minato Kusanagi. Shortly after leaving the training grounds, Minato dreads returning to Tokyo, suspecting that another press conference or some other hassle awaits him. While he is en route, national news reports on the alliance between the SMT and the Homarai and Kaichi families' magic nobles, formed to combat calamities and monster threats. With thousands of people reacting to the news, the reporter notes rumors that major corporations may sponsor the SMT. For those worried about its impact on law enforcement, they are assured that the SMT is not an official Tokyo police department. As news of the SMT's good deeds spreads, people across Japan begin recognizing the organization's growing influence. In other news, reporters note that the Mizuha family has yet to make a public appearance, which is strange given their history of cooperating with the SMT. Speculation arises that they may be withdrawing from the alliance just as Japan is beginning to unite against the calamities. After his flight lands, Minato asks the girls if they can contact their father. Yuika explains that she has tried multiple times, but since they have been disowned, he may be unwilling to respond. Even so, Minato expresses concern that the family head has not publicly supported the alliance. Ruka had expected him to step forward once they allied with the other 2 noble families. Aware of how unusual Tushiro's silence is, Minato decides to check on him later. Noticing his deep thought, the girls call him back to reality, praising his success in Osaka and expressing their pride in him. Minato, realizing how much trouble he is in, joins them in conversation. Meanwhile, Shido, standing nearby, notes that Chrono didn't appear at night when Minato was absent. Although suspicious, he reasons that if Minato is truly the Shadowbringers' leader, Chrono, and an illegal mage, he will have no choice but to arrest him. Still, with every fiber of his being, Shido hopes his assumption is wrong, believing Minato is meant to be the world's savior. Later that night, while walking home and complaining about his busy team members, Minato is suddenly approached by 2 of Tushiru's attendants. They inform him that he has been summoned. Calmly he follows them, soon arriving at Tushiru's villa. There, Tushiru angrily asks if it is true that both his daughters are now living with him, and then immediately threatens his life if he intends to harm them. Puzzled, Minato reassures the man that they are just friends, prompting Tushiro to press the issue, ensuring Minato will not lay a hand on them. To ease his mind, Minato firmly states that he would never do such a thing to his friends. He then wonders if Tushiru summoned him solely out of concern for his daughters. Despite everything, Minato realizes Tushiru has a strong fatherly side. Moments later, Tushiro leads Minato outside, and once they are airborne, he challenges Minato to a match. With time to kill, Minato accepts. Tushiro immediately attacks, unleashing the level 6 water magic, Geyser Wave, after charging his mana. In response, Minato counters with level 7 fire magic, Demon's Blaze, overpowering the water attack. Afterward, they descend, and Tushiru praises Minato for neutralizing water's advantage using equally ranked fire magic. Acknowledging Minato's strength, Tushiro finally entrusts his daughters to him. For a moment, Minato remains silent, watching the father walk away. Elsewhere, the furious BR boss from before throws a fit upon realizing Chrono is still alive. Fed up, he decides to abandon restraint. vowing to crush anyone in his way. He then turns to his latest ally, Tushiro, demanding reassurance that he will fulfill his expectations. Shockingly, Tushiro promises to annihilate Chrono. Around this time, the enraged boss, who's later revealed to be the former unruly magic noble Kuroi, declares that the next phase will be a full-scale war between BR and the Shadowbringers, urging the Black Mage to await his arrival. A few days before BR strikes, Minato and his SMT members return to school and face even worse glazing than before, especially now that their media appearances have skyrocketed. Minato feels exhausted as things get even more bothersome. Unfortunately, the others don't have it easy either. Yuika is constantly pestered by fans who just want to be with her, attracting not only admirers, but also envious individuals who despise her. Tired of Yuika receiving the attention they crave, 3 jealous girls decide they've had enough. When Yuika sneaks out of class under the guise of a bathroom break, they seize their opportunity to catch her off guard. After easing herself, Yuika complains in the hallway about the exhaustion from the constant attention, when suddenly, the 3 girls intercept her and drag her to an infamous corner of the school. There, they slam their feet against the wall to intimidate her before accusing her of being annoying and questioning why she's even in the SMT. When Yuika remains silent, the short, overweight girl suggests she must have received special treatment for being a magic noble. As if that weren't enough, the green-haired idiot chimes in, claiming Yuika seduced her way into the SMT. Unable to endure the insults, Yuika snaps, yelling that she worked hard to enlist in the SMT and would never resort to cheap tricks. Sensing her defensiveness, the red-haired ringleader of the sore losers presses further, demanding Yuika swear on her title as a magic noble that she has no feelings for Minato. Yuika stammers, but before she can betray herself, Minato suddenly appears, demanding an explanation. Startled, the girls hastily claim they were merely discussing how unfair it is for Yuika to receive special treatment. Their leader even dares to accuse Minato himself of being caught up in the supposed favoritism. Minato, without responding, turns to Yuika and immediately recognizes the shame she must feel from enduring their bullying. Meanwhile, the jealous girls start babbling about enlisting in the SMT, claiming they'd be a great help to him. Seeing through their ploy, Minato decides to play along. He holds back his scolding for now, and instead encourages them to join the SMT's induction course. Since they seem so eager, he promises to let them join once they pass. Unaware of how grueling the training is, the girls become ecstatic. Minato takes them to the SMT training space, informing Ryuji and Ruka that they'll be participating in the course. At first, Ryuji and Ruka are unimpressed, noting that the girls don't seem particularly skilled. However, Yuika, worried that Minato plans to let them join, brushes the thought aside to focus on more pressing matters. Noticing how chatty the newcomers are, Ryuji and Ruka grow even more suspicious of their intentions. When they ask Minato about it, he simply tells them not to think too much of it. He senses that these girls need this lesson. Training begins, and within an hour, the redhead nearly collapses from exhaustion. Meanwhile, Minato and the other seasoned SMT members bark out orders, pushing them to run as if their lives depended on it. He repeats the same harsh training he used with the Osaka police force. After forcing them to run a full track 4 times, Minato moves on to one-handed, magic-enhanced push-ups, training alongside the others while reminding the losers to push their limits. Next, they move on to casting spells continuously until they are completely drained. By this point, the jealous trio starts plotting their escape, unwilling to continue this insanity. Just as they're about to make a break for it, Minato calls them back, casually informing them that they've only finished the warm-up. Panicked, the girls start accusing Minato of harassment, with one even claiming he deliberately made the training unbearable just to torment them. In response, Minato points at the real SMT members, reminding the sore losers that even though they struggled at first, they persevered every single day to become the warriors they are now. He explains that the SMT works side by side with death, fights monsters, and protects the people with everything they've got. Then, he turns the conversation to Yuika, telling them that despite thinking she lacks talent, she works relentlessly to improve. To claim she used her looks and connections to get in is pure foolishness. He knows she would never stoop that low. Finally, he looks the redhead straight in the eye and makes it clear that Yuika is an important friend of his. He will never forgive anyone who tries to discredit her. Realizing their mistake, the 3 bullies beg for mercy and flee like the cowards they are. Watching them scurry away, Minato sighs at how spineless they are. Ryuji, still confused, asks him what just happened. Minato simply tells him not to worry about the sore losers. Later, as they walk home after training, Yuika thanks Minato for standing up for her, revealing that she heard everything he said. Minato shrugs it off, saying he was simply showing them reality and putting an end to their meaningless jealousy. Since he's sure they'll spread the word, she doesn't need to worry about it anymore. Yuika giggles, repeating his last sentence, before shyly admitting that she considers him an important person. Deep down, she knows that Minato's definition of important is different from hers. But for now, she's satisfied. She believes that one day, when she's strong enough to stand beside him, she will finally earn his love. With newfound determination, she tells Minato to prepare for the day she becomes strong enough to defeat him. With Yuika's bullying situation taken care of, life returns to normal for the SMT, until the next calamity strikes. As the hour of calamity arrives in Tokyo, the skies turn red, and monsters appear randomly in the streets. Recognizing the danger, people run for their lives as the creatures begin attacking. At the same time, Minato and Hinata, who happen to be on the scene, spring into action. Hinata eagerly claims some monsters as hers, incinerating them with her fire magic. With no time to argue with the short alarm clock, Minato focuses on the remaining threats, obliterating them with void magic. While this unfolds, first responders and a few foolish onlookers marvel at the sight of the SMT and magic nobles working seamlessly together, something they never expected. Ever since the magic nobles started cooperating with the SMT, their reputation has been gradually restored. A recent survey conducted by a statistics organization confirms this trend. For now, Chrono handles illegal mages while the SMT deals with calamities and monsters. However, because the SMT's core members are students rather than police officers, the organization isn't widely recognized as a law enforcement body. This misunderstanding sometimes leads to delays in emergency responses, fueling growing criticism of the police force. A few days after the calamity, Minato, disguised as Shadowbringer, secretly visits Leona's comatose brother, Kai, at the hospital. Under the cover of night, he sneaks into Kai's room and places his hand on the unconscious man's forehead, attempting to heal him using Angel Breath, a level 7 holy magic spell. Despite knowing that holy magic typically can't cure a comatose state, Minato hopes it will at least have some positive effect on Kai's body and mind. However, despite multiple treatments, there's been no change. He begins to suspect that holy magic is ineffective against this kind of condition. Remembering how hopeful Leona becomes whenever her brother's health is discussed, Minato refuses to give up. Just as he prepares to attempt another method, the door suddenly swings open. He swiftly hides. Leona enters, briefly sensing another presence but dismisses it as her imagination. She approaches her brother and continues the story she started the previous day, this time praising Chrono's incredible magic, reliability, and initiative. She admits that while she admires him, his coaching is absolute hell. His strict and merciless training methods feel downright demonic. However, as she jokes about it, her expression changes. Gripping Kai's blanket, she solemnly promises that she won't stop fighting until no one else has to suffer as he did. Even if it costs her everything, she vows to take down the Black Rebellion alongside Chrono. Overcome with emotion, she breaks down in tears, apologizing to her brother once again for what happened to him. Having heard enough, Minato quietly leaves the room and heads to a warehouse to meet Leona and the recruits she wants to introduce. Moments later, Leona arrives, presenting the new members to Minato, who surprises her by asking for proper introductions. She explains that they aren't just random recruits. These individuals sought her out after seeing her online posts and enlightenment campaign. She purposely provided limited information to test whether they were determined enough to find her. Now that they're here, she assures Minato that she has verified their identities and screened them thoroughly. The recruits, brimming with excitement, start to fawn over Minato, but Leona quickly tells them to calm down. With order restored, Minato makes it clear that while he's willing to train them, he won't go easy on them. Undeterred, the recruits confidently urge him to push them to their limits. Satisfied with their determination, Minato starts the training and nearly kills them with his grueling regimen. Initially, the recruits were overly enthusiastic, but their dedication soon became evident. Over time, under Minato's brutal training, they improved significantly. Within a week, Minato successfully formed a specialized tactical team focused on information manipulation and hacking, as well as an action team tasked with targeting and dismantling BR hideouts. As Shadowbringer's influence grew, he gained unexpected support from underworld organizations. Meanwhile, the Black Rebellion's hideouts suffered repeated destruction, confusing the police force about the true intentions of the Black Mage. However, Shido remains unwavering in his belief that all illegal magicians are criminals. In his mind, Shadowbringer is no vigilante, just another lawbreaker. Determined, Shido vows not to let these so-called heroes escape justice. At the same time, Kuroi, his usual irate self, throws another fit, furious at the Black Mage's continued defiance. Before he can break something, a subordinate arrives, informing him that everything is ready for their next operation. Despite this, Kuroi continues berating them for being slow and incompetent. Nevertheless, he remains obsessed with his goal. He promises that no matter what happens, he will personally corner and eliminate Minato and Chrono, even if it's the last thing he does. The next day, during the SMT's training, Shido, who's been observing the entire regimen, can't shake the suspicion that Captain Minato might be Chrono. Considering his age, abilities, and the timing of Chrono's appearance, it's almost impossible not to be suspicious. While Shido is deep in thought, Ryuji and the girls apologize to Minato for unknowingly breaking their bracelets while asleep weeks ago. After explaining what happened, Minato reassures them that it's fine and that the bracelets had likely reached their durability limit. However, internally, he realizes that a novice like himself can't make decent anti-monster equipment. He decides to contact Takigami later for better gear. Still, Ryuji and the others remain pissed at the nobles for launching a night ambush just to test them, all because they think they can do whatever they want. Understanding their frustration, Minato admits he's also angry about the nobles' sneaky tactics, but considering the future, cooperation with them is essential. With that in mind, he politely asks his subordinates to let this incident slide just once. Reluctantly, they drop the subject, but then turn their frustration toward themselves, blaming their lack of power for not even noticing the attack. At that moment, Yuika recalls how disoriented the magic nobles looked upon waking up and asks Minato about it. She doesn't know what kind of magic affected them, but they still seemed unaware of their situation. Minato explains that he used a drain-type spell to absorb their magical power and blur their memories. It's possible they don't remember anything before or after the magic was cast. With training over for the day, Minato suggests they all head home together, but his subordinates quickly refuse, giving various excuses. Since he's been ditched, Shido offers him a ride, which Minato accepts. On their way back, Shido brings up Shadowbringer's growing influence and tells Minato that, as part of the police force, he can't just sit back and watch. Sensing where this is going, Minato asks if Shido still suspects him. Shido sidesteps the question, listing a few qualities about the criminal before asking if Minato has noticed them too. Minato plays dumb, claiming he knows nothing. Though highly skeptical, Shido lets the matter drop for now. Minato then asks if Shido considers Chrono a villain, noting that he hasn't heard of him committing any evil acts. Shido admits he's heard Chrono is a good person, so why does he hate him so much? Minato presses. Shido responds that it's because he's still a criminal. To help Minato understand his stance, Shido shares his past. His father was a remarkable police officer with a strong sense of justice. While society vilified criminals, his father always believed they had consciences, and that confronting them with respect could help them see the error of their ways. Shido admired that belief, which inspired him to become a police officer. However, his father was killed while trying to negotiate with a criminal who had taken hostages. Unarmed and defenseless, he was mercilessly attacked with magic. Since he couldn't use magic himself, he was killed in an utterly one-sided fight. The criminal was later arrested and charged with robbery and murder. When asked why he killed Shido's father, he claimed he had been scared of the unarmed man. Remembering those words, Shido loses his composure, angrily declaring that real fear should belong to the victims, people like his father, who was murdered over something so trivial. With that said, he makes his stance clear. He will never forgive criminals. Even if they try to save others, they should not be pardoned. Otherwise, those who live honest lives will have nothing to believe in. As Shido relives his grief, Minato recognizes that this belief is deeply ingrained in him. After his outburst, Shido apologizes for getting emotional, then drops Minato off, saying he'll be counting on him the next day as usual. The next morning, the SMT members gather for training, but to their dismay, Minato is running late, a rare occurrence. After a few minutes of waiting, he rushes out of class, muttering about teachers who talk too much. As he hurries toward the training area, he ignores two shady-looking men staring at him from a corner. Seconds after Minato leaves, a massive screen broadcasting the news is suddenly hijacked. The image shifts, and Kuroi, the BR leader, appears across every major display in Japan. When he shows up, people instantly recognize him as former magic noble Kuroi. However, unfazed by the attention, he directly addresses the SMT and Chrono, revealing that he has a present for them. He claims that bombs have been planted all over Japan and warns the police not to interfere, otherwise they will be detonated one by one. To prove they aren't bluffing, Kuroi snaps his fingers. An explosion erupts from a building near Minato's location. Instantly, Minato springs into action, using a high magic barrier to shield civilians from the blast. Meanwhile, the SMT scrambles for information, only to find that their data is completely scrambled. To make matters worse, neither they nor the police can move quickly enough to respond. Yuika, growing frustrated, reports that they can't even contact Minato and wonders what the hell he's doing at a time like this. As confusion spreads within the police force, Kuroi issues his final demand. Chrono must come to the specified location alone. If he refuses, all the bombs will be detonated at once. Shortly after assessing the damage in the district, Minato decides and waits till it gets dark to act. By nightfall, he gets into his Shadowbringer costume and leaves for the designated place, a port warehouse that used to be a hideout. Upon confirming the location, Leona asks him over comms if he's really going through with this, and Minato assures her that things will be fine. With the stage set, Leona wishes him a safe return and hopes he doesn't die on them this time. After reassuring her again, Minato flies through the entire city and only lands when he reaches the designated warehouse. The warehouse lights up when he steps inside, revealing dozens of illegal BR mages. Their leader, Kuroi, welcomes him to his death, noting that he's been waiting for him. He then boasts that everyone in the room is a top-tier BR mage with advanced powers. In response, Chrono, aka Minato, asks if taking down everyone there will be enough to destroy BR. Hearing this, Kuroi laughs at Chrono's confidence. But before he can speak, one of his mages calls Chrono an idiot for thinking he can win alone. Annoyed, Kuroi grabs the idiot by the throat and scolds him, saying people have lost to Chrono for underestimating him, just like he did. Since he's there now and claims to be different, Kuroi not only promises not to hold back, but also threatens to kill Chrono flawlessly without letting his guard down. Puzzled, Chrono, about to jump into a fight with Kuroi, asks if he really thinks he can pull it off. However, before he can make any sudden moves, Kuroi stops him, warning that if he resists, the bombs around the city will be detonated. Knowing full well that Kuroi means business, Chrono stays put and waits for the next big move. Kuroi then orders his mages to kill him, and almost immediately, they all fire at Chrono. When none of the attacks hit him, Kuroi initially assumes Chrono set up a magic barrier, so he orders them to continue firing. When the same thing happens again, Chrono informs them that their attacks are useless. Level 3 magic won't work on him. Furious, Kuroi throws a fit, even attacking his own men and calling them useless for failing to scratch Chrono. Chrono, on the other hand, calls them trash, which prompts Kuroi to promise that this trash will be the ones to brutally kill him. Despite Chrono's power, Kuroi remains confident, stating that normally he'd have no chance. But now that he has his new guns, things will be different. Upon noticing the guns in Kuroi's hands, Chrono assumes they're just normal firearms, and arrogantly claims that guns won't work on him. But as soon as he's done talking, Kuroi fires a shot that grazes his right cheek, and to his shock, Chrono gets injured. Savoring the surprise on Chrono's face, Kuroi laughs maniacally and explains that his gun is an anti-magic weapon enchanted with magic that disassembles magic itself. After explaining what his bullets can penetrate, Kuroi fires 3 simultaneous rounds, all of which graze Chrono's body. Kuroi then admits it's been a while since he last shot, so he expected his aim to be slightly off. However, he is taken aback when Chrono subconsciously heals his wounds using natural magic. Mistaking it for holy magic, Kuroi calls him out for using it, but Chrono corrects him, stating that it's actually natural magic, which activates automatically to heal him. Regardless, Kuroi declares that healing won't change the situation. It just means he can hurt Chrono even more. Kuroi then fires 3 more shots while taunting Chrono, but he soon notices that all his bullets, just like before, only graze him. Despite this, Chrono effortlessly heals himself again. At this point, Kuroi starts to suspect something's off. None of his shots have landed directly, which seems impossible. He wonders if Chrono has been dodging, but quickly dismisses the idea, convinced that such a feat is beyond even Chrono's abilities. While Kuroi is lost in thought, Chrono secretly communicates with Leona and the others to confirm whether their secret mission is complete. Kuroi, noticing this, calls him out for daring to talk mid-battle and underestimating him. Now that the mission is done, Chrono conjures Grand Typhoon, a level 5 wind magic spell, using it to not only blow away all the illegal mages, but also blast a hole in the warehouse's roof, destroying the entire building. Seeing this, Kuroi immediately gives the order to detonate the bombs across the city, but to his dismay, Chrono reveals that his allies have already disarmed them. Now free to focus entirely on Kuroi, Chrono tells him that his bullets hurt quite a bit, and promises to return the pain 100-fold. As the stage is set for battle, Kuroi prepares to fight, but before they can engage, the SMT arrives and stops the fight before it begins. Yuika reports that all the bombs have been disarmed, prompting Ruka to urge BR to stop their futile resistance. Chrono, wanting to keep his identity hidden, secretly commends the SMT for arriving quickly, but wonders if they were just waiting nearby without being detected. Regardless, the SMT immediately recognizes Chrono, the Shadowbringer leader, and acknowledges his immense magical power. Meanwhile, Sanada, who knows that Chrono is actually Minato, feels the urge to help him, worried that he might secretly be injured. With the tables turned, Chrono smugly challenges Kuroi to a fight. Just when they think they've won, Tushiru appears out of nowhere, acknowledging Kuroi's struggle and offering to help. Recognizing the traitor as their father, the girls exclaim in shock, desperately hoping there's a good explanation for this. So without fail, they ask their father why he's siding with a despicable human like Kuroi. Before Tushiru can answer, Kuroi claims it's because they're comrades in arms. Still confused, Yuika and her sister bombard their father with questions, desperate to understand what could have made him side with such an asshole. Eventually, growing tired of their persistence, Tushiru coldly tells them he's not obligated to explain anything. Disappointed, they fall silent and simply stare at him. Meanwhile, Shido calls for Chrono's capture, but Chrono questions whether this is really the time to treat him as an enemy. Other SMT members echo his sentiment, arguing they should be working together, especially since Minato isn't there. Realizing they have a point, Shido reluctantly agrees to cooperate. Just this once. A moment later, Kuroi throws special hand grenades at the SMT. Chrono yells for them to dodge, and they barely escape the blast radius, managing to keep most of their limbs intact. They quickly realize these aren't ordinary grenades. Chrono, stunned by the existence of anti-magic weaponry beyond guns, watches as Kuroi smugly opens his trench coat to reveal more hidden equipment. While Chrono deals with Kuroi, the sisters struggle with the reality of fighting their father. Seizing the moment, Tushiru, eager to test their strength, conjures a level 3 water magic attack, Azure Splash, and launches it at them. Ruka retaliates with a similar spell, but hers is too weak. Tushiru's attack effortlessly breaks through. With nothing left to do, the girls brace for impact. Just as all hope seems lost, Ryuji intercepts with a level 3 earth magic spell, Rock Wall, saving them from drowning. Afterward, the sisters thank Ryuji, and Tushiru acknowledges their improvement and teamwork. However, he warns them there's still no match for him, as his magical power is on par with Minato's. Despite this, Yuika refuses to back down. Determined, she and Ruka combine their mana to unleash a level 7 Great Water Magic, Geyser Wave, against him. Tushiro counters effortlessly with a level 8 spell, Tidal Wave, overwhelming them completely. He then remarks that while they manage to neutralize part of his magic, they're still far behind. As the sisters lie defeated, Kuroi complains about how one-sided the battle has been in his favor. He mocks Chrono, declaring that even the great Shadowbringer is powerless against anti-magic weapons. He sneers, suggesting Chrono has never fought against guns before. With Tushiro at his side, Kuroi claims Chrono stands no chance, even offering him the humiliating option to beg for his life. However, Chrono remains unfazed. Seeing this, Kuroi grows both agitated and paranoid, screaming at Chrono not to get cocky. He fires more anti-magic bullets, only for Chrono to dodge them all. Initially, Kuroi assumes it's luck, but the more he watches, the more doubtful he becomes. Meanwhile, Tushiru showcases his level 8 water spell again, asking for their opinion. Receiving no answer, he attacks Chrono, who dodges flawlessly. Kuroi, noticing something off about Chrono's movements, quickly unleashes his level 5 dark magic, Night Raid, sneaking behind Chrono for a surprise attack. Chrono, however, evades every sword slash, forcing Kuroi to shoot at him again, only for Chrono to dodge yet again. As Chrono catches his breath, another surge of water magic barrels toward him. He throws up a void barrier, but it cracks on impact. The SMT members, watching from the sidelines, are left dumbfounded by the sheer amount of mana being used. They start feeling useless for just standing there. Knowing they can't face Minato like this, they decide they need to act and earn his recognition. Shido, still harboring resentment toward Minato, sees an opportunity. With Chrono distracted and supposedly at a disadvantage, he believes they can finally neutralize him. Knowing reinforcements will arrive soon to help capture Tushiru and Kuroi, Shido refuses to let this moment slip away. He turns to Sanada, who is nearby, and urges her to help him take Chrono down. Sanada hesitates, questioning his reasoning. Shido insists that Chrono, an illegal mage fighting alone, must be arrested now. Initially, she refuses, but Shido persists, practically begging. Unable to outright refuse, Sanada clenches her fists and faces forward, making Shido take this as her agreeing to his request. But instead of attacking Chrono, she suddenly supplies him with white magic. Kuroi, witnessing this, mistakenly believes the police force has just turned against their only ally, Chrono, and mocks them. In time, however, Shido, just when he's about to unleash the next attack, realizes Sanada just hit Chrono with First Aid, a level 5 holy magic. Around this time, Kuroi calls out the police force for helping Chrono, an illegal mage, but then Chrono, who can heal his wounds with his passive magic, ignores him and wonders why Sanada hit him with magic that she knows he doesn't need. Upon further investigation, Chrono figures Sanada must be trying to communicate her feelings to him through magic, so he accepts the healing effects and continues fighting Kuroi. In the meantime, Shido, who's apparently brain-dead, asks Sanada why she healed the criminal, and Sanada, tired of his bullshit, tells him it's because Chrono's fighting for their sake. When the idiot asks how he's doing that, Sanada tells him to think about why they, who can't even move, are still alive, or why Chrono's not moving an inch from that place. With Shido remaining quiet, she tells him it's because he's only trying to protect all of them. While poor Chrono keeps getting hit by Kuroi's bullets, Sanada tells Shido that if it weren't for Chrono, they'd have been Kuroi's targets, so that's why he's not running away from them. Even after hearing all this, Shido still tries to paint Chrono as the bad guy like the fool he is, as there's no way an illegal mage like him would save the police. Realizing the doubt in his eyes, Sonata reminds Shido that Chrono is only there alone with them to save the people and fight for others. By this time, Shido starts thinking with his brain, and because Chrono's not moving much from where he is and is covered in wounds, Shido starts to question his sentiment towards him so far. Very soon he starts realizing the truth in front of him when the girls tell him they will all fight alongside Chrono, irrespective of whether or not he's an illegal mage. To their dismay, however, Kuroi reminds them that nobodies like them won't change a single thing since they don't have that much magic power left in them. With the SMT members attacking him with all their might, Yuika tells him that although their mana might be small, there's still something they can do. With that said, they turn their sights to Tushiru, floating on his flying water bubble, and force him back down to their level. The minute he lands, Chrono attacks him with Demon's Blaze, and Tushiru, quickly seeing the sneak attack, counters it with Geyser Wave. Realizing the coordination between all of them, Tushiru realizes he doesn't have that many opportunities to attack Chrono, as he knows the SMT will get in his way. With that in mind, the SMT works on holding off Tushiru, with Sonata happily eager to help Minato. While the girls attack the father, Shido strengthens his resolve and joins them to hold Tushiru off, which eventually pisses Kuroi off. As for Chrono, he commends the SMT for holding Tushiru off, making the fight easier, and continues pissing Kuroi off so much that he threatens to kill them with full force, and shoots Chrono even more. This time, Chrono dodges the attacks flawlessly, leaving Kuroi dumbfounded and wondering how the hell Chrono even managed to dodge all the bullets. When he accuses him of using magic, Chrono assures Kuroi that he didn't use any magic and just dodged it. At this point, Kuroi loses his shit, telling Chrono not to joke with him as this isn't a movie. By then, Chrono tells him that although it's been a while since he encountered long-range anti-magic equipment, he couldn't fight that well. Upon hearing this, Kuroi starts shooting erratically, but then Chrono, who says he's already analyzed his attack pattern, dodges all the bullets without fail and moves closer to him. Realizing bullets don't work anymore, Kuroi pulls out his anti-magic equipment rocket launcher and prepares to blow everyone away with it. Sadly, before he can even pull the trigger, Chrono uses Night Raid to get much closer to him, shocking Kuroi, and uses Cruel, a special kind of dark magic different from normal magic, to send the bastard into a world of pain for 3 days and 3 nights. A fitting punishment for a villain like him. Having dealt with Kuroi, Chrono moves on to Tushiru to attack him next, despite having his team members immobile from exhaustion. Realizing just how well those guys held Tushiru off, Chrono smiles at them and urges them to leave the rest to him. With this, he focuses his full attention on Tushiru. But before he can fight him, Tushiru surrenders, and Chrono asks for an explanation. Just then, Leona reports through comms that they've got trouble as the police and magic nobles are swarming all over Tokyo's BR hideouts, adding that it's clearly planned timing. If anything, she reports that she's sure that the information was leaked by Mizuha Tushiru. This information then causes Chrono to ask Tushiru if he was a spy who infiltrated BR, and Tushiru says yes. Before their conversation continues, Kuroi gets up and tells everyone to stop fooling around. Judging by his condition, Chrono figures he must have dissolved Cruel with anti-magic equipment. With him as backup, Kuroi holds a detonator and threatens to destroy all the bombs he's placed nearby. Seeing this, the other SMT members complain that they can't move well enough to escape the bombs in time, but then Chrono and Tushiru, still up and running, both activate Firewall and Emerald Aqua, both level 7 spells to protect the SMT members from Kuroi's bombs. However, after pressing the detonator multiple times, nothing happens. Kuroi just stands there, confused, claiming to have planted bombs everywhere. While he wastes time thinking, Leona, who has just arrived, tells him once again that they have already defused the bombs he hid nearby. As soon as he recognizes Leona as one of Shadowbringer's men, he makes some offhanded comments about them, calls them his slaves, and demands that they grovel and obey him. Pissed, Leona sucker punches him and finally tells him that she has gotten her payback. Despite this, the fool boldly states that he is just a cog in a machine called the BR, meaning the real bosses are still out there, continuing their evil deeds. Right after saying this, Kuroi collapses, leaving Chrono to wonder who the real mastermind behind BR is. Realizing he needs more research to confirm the person's identity, Chrono abandons the thought and carries Leona, intending to leave before the police arrive. Just then, Yuika tries to get him to wait so she can confirm something with him, but Chrono ignores her and leaps into the night sky, never to be caught by the SMT again. Soon after his departure, Ruka, Yuika, and Ryuji are left puzzled over what kind of person the Shadowbringer's leader could be. In any case, Sonata, who knows Chrono's true identity as Kusanagi, is filled with gratitude toward her hero for saving so many lives that night. By the morning of the next day, the national news reports the capture and arrest of former Magic Noble and BR President Kuroi on charges including conspiracy to terrorize the city. Additionally, the police receive much praise for quickly defusing the bombs and demonstrating their high-level anti-terrorism capabilities. Watching the news, Hinata and Riku, seen somewhere in the city, scoff at the media's attempt to take credit for their efforts. Meanwhile, Minato returns to his normal life as the SMT captain. That same morning, he walks to the Mizuha residence with his team to see Tushiro. On the way, they ask him to explain his absence during the sting on Kuroi the previous night. Minato lies, telling them that something happened in his family. Luckily for him, they buy the lie but still urge him to contact them next time. Upon arriving at the Mizuha residence, they are warmly welcomed and provided a place to sit in the meeting room. Inside, the girls ask their father to explain the situation. Tushiro begins by telling them that he pretended to cooperate with Kuroi and infiltrated BR to clear the disgrace of the magic nobles and prevent rampant illegal magicians from having their way. Moving on, he reveals that not only was Kuroi a former magic noble, but he was also involved in numerous crimes and expanded his influence without restraint. Unable to overlook it any longer, Tushiro took action. Yuika then asks why he only infiltrated BR now. Tushiro explains that he received an imperial command from the police, who believed it would be easier for him, as a magic noble family head, to infiltrate BR since Kuroi had previously colluded with Fuka. Using psychological tricks, Tushiro gained Kuroi's trust with ease. He ends his story by explaining that although he is not officially part of the police organization, he was treated as an undercover investigator by exception and will not be held accountable for any crimes committed. Hearing this, the girls sigh in relief and criticize the police for treating their father this way. Meanwhile, Minato contemplates the organizations involved in this charade: the SMT, the police, who seemed deferential to the magic nobles, and even Mizuha Tushiro, who surprisingly went to such great lengths to achieve this. He also wonders why the police decided to act at this specific time when they could have done so earlier. To him, their reasoning for acting now lacks conviction and seems suspicious. A flashback to the night of Kuroi's subjugation shows Chrono and Leona discussing how the police, despite their weaker information-gathering ability, managed to figure out that more than half of the planted bombs were fakes. When Chrono asks if the criminals simply couldn't prepare enough real bombs, Leona admits it's possible, but still finds it too sloppy for a serious threat. In any case, the police acted unusually fast, almost as if they had prior knowledge. She feels there is something fishy about the incident, but for now, they have no evidence. Back in the present, Tushiro acknowledges his sins, begs for forgiveness, and announces that he will now publicly cooperate with the SMT and lift his daughter's disownment. Hearing this, the girls instantly cheer up, knowing they can proudly be Mizuha family members again. On their way home from the Mizuha family meeting, Ryuji comments on all the good things that have happened and finally feels at ease now that everything is resolved. Sanada, on the other hand, calls Minato and Chrono her heroes and wishes there was something she could do to thank them. Shido, knowing Chrono is an illegal mage, still cannot shake off the fact that he saved them that night. If Chrono turns out to be Kusanagi, Shido is unsure whether capturing him would be the right thing to do. Meanwhile, Yuika grows uneasy as she recalls seeing Chrono's eyes that night and realizing they were the same as Minato's. Unable to differentiate between the two, she starts to wonder if they are the same person. Minato, fully aware of what's happening, realizes things could get messy if this continues. That night, dressed as Chrono, he visits Kai in his hospital bed to continue healing him with holy magic. Receiving no response this time, Chrono urges Kai to wake up, reminding him that his sister is waiting for him. Just then, Leona walks in, prompting Chrono to hide outside the window. She gently tells her little brother that she has finally defeated the villains with Chrono, so there is no need for him to worry anymore. She promises that no one will hurt him again. Seconds after hearing his sister's voice, Kai calls out her name, and Leona instantly reassures him that she is right there with him. Now fully awake, Kai welcomes his big sister back and tells her he tried his best to stay strong while she was away. Without hesitation, Leona hugs Kai tightly as tears stream down her face. Seeing this, Chrono smiles, realizing his job is done, and silently flies into the night sky. The next day, during their lunch break, Ryuji, who's with the others on the school's rooftop, begs Minato and the girls to help him look after his little siblings the following day. When asked what happened, he explains that his shift runs throughout the entire day, and he'll be home really late. Normally, he participates in SMT activities and works whenever his mom isn't working, but unfortunately, none of them will be available this time. Since he can't possibly leave his siblings alone until nighttime, Ryuji asks for their help. Having heard Ryuji's plea, Minato effortlessly offers to help, noting that he loves kids anyway, and Ryuji thanks him profusely. As for Yuika, She apologizes for not being available, explaining that she has things to do related to moving. Realizing she's no longer disowned, Ryuji asks if she's finally moving back to her father's place, but Yuika tells him they're moving to a bigger place instead. Right then, Yuika mimics her father, telling both of them to keep establishing their independence and exploring the outside world, as long as Kusanagi Minato stays with them. Soon after, Ryuji comments on her dad's actions, and Yuika tells him that at least he's kind enough to provide money. In any case, Minato feels that if Tushiru is promoting independence, then the sisters living together makes sense. On the other hand, he understands why Tushiru would want to keep him close to the girls now more than ever. Anyway, Ryuji jokes about Minato and Ruka helping Yuika move, only to realize how overbearing and ignorant they are, concluding that Yuika will be fine on her own. After getting a good laugh out of the joke, he asks Ruka if she'll be available to accompany Minato. Ruka stutters before eventually offering to help Minato look after the kids. With that, Ryuji thanks both of them and promises to make it up to them. The next day, Minato and Ruka take Ryuji's 3 siblings to the amusement park, since it's been a while since any of them have been there. The kids excitedly rant about riding the merry-go-round, the roller coaster, and the Ferris wheel all at once. To satisfy them, Minato assures them they'll ride all of them. Just as they're about to get on a ride, he notices Ruka standing back and urges her to join them. By this time, Ruka's expression looks so intimidating that the kids feel threatened, making Minato ask why she isn't smiling. To avoid being labeled a party pooper, Ruka apologizes, then makes things worse by forcing an awkward smile, asking if it's better. Unfortunately, the kids find her even scarier. To prevent them from crying, Minato pets the kids and ignores sad Ruka for now. Afterward, all 5 of them ride the roller coaster, Ferris wheel, and merry-go-round before finally stopping as it gets late. While Minato tends to the happy kids, he notices the sadness in Ruka's expression and decides to talk to her. Fortunately, the kids leave for a short bathroom break after Minato warns them not to bump into people, giving the duo some alone time. After some small talk about the kids' excitement, Ruka tells Minato he's amazing, even admired by children. Despite knowing this, Minato insists it's nothing special, but Ruka counters, admitting she isn't good with kids. Not that she dislikes them, but she struggles with communication. Minato acknowledges this, and she apologizes for being so stuck up. Moving on, she recalls telling Yuika that she could never surpass her, but now she feels inferior in every way. She can't cook, get along with people, or be as considerate as Yuika. Even in magic, where she once excelled, she's being surpassed. If anything, she knows she's not perfect, just a clumsy woman who can't do anything for herself. With Minato remaining silent, Ruka apologizes for being a whiny girl and urges him to forget everything she said, noting that the kids are returning from the bathroom. As the kids navigate through the crowd, the eldest accidentally bumps into one of 3 bullies harassing other children and threatening to film them. Knowing what's about to happen, Minato prepares to intervene. However, before he can act, he notices Ruka stepping in first to protect the kids and decides to watch. She swiftly pulls the boy out of harm's way and asks if he's okay. The boy starts crying, and she's relieved he isn't hurt. At this moment, the bully and his lackeys demand an apology from the little kid for simply being a child. Ruka refuses, arguing that the kid did nothing wrong and that the bully should be the one apologizing. Being a typical brickhead, the bully attempts to punch Ruka for challenging him. However, before his fist gets far, Minato grabs it tightly, calling him scum who only knows how to cause trouble. He reminds the bully that they're in a public place and not to ruin everyone's fun for his own entertainment. As the bully yells in pain and begs for release, Minato finally lets go and complains about troublemakers being everywhere. With the bullies gone, he checks on his group, ensuring they're all safe. Seeing that Ruka went out of her way to protect them, the 3 kids instantly cozy up to her, crying and thanking her for saving them. Initially, Ruka is scared stiff, but after a look from Minato, she hugs them tightly and reassures them that everything is okay. With the incident behind them, they enjoy the rest of the day in peace. By nightfall, when Ryuji finally returns home, he apologizes and hopes his siblings haven't caused trouble. However, to his surprise, he finds all 5 of them sleeping soundly together, just like a happy family. Over time, it's revealed that while the captain of the SMT, Minato, and Chrono, Shadowbringer's leader, Japan's twin mages, were gathering attention, the police's reputation only plummeted. Despite their swift response to the BR explosion incident, earning acclaim, the SMT's achievements only overshadowed the police and left their reputation still in shambles. During one of their so-called meetings, members of the Tokyo Police Department argue that they can't let the Shadowbringer run wild anymore and tarnish their dignity as police. Realizing the truth in this argument, the general superintendent of the department gives out an executive order to capture the criminals posing as vigilantes and bring them to justice. In the meantime, at the Kaichi family's dojo, Minato and Riku spar with wooden swords to test each other's swordsmanship skills. For almost 10 minutes, the duo, without saying a single word, go at each other with murderous intent, slashing, piercing, and dodging only when necessary. In the end, Riku ends the match in a draw when both of them find each other in situations where they both die. After noting how impressive Minato's swordsmanship skills are, Riku expresses his surprise upon discovering that Minato can fight on par with him, the assistant manager. Despite knowing all this, Minato assures Riku that he can't match him in swordsmanship yet, and this causes Riku, who just noticed how modest and skilled he is, to be impressed. With the sparring match over, the duo put the wooden training swords back in their place, and Riku instantly throws a fit over how troublesome his life has become. Confused, Minato asks him to explain what just happened to him as he seemed fine just a short while ago, and Riku says that whenever he's holding a sword, he always feels slightly motivated to do stuff. However, now that he's had to drop it, he feels useless and wishes he could die at that instant or become a plant. Hearing this, Minato sincerely tells Riku not to die yet, stating that just being alive and doing nothing is enough for anybody as long as it brings them happiness. Seeing how thoughtful Minato is, Riku calls him an interesting person, and then, after sitting up, tells him that he's always felt out of place. If anything, becoming known for his swordsmanship skills made him feel even more alienated, and that's more frustrating to him than anything in the entire world. Hearing this, Minato assures him that what he's describing isn't him being an alien, but instead, it's just his uniqueness being put on display for everyone to see. Although shocked, Riku inexpressibly tells Minato that no one has ever described his talent as his uniqueness before. Well, for all it's worth, Minato says he's had similar experiences in the past and then narrates to Riku, while remembering his past life as teen Ichikami Minato, that he was once caught in an unimaginable terror where death was practically before him. Back then, Minato claims to have fought back and awakened his powers as a result. But unfortunately, or fortunately for him, Riku stares expressionlessly as he thinks Minato is referring to the experience he had during a traffic accident he once told him about. In his mind, however, Minato recalls that he learned to use magic ever since that day by mimicking the monster's spells, up until he developed his own spells, even though he was the only survivor left. During that time, Minato tells Riku that he remembers how he couldn't save anyone and was often seen as an oddity by the surrounding people. Now, however, he's made sure that his power and his strength aid others. With that said, he asks Riku if he has something to protect, and Riku, realizing Minato's right, says that he indeed does have something he wishes to protect. Knowing this, Minato happily tells him to use his power for that cause since he already has the uniqueness within him, and Riku, deciding to take Minato's advice, thanks him for the help. Thereafter, the duo shakes hands and promises to work together next time. Moments after leaving Riku's dojo, Minato thinks about Kaichi Riku's personality so far and notes that, for the head of a magic noble family, he's pretty decent, even though he has his quirks. In any case, Minato feels the guy's far better than the others who are pretentious, wicked, and just downright incomprehensible. While he presses on, deep in thought, Minato bumps into somebody in the street and instantly apologizes for being a turd, only to find out that the person he bumped into is none other than Homurai Hinata, the short brat. When Hinata also recognizes her assaulter to be Minato, she demands an explanation, hoping he can provide one. With no response given, she tells Minato that she ran into an annoying guy earlier and has been pissed ever since. Minato then asks why she isn't in her flashy outfit for the day, and Hinata says there's no way she wears something that flashy every day. Also, since it's anti-demon equipment, she's only supposed to wear it for official duties and nothing else. By this time, Minato mentions her interest in that sort of thing, only to realize after a brief silence that she actually is. Soon enough, the duo notices people on the street staring at them. To avoid getting harassed, Hinata rudely urges Minato to follow her to her spot around the corner. Minato, tired of dealing with a girl who does things at her own pace, follows her. When they finally reach her spot, they quickly find an empty table and sit down to avoid being noticed by the other guests at the cafe. Unfortunately, it's already too late, as people begin whispering and glancing at them, some even hinting that they might be on a date. After a few angry glares from Hinata, however, the gossipers get scared and return to minding their own business. Minato, who remains chill the entire time, starts seeing Hinata as a mad dog, but stays quiet to avoid trouble. Once she's taken care of the onlookers, Hinata asks Minato about his meeting with Riku earlier. Sensing she might be jealous of him getting along with Riku, Minato apologizes for not inviting her to the dojo. Noticing the intent behind his words, Hinata loses her temper and insists she isn't sulking because he didn't invite her. After all, in her mind, they're just temporarily aligned and not friends. Right after saying this, She jealously stares at a family celebrating a child's first birthday. Minato reassures her that he's fine with whatever she just said as long as they can cooperate. Annoyed by his confidence, Hinata demands to know how he became so strong. When Minato lies about gaining his powers from a road accident, Hinata calls bullshit, saying there's no way he got that strong just from an accident. She knows Minato has abnormal magic power, and magic doesn't work that way. In his mind, though, Minato reveals that he's actually suppressing his magic power even more than before. Besides, Hinata figures that if all they had to do to increase their magical power was risk death, then they wouldn't have to struggle so much. Tired of being left in the dark, Hinata stands up and angrily demands that Minato tell her the truth about his strength. Minato realizes she's desperate to become stronger, but telling her, a person from the modern era, that he's Ichikami's reincarnation wouldn't make any sense, nor would it satisfy her. So instead, he tells her to train the usual way if she wants to get stronger. Frustrated, Hinata sighs, saying Minato is impossible to read, and sits back down. Soon the waitress arrives with their orders and, after apologizing for the delay, serves Hinata her very berry parfait. Shocked by its sheer size, Minato wonders what's up with the parfait. However, Hinata, now beaming with excitement, tells Minato she's been waiting for this. Right after saying that, she pretends the waitress got her order wrong. Minato watches in confusion as she downs every bite like her life depended on it, savoring its sweetness and plump texture. When she finishes, Hinata breathes deeply and admits she's always wanted to try the parfait at this cafe but felt awkward coming alone. Meaning, her friendly outing with Minato worked out perfectly. Realizing she has a sweet tooth, Minato studies her mana flow and notices it's overflowing. When Hinata realizes she's let her guard down, she abruptly ends the meeting, claiming there's nothing else to discuss, and rushes out of the cafe. After she leaves, Minato realizes he managed to catch a glimpse of the magic power she was suppressing. Even so, he knows it's clearly more intense than the last time they fought. There's no way she could have increased it so much in such a short time just from training. As he wonders what she did to boost her power, Minato concludes that Hinata Homarai is hiding something. Meanwhile, Shido, still stuck at work, starts to suspect Minato might really be Chrono. He's noticed that whenever Chrono appears, Kusanagi is nowhere to be found, making it hard not to believe they're the same person. For now, the police investigation is intensifying, and Shido knows it's only a matter of time before Chrono is caught. Feeling conflicted, he peeks at a family picture, hoping his father's spirit will somehow guide him. Later that night, Leona reports to Chrono on the rooftop that the police are working to dismantle Shadowbringer. Operations are being conducted everywhere, leading to the capture of some members for questioning. Analyzing the information, Chrono realizes that the SMT has also been ordered to apprehend them. He briefly considers telling Leona that he's Kusanagi from the SMT but decides against it. If she were caught, knowing the truth would only cause her unnecessary stress, as he knows she'd never betray him. Also, there's no real benefit in revealing his identity right now. He can still hint at inside police information without exposing everything, making it the wrong time to confess. Just then, Leona tells him they need a plan because if things continue at this rate, the police will eventually reach them. To stop her from worrying, Chrono assures her to leave things to him. He already has a plan. The next day, Minato visits Takigami at her residence to discuss enlisting her help in his strategy, and Takigami grants him the help. Days later, the superintendent of the Tokyo police force asks his subordinates for an update on the Shadowbringer's investigation. When he discovers that Chrono hasn't been found yet, he becomes furious and demands an explanation. One of the officers reports that they are still questioning the captured Shadowbringer members, but so far, they all insist they know nothing. The boss then asks why they haven't gotten them to talk yet, but the officer explains that they lack leverage, as it genuinely seems the lower-ranking members are uninformed. Frustrated, the boss authorizes the officers to use force if necessary to capture Chrono, stating that the police force's dignity is at stake. Understanding the urgency, the officers scramble to take action. Meanwhile, Shido calls all members of the SMT into the briefing room and informs them that they've been ordered by the higher-ups to locate Chrono and his allies. Since Chrono's whereabouts remain unknown, Shido reveals that his information has been made public for easier identification and capture. Additionally, as materials are circulating that undermine the police, Shido mandates that SMT members search for Chrono while continuing their efforts to stop calamities. Some SMT members complain, pointing out that they already have their hands full dealing with calamities and monsters. They grumble that the higher-ups must be out of touch because this isn't their job. Minato, however, sees this as a sign of the police's desperation, realizing that if they get serious, his group will have a hard time evading them. Concluding the meeting, Shido reminds his team to prioritize handling calamities and monsters while continuing the search for the Shadowbringers. After the meeting, Sanada questions Shido about whether they're really going through with this. Shido replies that they have no choice. It's a direct order. Ryuji complains about shouldering most of the workload related to the calamities, and the Mizuha sisters chime in with their grievances. Shido acknowledges their frustration, but explains that the higher-ups are desperate because the Shadowbringers wield significant influence and popularity. Estimating the potential consequences of illegal mages gaining more support, Shido turns to Minato and bluntly tells him to drop the act. Offended, Minato demands an explanation. Without hesitation, Shido accuses him of being Chrono and tells him to surrender immediately. The accusation stuns the entire team, and the girls rush to defend Minato, insisting there's no way he could be Chrono. Seeing their eagerness to protect him, Shido begins to suspect that Yuika and Sanada are colluding with Chrono. When they try to object, Shido argues that while Chrono has saved many lives, he must surrender now so the judge will be lenient, far better than being hunted down by the police. To support his claims, Shido highlights the timing of Chrono's and Minato's appearances, their similar stature and abilities, and the fact that Minato is never around when Chrono emerges. He challenges the team, asking if they can truly dismiss all these as mere coincidences. With the room silent, Shido presses Minato for an answer, hoping he will reveal his true identity. Just as Minato is about to respond, Sanada interrupts, showing them a live broadcast on her phone. The Shadowbringers have hijacked the broadcast station again. The video begins with Minato still in the room, and yet another person introduces himself as Chrono. Apologizing for the intrusion, the fake Chrono addresses the public's growing curiosity about the supposed power struggle between him and Minato. To settle the debate, he challenges Minato to a duel in broad daylight, leaving the world in shock. As the team reacts in disbelief, Shido questions how Chrono could challenge Minato if they're the same person. At the same time, Sanada and Yuika begin to doubt their own suspicions, as the situation no longer makes sense. Meanwhile, Ryuji and Ruka, unaware of the deeper implications, ask Minato what he intends to do. Minato assures them he will accept Chrono's challenge. A few hours later, the entire country turns its attention to Shibuya, where the highly anticipated battle between Kusanagi and Chrono is about to take place. With a media helicopter hovering above, reporters describe the massive crowd gathering as if for a grand event. The authorities, wary of the fight's dangerous nature, have deployed officers, likely standing by to apprehend Chrono. As they wait for his arrival, several fans cheer for their favorite fighter. Meanwhile, Ryuji comments on how the fight has turned into a media sensation. His teammates present statistics from social media and live stream viewership to show just how viral the event has become. Shido, on the other hand, watches in silence, trying to decipher Minato's true intentions, hoping he will make a mistake. Because now, there's no turning back. Near the arena, Hinata and Riku run into Tushiro, who has unexpectedly come to watch the fight. Curious, they ask why he's there. Tushiro replies that this is a battle he must witness for himself. Just as he finishes speaking, a bright light appears in the sky above the arena. As the crowd wonders what it is, a blue energy beam suddenly descends, nearly hitting the helicopter and triggering a powerful explosion that almost blows some spectators off their feet. When the dust settles, the fake leader of the Shadowbringers, Chrono, materializes. The media instantly broadcasts his arrival. Shido, shocked that Chrono actually showed up, begins doubting his earlier theory. Sanada and Yuika also start reconsidering their suspicions, now wondering if Minato and Chrono are truly separate individuals. Moments before the battle begins, Minato sighs, admitting that while he doesn't usually like putting on a show, it seems unavoidable now. When the fake Chrono remains silent, Minato decides to skip the small talk and get straight to the fight. With thousands of spectators watching, Minato kicks off the battle by activating Null Magic, Inorganic Cannon, a level 6 spell. In response, the fake Chrono counters with Dark Magic, Chaos Raven. As both attacks clash, the shockwave released is so devastating that the pilot flying the chopper above the arena has to move it away from the line of sight, ignoring the reporters' pleas to get closer so they don't crash and die. As soon as the first attacks dissipate, both parties lunge at each other and clash fists to kickstart the match officially. Thereafter, they engage in a fistfight and go at each other a few times, with both fighters matching each other's energy, before finally pausing to continue using magic. Once it's time to use magic, the fake Chrono activates a level 9 lightning magic spell, Penetrating Thunder, and attacks Minato with it. Although unscathed from the attack, Minato complains about the fake Chrono not holding back and getting his clothes dirty. Without uttering a single word, fake Chrono follows his first attack with a second one, which happens to be a level 7 earth magic spell, Comet, and aims it at Minato, hoping to destroy him. To protect himself from the comet, Minato activates a level 9 neo-magic shield with a magic fairy's help, places it between himself and the magic comet, and watches as the shield disintegrates the comet into rubble. With the comet gone, Minato turns to the magic fairy who just helped him create such a strong barrier and commends it while tickling it for using neo-magic so well. Around this time, the spectators, who had just witnessed Minato enlist the help of an unknown fairy, erupted in joy and excitement, with a few punks even talking about not caring about the magic nobles anymore because Chrono and Minato seem to be on an entirely different level. At the same time, some of Minato's girl fans pass out from the aura and presence he has been emitting so far, and Hinata, always pissed off, tells Riku and Tushiro that null magic users, who she calls clueless idiots, are always trying to show off their flashy spells. Hearing this, Riku reminds her that both Chrono and Minato are capable of using level 9 magic, but then Hinata adds to his statement, mentioning that their mana reserves are just as strange as their vast spell knowledge. Even as they both use high-level magic, the fact that they still have room to spare for other spells is just crazy to think about. For now though, Tushiro says that Minato's magic stands out more, as his continuous magic, which he claims to be much better than theirs, is moving as if it has a will of its own. If anything, Hinata says there are only a few mages who can use continuous magic, much less automatic magic on top of that. However, considering just how crazy Minato's abnormal physical strength is, Tushiro explains that it's very likely Minato is using magic power to not only invigorate his body, but also empower his attacks and defenses. Just then, Hinata asks Tushiro if he's saying Minato is like a wall of magic power, and Tushiro says probably, which annoys her. When asked why he's so unsure of Minato and Chrono's power, Tushiro says that's just how irregular their magic is. Put simply, he means that Minato and Chrono, both of whom he calls true monsters, have surpassed them, the magic nobles, in every aspect. With all that said, the battle between Chrono and Minato reaches its highest point, as Minato somehow manages to catch fake Chrono off guard while suspended mid-air and kicks him to the ground. As soon as fake Chrono lands, he bounces back up to meet Minato, who is still mid-air, causing the other SMT members, as well as the entire world watching, to gasp in shock. With the battle ongoing, Yuika, Ryuji, and Ruka all admit that they initially thought these guys were strong, but now that they've seen they had even more up their sleeves, they understand why those rubbernecks are so interested in them. Checking the internet statistics, Sonata informs the other SMT members that the battle's popularity is still increasing on all live streaming and social media sites. Shidu, who is also checking the stats, says that now that the popularity of the battle has reached its peak, the fight is being watched by the entire world. At the same time, a few scenes are shown in various parts of the world, New York, South Korea, and several other major cities, where people are staring at their phones and watching the live stream of the battle between the two most powerful mages in the world, Chrono and Minato Kusanagi. After entertaining the entire world by exchanging several blows, Minato finally commends the fake Chrono for putting up a good fight and then tells him that it's all over for him. Just when Minato thinks it's over, fake Chrono activates a level 9 dark magic spell, Shadow Scythe, and attacks Minato with it. Attempting to end things, Minato uses level 10 null magic, Gigant Hex, for the first time and not only dispels Chrono's Shadow Scythe magic, but also crushes him against a nearby building. Right after seeing the attack, the SMT members go crazy over Minato using level 10 magic and displaying incredible magic power, with Yuika wondering just how strong Minato actually is. Just then, Minato lunges at the half-beaten Chrono, causing the news crew in the chopper above to follow his every move as they suspect this will be his final blow. Despite every attempt to follow him, the pilot tells the reporter that he just can't keep up with Minato's speed. When the cameraman reports that the video feed got cut, the reporter loses her temper and scolds the poor guy for cutting the feed just when the battle is reaching its best part. As for Minato, when he gets to fake Chrono's location, he pauses and lets his guard down a little. Just when he's not looking, Chrono extends his hands toward Minato and activates a dark magic spell. However, just as fake Chrono's about to shoot the spell at him, Minato tells him to drop the act, and fake Chrono instantly disappears. Once he's gone, Minato mutters to himself, thankful he managed to pull off the scam in front of the entire world. As for the anti-monster equipment Takigami made for him, Minato figures it's at its limit since it can only withstand level 9 magic for a short time. He also reflects on how useful and difficult clone magic is, noting that the duplicate he created, fake Chrono, is far weaker than him and barely able to speak. As Minato analyzes the aftermath, Takigami, nearby, thanks the stars that everything worked out. Earlier, when she discovered Minato was secretly Chrono, she was shocked, never expecting him to go that far. Since one can't activate 2 spells at once, she figures Minato had very little time to reactivate Duplicate, a short duration spell. Because he had to use continuous magic constantly, he had no time for any other spells. That's why she prepared anti-monster equipment with automatic magic. By using gear that casts spells automatically, even while unconscious, it became possible, at least in theory, to use multiple types of magic at once. Despite knowing this, Takigami realizes Minato still needed immense magical power and control to manage the double mentally. Otherwise, it might have gone berserk and attacked onlookers. All things considered, while using huge amounts of magic and still maintaining control, Minato managed to stage a thrilling battle with himself. Only Ichikami Minato, she says, is capable of such brilliance. With the match over, Minato calls Leona, claiming to be Chrono, and tells her to stop jamming the broadcast. Leona asks if it's over, and Minato confirms it. Then, she calls Chrono by his real name, Minato, and tells him nobody will chase after Chrono anymore after this stunt they pulled. Shocked, she knew, Minato asks when she found out, and she admits she's known for a while, but saw no reason to bring it up. When asked why she's only saying it now, Leona says it's because she feels today is the last time she'll see Chrono. Realizing she's right, Minato quietly commends her. After a short silence, Leona thanks Chrono, Minato for saving her, the world, and their teammates, and states that she's glad he was there. With crimes from illegal mages at an all-time low, Minato explains that the Shadowbringers will cease activity until the heat dies down. Before ending the call, Leona offers to take care of any of Minato's work, with a family discount, and Minato says he'll count on her when needed. With that said, they bid farewell and return to their normal lives. The minute Minato hangs up, his SMT subordinates rush to him, Yuika asking about Chrono and Ruka if he's injured. Minato tells them that Chrono escaped but will need some bandages and won't show his face anytime soon. Shido arrives next, ashamed, and apologizes for accusing Minato of being Chrono. Hearing this, Sanada and Yuika also apologize for doubting him, hoping he'll forgive them. Minato feels guilty for tricking them but urges them not to blame themselves. Everyone makes mistakes. Just as he's about to leave the arena, Hinata screams again, asking no one in particular how Minato and Chrono are so strong. Realizing she's nowhere near their level, she admits she must get stronger, or she'll never catch up. While Hinata throws a fit, Tushiru, surprised Minato still has energy left, wonders how much magic power he really has. Meanwhile, Minato thinks about how he proved Chrono and he are separate, and quickly heaves a sigh of relief, noticing his charade worked. Now that BR is abolished, he figures the Shadowbringers aren't needed. Still, Kuroi's final words about him being a pawn linger in his mind. For now, though, he's glad the most urgent problem is solved. A few days after the battle, Minato begins endorsing tea products, streaming training sessions with the SMT, launching merch with creators, and appearing on live TV to discuss his awakening and brutal training regimen. One day at school, Minato gets swarmed by girls wanting to shake hands, hug him, or marry him. Watching this, Ryuji, Ruka, and Yuika wonder if their now famous boss will be okay. What they don't know is that Minato is losing his mind from all the attention, viewing the girls as exhausting. Fed up, he jumps out a window and runs away from school, cursing Shido for pushing him into public appearances. Just when he thinks he's safe, a horde of fangirls finds him and gives chase. He spends most of the day running and begging them to leave him alone. Later back home, Ruka and Yuika ask if he's okay. Minato assures them he is, then asks about the move. They tell him they've cleaned everything while he was busy escaping. Thanking them, Minato listens to Yuika talk about their new place, a 3-room apartment, meaning everyone gets their own room. As they realize they won't see Minato's sleeping face anymore, both girls turn red and look away, leaving Minato confused by their behavior. His phone rings. He walks to the balcony and answers Takigami's call. She asks if he has time to talk, wondering if everything's fine after the recent chaos. Minato assures her everything went smoothly thanks to her, though he admits it's still unsettling. Takigami laughs, saying popularity is a hard thing to handle. Minato then tells her to call him anytime since she's not only a good friend but also the only one who knows his true identity. Hearing this, Takigami thanks him for the offer and hangs up. Moments after the call, she picks up a photo of herself with 2 girls and quietly wonders what to do about her own situation. Sadly, not much information is shown to explain what happened after that. A few days later, dozens of new SMT recruits gather at the MPD training field, all hoping to either join the same squadron as the Mizuha sisters or train under the infallible Captain Minato. As they arrive, Yuika expresses her shock at seeing more recruits than expected, but Ruka tells her they're only there because of Minato. Nothing else. In any case, Ryuji notes that while they may have enthusiasm, he hopes they can endure Minato's hellish training, or it'll be over for them. Soon, Minato graces the training field with his majestic presence, instantly making the recruits melt in admiration at the mere sight of him. While they shower him with compliments, Minato, tired of all the glazing, releases a huge burst of threatening magical pressure that stiffens the recruits' bodies, leaving them scared stiff. Once they quiet down, Minato commends them for their resilience and states that although he was initially planning to go light on the first day, he now sees there's no need for that. The other SMT members know their boss is pissed, but unfortunately for the recruits, they're completely unaware. So, when Minato puts them through his usual brutal magical, physical, and mental training, the recruits quickly gas out and begin complaining, some even accusing him of hazing them until they give up. Just when they think it's all over, Yuika and the others continue firing magical spells at Minato's barrier. Seeing this, the recruits gasp in shock, realizing this is way beyond any normal training. Eventually, Minato ends the day's session and informs everyone, including the recruits, that they'll be measuring their magic power afterward. He gives them a 5-minute break before heading to the testing room. As they watch him walk off like training was nothing, the recruits conclude Minato is a monster. Meanwhile, Ryuji and the Mizuha sisters reflect on their own mistakes and make plans to improve for the next session. Seeing this, the recruits also label them as monsters. One simp even cries as his mental image of the sweet Mizuha sisters crumbles. Moments later, the magical power of each SMT member is measured. Yuika clocks in at 120,000, Ruka at 118,000, Ryuji at 105,000, Sanada at 100,000, and Shido at 112,000. These numbers leave the recruits shaken, wondering if the SMT members are as powerful as the magic nobles. Minato explains that Yuika's magic power was originally only 2,000, but through perseverance and hard work, she reached her current level. Inspired, one recruit asks if they can become that strong. Minato assures them they can, if they're serious. The recruits, reinvigorated, strengthen their resolve to grow. After the speech, Minato analyzes the others' MP and concludes they should be capable of defeating a chief demon solo, or a demon general if they fight together. Despite their progress, Minato knows it's still not enough, with the Demon King and Demon God yet to be dealt with. While spacing out, Shido approaches, wanting to talk. Judging by his face, Minato senses bad news is coming. Hours later, Minato finds himself in a suit, attending a collaborative event between the mage nobles and the SMT, grumbling about how stressful the party is. Before he explodes, Shido, also suited up, thanks him for coming. Though Minato agrees that collaboration is important, he questions whether a full-on party is necessary. Shido apologizes, explaining that the magic nobles are likely using the event to celebrate their return to power, as the BR incident helped raise the police's reputation. Realizing he can't avoid the party, Minato just stands there and pretends to enjoy it. After a moment of silence, Minato compliments Shido's suit. Nearby, Ryuji admits he doesn't think he looks great in formal wear. Refusing to let himself deprecate, Minato showers Ryuji with compliments about his height and physique. Just then, Shido announces the girl's arrival. Yuika appears first in a beautiful flared gown, apologizing for the wait. Next is Ruka, stunning in a long, slender, dark blue dress, also apologizing for taking so long. Then Sanada shows up in a light green flared gown, expressing surprise at how many people came to celebrate them. Yuika turns to Minato and asks if he finds it strange to see her dressed like that. Minato, knowing just what to say, tells her she looks even cuter than usual. He then launches into over-the-top compliments for all three, making them blush at the complexity and pizzazz of his praise. Ryuji, observing it all, concludes that Minato never holds back with compliments. Shortly after, Hinata approaches Minato in her usual angry mood, but this time in a beautiful red gown, flanked by Tushiro and Riku, both heads of their noble families. Unable to resist, Minato compliments her the same way he did the others, prompting Hinata to get mad and demand he stop. Frustrated, she storms off with Riku. Minato, confused, asks Tushiro why he's even there. Tushiro reminds him that he promised cooperation, and this event is part of that. Wanting to avoid small talk, Tushiro excuses himself, leaving Minato stunned by his rudeness. The girls apologize for their father's bluntness, noting that he's just not a talker. Minato assures them he's not offended. Suddenly, he senses a strange aura pass by and turns to investigate, spotting a girl in a long black dress. Before he can speak to her, the MC takes the stage, thanks everyone for coming, and introduces the stars of the evening. The SMT members, the Magic Nobles, and finally, the founder of the Mage Nobles and director of the Mage Association, Momyu Hifumi, and his honorable daughter, Chloe Momyu. Minato immediately recognizes Hifumi as the man he saw in Dotonbori. But more importantly, now that he knows the mysterious girl is Chloe, he's unsure what to do. For now, though, he keeps quiet and observes as Momyu Hifumi takes to the podium to address everyone at the party. Upon stepping up, Momyu introduces himself formally and starts by acknowledging the country's ongoing monster crisis. He then highlights the alliance between the Mage Nobles and the SMT as the ultimate solution to this threat. To reignite public trust, he then highlights the alliance between the Mage Nobles and the SMT as the ultimate solution to this threat. To reignite public trust in the Mage Nobles, Hifumi vows to protect world peace and promote prosperity for all mages. With that, he ends his speech and receives a roaring round of applause. After watching Hifumi speak, Minato commends him for delivering a clear and well-phrased message. Then he notices Chloe, Hifumi's daughter, smiling at him and wonders what her deal is. In any case, Hifumi approaches the SMT and assures them that the mage nobles will work closely with them to protect the country. He then turns to Minato with a smile and says he looks forward to working with him. While shaking the old man's hand, Minato returns the sentiment and discreetly analyzes Hifumi's magic power. So far, Minato figures the man has kept up with training. His power level remains impressive. In fact, Minato could swear Hifumi hasn't changed since he first saw him 50 years ago. As he takes a trip down memory lane, Minato recalls the day he met young Takigami and Hifumi at the mage training grounds. At that time, the Mage Association was welcoming new cadets, and Ichikami Minato, the great sage, was in charge of their training. During the first session, Ichikami boldly told the cadets to attack him all at once. But one cadet, the young Mumyu Hifumi, shouted defiantly, calling him a bastard and warning him not to underestimate them. Hearing this, young Takigami Shizuku called Hifumi rude for speaking that way to a living legend. Still, Hifumi insisted he didn't care who Ichikami was. He was going to slam his smug face into the dirt. Together with Takigami, who wielded water magic while he used dark magic, Hifumi launched an attack. But Ichikami, unimpressed, blocked it with a basic level 1 spell, irritating Hifumi even more. Ignoring his outburst, Ichikami used wood spears conjured from the earth spell to take down every cadet. After the dust settled, many gave up their dreams, shocked that he countered a level 4 spell with such ease. Knowing the attack's true power, Ichikami admitted he'd held back and figured many would drop out as usual. But to his surprise, Hifumi stood up and declared the fight wasn't over, saying he was just getting started. Takigami, also determined, joined him. The two prepared for another round, and Ichikami, pleased to see real promise, let them attack again. Though they gave it their all, they were ultimately defeated, and made to realize just how monstrous Ichikami truly was. With most cadets gone, Ichikami grew impressed with the two who remained. He ended the session and urged them to rest. But as he turned away, Hifumi struck with dark magic, declaring their fight unfinished and vowing to defeat him someday, before collapsing. Seeing the determination in his eyes, Ichikami felt confident the boy would grow into a great mage. When Takigami attempted to sneak in another attack, he recognized that the Mage Association had just gained 2 fascinating new members. As Hifumi passed out, he swore he'd surpass Ichikami Minato. Ichikami simply told him he'd be waiting for that day, and with that, the flashback ended. Back in the present, Minato, Ichikami's reincarnation, reflects on how that passionate boy became a powerful man with wealth and influence. For a moment, he considers revealing his identity to Hifumi, but recalls Takigami's warning and decides against it. Moments later, the SMT is formally introduced, and afterward, guests are encouraged to mingle. Just when Minato thinks he's free, Chloe approaches him, introduces herself, and says she's been interested in meeting him for some time. He compliments her as a mage and says he'd be happy to chat. Chloe chuckles at the praise, but humbly admits she's nowhere near his level. Minato agrees. She doesn't seem to possess great magic power or much elemental control, but something about her feels off, and he can't pinpoint it. For now, Chloe says she hopes to get along with him, trusting her intuition. Minato carefully considers his reply. Nearby, Ruka and Yuika feel uneasy watching Chloe and Minato converse. Realizing it's probably just introductions, they try not to overthink it. Around this time, Chloe tells Minato she's looking forward to working with him, and he says he feels the same. As they shake hands, Chloe senses his magic and notes that she's glad he's a good man. With nothing more to say, she assures him they'll meet again soon and walks off. The next day at school, Minato endures his usual round of harassment from the girls. Just as he's about to snap, the teacher enters and tells everyone to settle down for a new transfer student. Moments later, Mumyu Chloe walks in. After introducing herself as a student from the Kamui Mage Academy, she takes her place, leaving Minato stunned as he never imagined she would transfer to their school. The minute the other students set eyes on her, they instantly recognize the pretty girl as Chloe Mumyu from the previous day's event, and some comment that it's their first time seeing someone from the Mumyu conglomerate appear in public, since that alone is rare. Shortly after her introduction, the teacher ushers her to the empty seat near Minato, and Chloe complies. As the class continues, Minato quietly tells Chloe he never expected her to transfer there, but Chloe reminds him that she told him they'd meet again soon. So, here she is. Throughout the class, Minato keeps a close eye on the strange Chloe sitting beside him until it ends. Right after class, every boy and girl in the room turns their attention to Chloe, staring in awe. Around this time, Yuika comments on Chloe's instant popularity, noting that the same guys who usually bother them are now swarming around her. As Ruka and Ryuji enter the classroom, they both question what Chloe is thinking, having not expected her to actually transfer. Given how quickly the transfer happened after the event, Yuika suspects there's a deeper reason, saying the timing is just too perfect to be a coincidence. After muttering more about tensions with the mage nobles, Ryuji hopes her presence isn't part of another one of their schemes. For now, Minato and his team decide to keep a close watch on Chloe. About an hour later, Minato and the others are shocked when Shido announces that Chloe Mumyu will be joining the SMT. Surprised, one of them asks what she's doing there, and Shido explains that to strengthen the alliance with the mage nobles, the higher-ups decided Chloe would act as a bridge between both parties. He adds that by having her join the SMT, they hope to build trust between the groups. When Chloe is given a chance to speak, she introduces herself as Mumyu's daughter and says she hopes they treat her kindly. Hearing her warm tone, Yuika softens and welcomes her with a handshake. While the girls chat, Shido turns to Minato and apologizes for the sudden announcement, saying it was a direct order. Minato assures him it's fine, admitting he half expected something like this since the collaboration between both sides was announced. Relieved, Shido nods, though he keeps an eye on Minato a bit longer. Knowing he still needs to evaluate her, Minato puts Chloe through the usual rigorous training alongside the others. Even when he kicks things up a notch, leaving the recruits exhausted and complaining, Chloe not only keeps up but surpasses Yuika and the rest, showing no signs of fatigue. Every attempt Yuika makes to catch up ends in failure. Chloe is clearly on another level. In subsequent regimens, she breezes through without breaking a sweat. During break time, while the others recover and pat themselves on the back, Chloe asks if it's really time for a break, claiming she still has energy to spare. Yuika, stunned, wonders how Chloe is unfazed by the intense training they've only recently managed to handle. Without waiting for an answer, Chloe walks up to Minato and comments on how strict his regimen is. Minato asks if it feels outdated, but Chloe disagrees. She says the training is logical. Strengthening the body enhances combat ability, and using magic while physically strained raises technique and potential. With Minato's Spartan-style yelling to motivate them, she feels it all works perfectly. Realizing she's right, Minato praises her insight, and Chloe proudly reminds him that she is a Mumyu. Soon, Yuka, Ruka, and Ryuji admit Chloe's strength and ask if they can learn from her. Chloe compliments their effort in return, saying she always believed SMT members would be reliable. As they wrap up the talk, Chloe turns back to Minato and continues chatting with him. Meanwhile, Yuika starts feeling uneasy about Chloe's charm, noting how popular she is with boys, girls, and maybe even Minato. Knowing Chloe might be stronger than them, Yuika fears she could end up supporting Minato instead. As she wrestles with the thought, she and her sister shake their heads, trying to convince themselves that Minato won't betray them. Still, they can't help but glare at Chloe, who remains happily chatty with Minato, wishing she'd be more considerate. With this new alliance between SMT and the mage nobles, Minato notes that although calamities occur frequently, the nobles now respond faster than they did before. Also, thanks to SMT's expansion into new regions, there's been a clear drop in casualties. Still, with calamities continuing to rise, Minato knows they must remain vigilant. Next, Minato, the mage nobles, and other SMT members respond to a sudden calamity in town. As the team assembles, Hinata takes the lead, eliminating monsters quickly and efficiently. After her sweep, she mockingly taunts the defeated beasts, earning admiration from her subordinates. When Yuika reports that Hinata took down most of them, Minato, surprised by her growth, remarks that she's stronger than before. Hearing this, Hinata scowls and vows to surpass him, but Riku, knowing it's unlikely, apologizes for her rudeness, saying she's just not honest with herself. Minato tells him not to worry. He doesn't mind the cockiness. Thanking him, Riku starts to discuss their next move. As they talk, Minato asks if the mage nobles are close with Chloe. Riku replies that they tend to keep their distance from the Mumyu clan. Before he can elaborate, he sees Chloe approaching and excuses himself. Once he's gone, Chloe boldly walks up to Minato and right in front of everyone asks if he'd like to go on a date with her. Obviously, Minato says yes and returns to his normal life. Several days later, on D-Day, Minato arrives early and waits for Chloe at Shinjuku Station. There, he overhears two guys talking about a cute girl they just passed. One encourages the other to start a conversation, while the other admits she's way out of his league. Once those guys are gone, he overhears another pair recognizing the hot girl as the Mumyu clan's daughter. He eventually realizes she's arrived when dozens of horny men flock and fawn over her. With that, he walks through the crowd and, upon reaching her, greets her warmly. As for the men, when they realize that the beautiful Chloe's boyfriend is Kusanagi Minato from the SMT, they give up instantly, knowing there's no way they can compete with the world's strongest man. Soon after the crowd disperses, Minato, fully aware that Chloe never intended this to be a real date, asks why she invited him. Chloe, a little surprised he figured it out, explains that since she doesn't know much about the area after transferring schools, she hoped he could be her guide. When Minato asks why she didn't ask someone else, Chloe says it's because she wanted to talk to him privately. Hearing that, Minato wonders why she had to phrase the request in such a roundabout way and kill the mood when she first asked him out. But he doesn't find the answer. Following that, Chloe recites her title and name and confesses that she's always felt out of place, no matter where she goes, because people pretend to respect her and treat her specially. However, she tells him that he feels different. When they first spoke, she quickly realized he didn't treat her any differently. Minato explains that to him, titles and positions don't matter. What's important is who a person truly is. Upon hearing that, Chloe chuckles and tells him he's truly an interesting person. With that, the duo continue their peaceful walk, unaware they're being tailed by a jealous Yuika, who calls herself hopeless for following them yet again. Though she considers quitting this shameful act, her curiosity won't let her sleep unless she sees how things play out. Just as she's about to continue, she notices a scuffle nearby and turns to see her sister Ruka doing the exact same thing. At first, she can't believe Ruka is also tailing them. But when she notices Ruka holding a red bean bun, she becomes slightly convinced. Regardless, Yuika ignores her and resumes the pursuit so she doesn't lose sight of them. When it's time to move from their hiding spots, both Yuika and Ruka jump out and exchange shocked glances, asking each other what the hell they're doing there. Around this time, Minato hears the noise and turns around to check. When Chloe asks if something's wrong, Minato tells her it's nothing. Mind you, Yuika and Ruka were hiding behind a giant teddy bear. Yuika complains about how close that call was, while Ruka notes that even though she's been suppressing her magic, Minato's senses are still sharp. After all that, Yuika tells Ruka it seems like they're after the same thing, and Ruka agrees. Following a tense stare-down, the two resume tailing Minato and Chloe, eavesdropping on their conversations, particularly the part where Chloe asks Minato to take her on a typical high school date route, and Minato agrees. Throughout the entire outing, Yuika and Ruka follow them to every single location, just to make sure nothing romantic happens. At one point, while Minato and Chloe are in a cafe sipping drinks, Chloe asks what usually happens after doing all that. Minato says it varies, but typically people would talk, hang out, grab a bite, and then head home. By now, Yuika and Ruka are bored since they can't hear much from their hiding spot. Chloe then admits she finally understands what a typical date is like, but wonders about the point of doing all those things. Walking, looking around, and eating don't feel meaningful to her, so she asks if she's missing something. Minato explains that the actions themselves might not mean much, but what matters is who you're with. With the right person, even walking becomes special. That's why time spent with someone important holds value, even if it seems pointless. Chloe then asks if that's what a date is, and Minato confirms that's how he sees it. With this, he asks Chloe if the time they spent that day had value to her, and Chloe replies that she thinks so. Just as Minato expresses his happiness, Chloe says that even though she sometimes surprises people with her words or actions, he never seems fazed. Touched by his acceptance, she blushes and tells him he's a lovely person. Unfortunately for Yuika and Ruka, they hear this and start panicking, wondering if Chloe also likes Minato. Minato, clearly moved, tells Chloe he's honored. By then they're recognized by the cafe crowd, so he suggests they leave, and Chloe agrees. After walking a few more meters, they end the date. Chloe thanks Minato for making the day valuable. She then asks if they can go out again sometime, and Minato says he doesn't mind. He wants to learn more about her. Hearing this, the two eavesdroppers gasp, their hearts breaking a little. Chloe, meanwhile, compliments his boldness and says she feels the same way. With that, the pair bid farewell and part ways. Watching them leave, Yuka and Ruka stand in disbelief that Minato actually said something like that to a girl. As for Minato, who's probably ignoring the Mizuha sisters, he keeps his eyes on Chloe, hoping to figure out what her deal is, sooner rather than later. The following day at the SMT briefing room, Ryuji, while waiting for Shido alongside the others, asks Minato how his date with Chloe went. After confirming Ryuji had no ulterior motives, Minato tells him he doesn't consider it a date because all they did was walk around, check out some shops, and have some tea. Though Ryuji knows that's exactly what a date is, he keeps quiet and lets his uptight superior yap. Soon after, the boys notice some tension between the Mizuha sisters and Chloe, who's busy talking with Sanada, and Ryuji hopes Minato's outing doesn't cause any drama. He advises his buddy not to get stung, but Minato, who has the social skills of a cockroach, is confused. Very soon, Shido shows up and everyone gets seated. To explain the current situation, Shido tells the team that monster-related deaths have dramatically decreased recently. Also, after BR's abolition, there's been a similar drop in illegal mage activity, and the Shadowbringers and Chrono haven't made any appearances in a while. Sonata checks online platforms and informs the team that public interest has also dwindled, despite the earlier hype. Hearing Sonata's statistics, Minato figures the police can now handle most illegal mage cases, so the Shadowbringers might still be lying low. Despite the good news, Minato warns the team not to get complacent. They'll be training even more from now on. Later that night, Minato lies in bed, thinking about how to improve coordination between SMT and the magic nobles, when suddenly, he gets a call from Leona, who's at home making dinner and wants to share the information she found on Mumyu Chloe and Takigami Shizuku. With Minato's go-ahead, Leona starts with Chloe, revealing she's not Hifumi's biological daughter, but his stepdaughter. Though she only became his stepkid a few years ago, her parents reportedly died in a bad road accident, coinciding with when Hifumi took her in. Minato then asks if Chloe transferred from another magic academy, and Leona confirms she did, around the same time she joined the SMT. While Chloe's abilities are officially listed as above average, Minato, having seen her handle his training with ease, knows she's much stronger. He notes she seems like a calm girl with a peculiar aura and looks that make her stand out. Before replying, Leona sets her phone down to call Kai for help setting the table, warning him not to run since he's still recovering. Minato just smiles, listening to the siblings laugh. Back on topic, Leona apologizes for the pause and switches to Takigami Shizuku, revealing she has a daughter and a young granddaughter, though no one has seen them lately. Minato asks for clarification, and Leona says rumors claim they moved overseas. Just then, Minato briefly pauses the call to welcome the Mizuha sisters home, and then returns to his room. Picking up where they left off, Leona says the overseas rumor is unconfirmed, and something about it feels off. When Minato asks if she suspects the rumors are fake, Leona says she's unsure and might be mistaken. Regardless, she promises to investigate further, and Minato thanks her for the help. After some small talk, they hang up. Right after, Kai asks Leona if she was talking to Chrono earlier, and Leona, confused, asks why he thinks that. When Kai tells her it's because she looked really happy, she pats his head and continues eating dinner. The next day, the general superintendent of the Tokyo police calls Takigami in for a secret meeting, tasking her with uncovering more about Kusanagi Minato. He warns that unless they learn the source of Minato's strength, the police will become obsolete. Surprisingly, Takigami agrees. The old man suggests Minato always let his guard down around her and asks why. Knowing she can't reveal the truth, Takigami lies, saying it's probably because she's old and he's kind. The GS doesn't care, but he still accepts it. He then reminds her that they're in too deep to back out now. With no other option, Takigami complies and begins her new task. Meanwhile, Minato gathers the SMT on the training field for daily drills. Just as he's about to begin, Shido arrives, apologizing for the interruption, and informs him that the U.S. Army's Mage Division is in Japan for a meeting and wants to observe SMT training. Yuka, Ruka, and the rest gasp in surprise, not understanding why the Americans, known for their elite mages, would be interested in them. Minato, however, notes that America's level wasn't this high back when he was Ichikami, and judging by his team's reactions, they've clearly risen to the top. As it turns out, the SMT's fame has reached overseas thanks to their battle with Chrono. Chloe figures the Americans probably just want to see Minato in action. Seconds later, the doors to the main building flung open. As the Americans approach the training field, Shido quietly tells Minato that they're likely here to coordinate responses to the global calamities happening again, just like before. Once the U.S. team arrives, their boss, buff and looking like he's high on roids, walks up with his equally jacked subordinates. With little diplomacy, he bluntly asks the SMT why they're there to talk about shit like that. With no response given, the steroid-infested jackasses release more than enough magical pressure to intimidate the hell out of the poor SMT members as they continue walking toward them. Soon, their giant boss comes face to face with the so-called captain, Kusanagi Minato, and does his best to appear as intimidating as he can, both physically and magically. Similarly, Minato, who refuses to be intimidated by a juiced-up dude, raises his magical pressure to match the boss's. Unfortunately, the other SMT members are left struggling to even stand due to the overwhelming clash. Eventually, after a brief stare-down, the grumpy boss grabs Minato and hugs him with a smile, happy to finally meet the great Kusanagi. However, upon feeling Minato's slender frame, the boss gets curious, does a little inspecting, and asks if he's truly capable of battling to the death with a body like that, despite it being firm and skinny. Irritated by the boss's sudden admiration, Minato politely asks to be released. The boss apologizes for being an asshole. To start things off, the boss introduces himself as Major Aaron Anderson of the U.S. Army's 1st Mage Division, also chief researcher at the Army's Magic Institute, despite his caveman looks. Minato figures a place like that must study monsters, calamities, and magic overall. He then introduces himself as the captain of the SMT, but before he can present the others, Eren stops him and reveals he already knows all of their names, noting that they're all highly skilled. While the team silently basks in that praise, Minato reflects on how far behind Japan's magic research has fallen, thanks to the mage nobles, and sees this meeting as a learning opportunity, especially since his own knowledge is outdated. Acknowledging Eren's position as a researcher, Minato tells him he'd like to ask about monsters and calamities. But before Eren can speak, his men frown and raise their magical pressure to intimidate Minat, as if they could take him in a fight. Yuka and the others nearly faint from the overwhelming bloodlust, but Eren snaps at his soldiers to stand down before apologizing for their behavior and calling them good hunting dogs who can be overly cautious. To put them in their place, Minato casually says their magical pressure felt like a pleasant breeze. Amused, Eren chuckles, slaps him on the back, and calls him a funny guy. Getting back on topic, Minato apologizes for his lack of knowledge and asks what calamities and monsters are and what Eren's latest findings are. Eren explains it's all still theory, but they believe monsters are magical life forms, and calamities are phenomena that transport them to Earth. They've found that calamity zones are saturated with magic distinct from human magic. While they used to rely on the red sky as a sign, only recently has evidence emerged. They've confirmed that since the sky's magic matches that of monsters, then monsters must be made of magic. Their disintegration into particles after death further supports that, though they act like animals, they don't excrete or reproduce. They're mimicking life. Minato then asks why monsters attack humans. Eren says there's no clear reason, but some believe they're reacting to humanity's magic. In fact, many calamities have been linked to people awakening their magic powers. Thanks to better measuring instruments, they've recently learned that calamity magic lingers in the atmosphere even after the event ends. The same applies to monster deaths. Both release magic into the world, so the particles seen when a monster dies are essentially their bodies dissolving into raw magic. Hearing this, Yuika realizes it's exactly what Minato told her once. As she wonders how he knew, Minato mentions having once seen a monster trying to cause a calamity. Eren admits they heard of the incident, but counters that the first known calamity happened without any monsters present. He suggests Minato misjudge the situation, but Minato, confident in his instincts, doesn't agree. Eren adds that chief demons can grow strong enough to trigger calamities. When Minato asks if he's serious, Eren explains they once tested this theory by letting a calamity boss live. Monsters kept spawning until they hit a fixed number, then stopped. If any were killed, more would spawn to hit that same number. Even then, the amount of ambient calamity magic didn't rise. From this, they suspect the frequency of calamities might be linked to monster strength, though it's risky to leave them unchecked. Still, once the theory is proven, the boss must be eliminated. After everything, Minato concludes that nothing is confirmed yet. With that, Eren switches topics and compliments Minato's impressive magic, begging to examine his body. Obviously, Minato refuses such a dumb request, causing Eren to sulk and call him mean. After some playful banter, Minato asks if Eren knows about the mage nobles. Eren says he knows about as much as Minato does. 50 years ago, when American mages were still weak, Japan suddenly stopped sharing info or support. This, Minato assumes, is the result of the mage nobles hoarding knowledge. Minato thanks Eren for the lengthy info dump, but Eren insists it's the least he can do, as America is forever indebted to Ichikami Minato and Japan for their help during the world calamity. Realizing Eren's still hiding something, Minato presses, and Eren finally admits he came to Japan just to experience Minato's strength firsthand. Shido, confused, asks why Eren claimed it was for an important meeting. Eren says he doesn't give a damn about some dumb meeting full of clueless big shots. Before Shido can complain, Minato assures them everything's fine as long as no one blabs. Amused, Eren calls himself a fan of Minato's spirit and urges him to go all out. After a bit more trash talk, Minato, seeing this as a chance to gauge America's current magic level, tells the jacked major to show him what he's got. First, Eren tells Minato to face off against his men. Then Yuika, fed up with Eren's pride, tells him that if he sends out his subordinates to fight the SMT, they're obliged to fight. Hearing this, Eren politely urges them to hold off on whatever chance they think they have. When asked why, he tells Yuika that they only have an interest in the strong. So, unless they're all on the same level as Minato, Eren advises the other SMT members to sit this one out. Around this time, Yuika starts sulking. But to lift their spirits, Minato tells his team to just observe the fight closely, citing that this will be a good opportunity to have a lecture about fighting fellow mages, seeing as they've only fought monsters most of the time. Happy to hear such words from their captain, the SMT members stand at attention and watch the fight closely. Judging by the behavior of the SMT members, Eren, who initially thought they were just a bunch of chumps, realizes that they are indeed well-disciplined. With the stage set, Minato and Aaron's men all get themselves prepared for the greatest sparring match of their lives. On Aaron's call, the battle exercise commences. In the US, mages all zoom toward Minato, dodging his attacks and surrounding him in less than a second. After seeing what the US mages just did, Yuika gasps in surprise as she suddenly realizes that the mages not only rushed Minato in an instant, but also closed the distance without using magic. As for Minato, he commends their movement and instantly dodges a grab and smash attempt by one of the US mages. Realizing Minato's out of reach, the mage quickly chants an incantation and attacks with a close-range wind-themed spell. Again, Minato dodges, but before he can counterattack, the others come at him with fire, water, and lightning spells. Minato dodges them all skillfully and manages to get a safe distance from Aaron's men, or so he thought. Just when he believes he's out of the woods, another soldier swoops in for a knee kick. Though shocked by the speed, Minato blocks the strike with his elbow. After surviving that attack, the other soldiers bombard him with every elemental spell they have. Minato then blocks everything with his level 4 null magic, high magic barrier. With the battle ongoing, Yuika and the others express their amazement that the US mages are putting Minato on the defensive. Yuika, in particular, says that while the soldiers' spells aren't that advanced, each one has such considerable firepower that even Minato's defenses might not withstand it for long. Also, seeing as their spell activation times are extraordinarily fast, Yuika and the others finally grasp the true power of the American Mage Division. During a brief pause in the battle, Minato first commends the US military's excellent training. Then, turning to lecture the SMT, he explains that in mage battles, large-scale spells are rarely used unless both sides are substantially skilled. In most cases, they'll be fighting at close range because casting spells takes time. Even for two high-level mages, close-quarters combat is common due to that limitation. Upon ending his lecture, 3 soldiers attack him simultaneously using fire, lightning, and water. Minato dodges them all as usual. When Aaron realizes Minato was giving his students a lecture earlier, he mistakes it for showboating and expresses disappointment. To end this disgraceful charade, Aaron signals his men to finish things quickly. But moments later, he's confused when they still can't land a hit. Minato continues dodging every single attack. Aaron finds it strange that after everything thrown at him, Minato doesn't have a single scratch. The American soldiers realize that not only can't they touch him, but they've never faced an opponent like Kusanagi Minato before. As they begin losing hope, Minato praises their diligent training and mental fortitude, calling their combat skills splendid. To thank them for showing him their abilities, Minato decides to get a little more serious. He amps up his magical power just enough to match theirs. With the soldiers too unmotivated to do anything, Minato lunges and kicks the living daylights out of every single one of them, knocking them all down in one fell swoop, much to the admiration of Aaron and the other SMT members. After watching Minato utterly pummel his men like they were made of cardboard, Aaron admits he never thought a mere student from a once complacent country could become so strong. Remaining modest, Minato says Aaron's men fought wonderfully. Although honored by the praise, Aaron knows they were utterly defeated. Curious, Aaron asks where Minato learned hand-to-hand combat like that. Minato tells him he's mostly self-taught. Hearing this, Aaron bursts out laughing and while slapping Minato's back, tells him he's an interesting man. Now that they've gotten past the small fry, Aaron begins removing his top and urges Minato to let him demonstrate his strength next. As he exposes his well-toned muscles, Aaron says that despite how he looks, he does love a good fight. Minato, unimpressed, thinks Aaron definitely looks like someone who'd love a good fight. After a few more exchanges, Aaron kickstarts his battle exercise with Minato and instantly charges up his body with mana. While Aaron's at it, Minato notices the mana flow in his body. But just as he's about to recognize it, Aaron lunges and attacks him. Noticing how fast Aaron is, Minato reacts with equal speed and dodges every single one of the many punches Aaron throws at him. Realizing that raw punches aren't working, Aaron activates the level 5 lightning magic, Particle Charge, and fires it at Minato, who cartwheels a few feet back to dodge. As soon as Minato lands, Aaron rushes at him and tries to wrap Minato's slim frame in his arms. Unfortunately for him, Minato is faster and slips out of his grasp, leaving Aaron stunned. He was sure he had him. With the battle pausing for a moment, Minato asks if Aaron enhanced his physical abilities with magic. Aaron confirms it, proud that Minato noticed. He claims the technique is his own creation and credits recent advancements in magic measurement and perception technology. America, he says, is developing a method to control magic freely, and his technique is part of that. Just as Aaron is about to name the spell, Minato interrupts and reveals the real name, Mana Arts. He then activates his version, far surpassing Aaron's. Aaron immediately recognizes it as the same spell Minato used against Chrono. Now, certain that Minato's magic power is greater, Aaron feels lucky to have met someone like him. While it took years to develop such a spell, Minato seems to use it effortlessly. Still, Eren doesn't dwell on it, he just wants to fight. As the fight resumes, Minato reflects on how surprised he was to see Eren use mana arts. He never expected someone else to recreate the same technique. But now that it's come to this, Minato braces himself to enjoy the fight. With round 2 underway, Minato lunges at Eren with blazing speed. They punch each other in the gut at the same time, and Minato follows up with a flurry of punches, most of which Eren blocks. Meanwhile, Yuika and the other SMT members, struggling to keep up, are stunned by the intensity of the battle. Even Ryuji, usually calm, wonders how far Minato's strength goes. Despite being a student like them, Minato not only has deep magic knowledge and refined techniques, but he also defeats high-level enemies without breaking a sweat. Thinking back to Minato's battle with Chrono, Ryuji points out that Minato is currently overwhelming a U.S. military major, not just in magic but in close combat too. With that, he asks the million-dollar question, how in the world is this bastard doing it? Around this time, Yuika, who had been pretending not to notice, finally admits that Minato is too strong. She once believed that, with training, they could catch up to him. But, after watching him defeat high-ranking mages with ease, she can no longer see a future where they stand as equals. Quietly, Yuika continues watching Minato, her captain, land blow after blow. Even when Eren tries to fight back, Minato blocks everything. At one point, Minato lands a solid punch that knocks Eren back. Exhausted, Eren drops to his knees to catch his breath. As Minato approaches, Eren finally admits defeat. He tells Minato that their fight isn't even competitive, and confesses he's rarely seen anyone so strong. He urges Minato to visit America, saying he's always welcome. Minato agrees with a handshake, saying he'll go if he gets the chance. After that, Eren picks up his blazer and bids farewell to Minato and the SMT. As soon as they leave, the SMT members rush to celebrate their captain's victory over the U.S. military's Mage Division. Ryuji, Yuika, and Ruka, however, remain quiet, feeling defeated. They vow to grow stronger on their own. By nightfall, the three begin training in secret, determined to walk beside Minato instead of behind him. A few days later, Minato is surprised to hear that SMT and Mage Noble's merchandise is being sold. He asks Shido why, and Shido explains that with Minato appearing in the media more often, their budget is improving, and more people want to join or support the SMT. They're moving to the next phase. Suspicious, Minato checks to make sure Shido isn't just lining his pockets. Shido nervously lies, saying the funds are needed for operations. While Minato isn't thrilled about it, he admits they do need the support. Eventually, he reviews the merch proposal and sees a concept image of a plushie based on him. It reminds him of one Takigami made in his past life, and he agrees, on one condition. After hearing Minato's unrevealed condition, Shido panics, asking if that's even possible with their limited budget. Minato, however, reassures him that the plans are already in motion. Soon after, SMT members receive a notification during their break about the upcoming joint training with the Mage Nobles. Reactions are mixed, but orders are orders. Days later, the SMT and Mage Nobles travel to a certain area in Tokyo, where they'll be training for the next 2 weeks. Upon arrival, the SMT members remain hopeful about what's to come, while the Mage Nobles, especially Hinata, complain about how things have become a real pain. With the Mage Noble founder, Hifumi Mumyu, also in attendance, Yuika and the others are shocked and begin to doubt whether the training will be standard or something more intense. Shido informs them that President Mumyu is the promoter of the training camp, suggesting this may be his way of making up for the Mage Noble's past mistakes. Observing the nobles a little closer, Minato asks Chloe why the Fuka family didn't show up. She tells him they essentially disbanded after the family head and successors were captured. As far as she knows, it's nearly impossible for the Fuka family to regain its former status since most members are now gone. Curious, Minato asks about the Fuka members who weren't involved in the conspiracy. Chloe says they were likely cleared of any wrongdoing and released to lead new lives. Based on the information Leona gave him, it seems the butler who helped expose the family is safe. Still, Minato's more concerned with the tension between the Mage Nobles and SMT members, noting the lack of unity between them. As the Mage Nobles glare, Yuika and her peers wonder why they're looked down on, especially since the nobles never bother communicating during anti-calamity missions. Minato grows cautious, unsure of what might come from this negativity. After unpacking, the Mage Nobles and SMT members gather on the training field for a briefing from the founder before starting actual training. Hifumi takes the podium, thanking them for attending and making some small talk. Meanwhile, Minato thinks about the situation back home. The police and regional SMT divisions are covering in their absence, but he still worries about possible emergencies. As Hifumi continues, he emphasizes the importance of the joint training to overcome the Great Calamity and urges both groups to train hard and improve their cooperation. Then, Hifumi introduces the camp's leader and instructor, SMT Captain Minato Kusanagi. The mage nobles instantly protest, refusing to take orders from someone in the SMT. Annoyed, Hifumi challenges anyone who thinks they can beat Minato to step forward. Unsurprisingly, they go silent. With that settled, Hifumi gives Minato the floor. Before speaking, Minato reflects on Hifumi's motives. Even if the mage nobles with all their magic knowledge can't defeat him, Hifumi's words serve his interests. Minato realizes Hifumi, who hates losing, is using him, but he doesn't mind. He tells everyone that during the 2-week training, he only asks for one thing, that they follow his lead like their lives depend on it. Training begins with push-ups using tires on their backs. When asked why, Minato explains and urges them to push themselves. The 3 well-known family heads, Riku, Tushiru, and Hinata, take on the challenge with multiple tires. Next comes sprinting. Minato warns them not to cut corners and to run like they mean it. By the final sprint, the family heads push hard, keeping their competitive spirit alive. Yuika watches in amazement, surprised that the nobles are actually listening to Minato. After sprinting, Minato gives them a 5-minute break. Some mage nobles start complaining, claiming they're just training aimlessly. A few SMT members overhear and defend their captain, only for the nobles to dismiss Minato as a mere student with no skill. This sparks a fight between the groups, but Minato quickly intervenes. He tells the noble who started it to follow orders and advises the SMT member to endure for now if he truly believes in him. With that, peace is restored, and Minato gets a glimpse of just how deep the grudge runs between the two sides. Knowing they still have the energy to argue, he decides to push them harder. For the next exercise, he makes them cast magic continuously until they run out of mana. The lazy nobles panic, but Minato warns them that they'll die for real if they don't fight, as their lives depend on it. With SMT members teasing them, the mage nobles refuse to be mocked and rise to the challenge. With their competitive spirit awakened, both sides engage in a friendly battle. Minato smiles, realizing he's achieved his goal of sparking their determination. After hours of training, Minato ends the day's session and tells them to rest up for tomorrow. As he leaves, Hinata calls out and asks if this is how he plans to keep training them. When he asks if she's complaining, she says it's just a suggestion. Minato explains that the other training method, using an advanced mage to administer shock therapy to awaken magic flow, is only effective for beginners and won't work on mage nobles. Hearing this, Hinata lists all the things that make Minato abnormal: his magic power, high-level spells, and the ability to use them without incantations, and then asks how he got so strong. Minato, thinking back to the intense regimens he's followed, says he knows no other method. At that, Hinata tells him to forget it and walks away, while Riku apologizes on her behalf. As Minato watches them leave, he begins to question how he became so powerful. The first calamity triggered his awakening, but since then, he hasn't met anyone else on his level. The more he thinks about it, the more he begins to wonder why he's so strong in the first place. Since he can't answer that question now, Minato gives up on trying to figure out the source of his power and continues doing his thing. After undergoing the same regimen for the next few days, the mage nobles finally get fed up as they ask themselves if there's really any point in training like a dog every day. With no answer given, one of them compares the grueling training to that of the military, and another says that even though it's been days since the training began, he still hasn't seen any improvements. With all that being said, they collectively conclude that the so-called Captain Kusanagi was all talk after all. To show them just how wrong they are, Minato ushers all of them to follow him to the magic room to measure their magic power. On their way there, the nobles joke about Minato wasting his time, as they highly doubt there will be any changes in their magic power after just a few days of training. Eventually, when one of them has his magic power measured, he's shocked to find that his magic power has grown by 33% in just a few days. Noticing the surprised look on the mage nobles' faces, Minato assures them that they'll get even stronger over the next 2 weeks, as long as they continue taking it seriously. From that moment, the mage nobles start getting serious about Minato's training regimen, and Minato takes notice. To them, if they could get such insane results after just a few days, then they'll grow even stronger if they give it their all over the next 2 weeks. Happy to finally see the nobles putting in the work, Minato increases the difficulty and makes everyone, both the mage nobles and the SMT members, work hard to keep firing magic until they can't anymore. At one point during the training, the SMT members reach their limit and complain about how tired they are. Just then, the mage nobles, still full of energy, call the SMT sloppy and say they can't hold a candle to them. Enraged by the insult, the previously tired SMT trainees regain their strength and, refusing to lose, rejoin the training. By this time, Ruka and her sister are really happy to see both sides getting fired up and building a friendly rivalry. While they smile and chat during training, Minato frightens them with a fire-themed spell, and then promises to increase the training's difficulty just for the two of them since they have time to chit-chat. A few hours later, it's lunchtime. While eating, a bunch of mage nobles talk about how well their magic has been performing recently. Their spell levels, magic capacity, and even their casting speed have improved significantly in just a few days. One of them even admits that he's managed to shorten his incantations thanks to Minato's training. Embarrassed, they come to realize they were mistaken. Kusanagi's strength is the real deal. If he's able to produce results like these with them, then who knows how strong the SMT members are going to get. Around the time they admit this, two SMT members overhear them and gloat about Minato's awesomeness. Faced with the truth, the mage nobles are forced to admit defeat, though some still claim their head mage is more amazing than Minato. In any case, both the SMT members and the mage nobles start warming up to each other, and Minato, who's also in the cafeteria, is glad everything's working out. Eventually, the lunch break ends, and Minato has them all return to training. Judging by their performance, he figures everyone's doing well. Their magic has improved. As for Mumyu Chloe, who's training like a champ, Minato recalls what Leona said about her abilities being above average, but realizes her magic power is much higher than that. Around then, Chloe catches him staring and waves, but Minato knows that behind that smile, she's hiding her true strength. This makes it harder for him to read her. For now, he chooses to ignore her and focuses on Hinata, who doesn't seem motivated to train with Tushiro and Riku. Though he gets why, he still doesn't understand why she's always mad when he's nearby. Whatever the reason, he knows nothing good will come from letting it continue. After training, Minato tells Riku and a hasty Hinata to stay behind. When Hinata gives him the go-ahead, Minato tells her he feels like the training hasn't been effective for her and asks why. Hinata bluntly says it's because his training regimen is pointless. She knows she won't get stronger doing it. Even when Minato asks why she keeps showing up, she says it's because she has no choice. It's an order from above. Hearing this, Minato, surprised she listens to anyone, is pleased to learn that Hifumi is the one mage noble they all obey without question. As Hinata leaves, she assures Minato she's not changing her attitude. After she's gone, Riku apologizes again, but Minato says he doesn't mind. Curious, Minato asks what Riku's relationship with Hinata is since he's always with her. Riku says he thinks of them as friends, though he might be wrong. Just to be clear, Riku says there's no special relationship between them, and Minato apologizes for asking a personal question. Taking the blame again for Hinata's behavior, Riku explains that even though people misunderstand her because of her rough personality, she's not a bad person. Minato admits he likes straightforward grumps like her, and Riku thanks him for understanding. As they say their goodbyes, Minato decides to keep a close eye on Hinata Homurai. So, the next day, he makes sure to watch her during the entire training session, even at lunchtime. He notices her subordinates struggle to talk to her and figures Riku must be her only friend. Wondering if she prefers being alone, Minato quickly drops the thought. It doesn't seem that way. Thereafter, dropping the thought, he decides to help her out the next time he gets the chance. With this in mind, Minato follows Hinata everywhere and checks up on her the next morning, during training, and even at lunchtime, when he notices she's in a bad mood. When she finally gets fed up with him buzzing around her all day, Hinata snaps and, after throwing a tantrum, demands to know why he keeps bugging her. Minato innocently says he just wanted to talk to her, and Hinata, shocked, asks if that's truly why he's been following her. Minato says yes, and mentions that he's noticed she's always by herself and seems rather lonely. Hinata refuses to admit it and claims she prefers being alone. But when Minato tells her she doesn't seem that way, she gets defensive and tries to act like he wouldn't understand what real loneliness feels like. Minato replies that someone who truly prefers being alone wouldn't put themselves in situations where they need to interact or tolerate others showing interest in them. Since she does both, he thinks she's just lonely and needs a friend. Hinata tells him to quit talking like he understands her struggles, but Minato, tired of the back and forth, directly asks her to become his friend. Hinata blushes all over and exclaims in disbelief, asking what he's talking about. But Minato doubles down, saying he's very fond of her. Hinata's blush deepens as she tells him that people don't usually go out of their way to ask to be someone's friend. When Minato backs off, she tells him to give up on getting to know her, because she's annoying and troublesome. Minato fires back, saying he doesn't dislike her and actually likes how honestly she expresses herself. He explains that people who flatter him for no reason make him uncomfortable, so he appreciates her being real with him. After hearing all that, Hinata lights up and, while blushing, calls him a weirdo. There's a brief silence, and then she regains her composure and, while running away in embarrassment, shouts that she's never going to be friends with him. After she's gone, Minato realizes he's been rejected and goes about his day, ignoring Chloe, who's been eavesdropping from around the corner. In the next scene, training continues. While Tushiro practices, Minato notices him hesitating with his spells and pauses the session for a break. After gathering everyone, he praises their hard work, noting that they're all starting to hone their strengths. Then he spots the Mizuha sisters flocking around their father, Tushiru, and keeps an eye on them. When the girls reach him, Yuika and her sister invite their father to eat with them after training since they haven't talked in a while. Unfortunately, their stiff father turns them down, saying he still has things to do. After he leaves, Minato appears and makes a few remarks about Tushiru being the same, even after lifting their disownment. When Yuika says their father wasn't always like this, Minato asks what changed. She explains that he used to be kinder and more present, but he's been distant ever since their mother passed away. He stopped talking to them and was always away for work. Ruka adds that she understands their father's feelings. When their mother died, she felt like she had to become stronger to protect Yuika, but in doing so, she became stricter and lost herself. Yuika reassures her that she's still the same kind of older sister, and Ruka thanks her for the compliment. However, both agree that their father is hard to read because he never tells them anything. When they start to question whether he still loves them, Minato steps in and says that if Tushiru didn't love them, he wouldn't have treated him like an enemy the first time they met. That kind of reaction is exactly how a father would act towards someone making a move on his daughters. Still, in the back of his mind, Minato wonders why Tushiru's magic power wavered earlier, almost like he was hesitating about something. Before Minato can continue, Chloe pulls him aside to speak privately. He gets a bit anxious, thinking she's about to ask him on another date. Chloe starts by telling him that over the past few days, she's been wanting to know more about him, down to his deepest parts. As she steps in close, she showers him with sweet compliments, exuding a strong feminine charm. Flattered, Minato says he's honored by her praise. Chloe, now holding his face, calls him an odd man and keeps sweet-talking his charm, his naivete, his straightforwardness, and all his confusing qualities that she finds endearing. Then, she outright asks him to go out with her, adding that she believes their relationship would be wonderful. She describes herself as the devoted type and says, if it's what he wants, she's willing to do or give anything just to be with him. With that, she leans in seductively, and then asks if he'd like to spend their lives together. In response, Minato apologizes for breaking her heart and tells her that he doesn't plan on dating anyone anytime soon. Although disappointed, Chloe takes the rejection well, smiling and saying how unfortunate it is that they can't be together. She then concludes her business with Minato and leaves him to recover from the exchange. Shortly after, Minato returns to the training grounds and finds Riku and Ryuji chatting like old friends. Shocked, he asks the Mizuha sisters how they became so close so quickly. Yuika explains that the two bonded over their workouts. After talking for a while, they decided to compete in 1,000 push-ups. Once they completed the reps and collapsed, they got back up and became pals. Understanding what happened, Minato resumes training the group for the rest of the day. After that, life at the training camp continues as normal, and the relationship between the mage nobles and the SMT grows stronger. By the end of the 2-week camp, Minato gathers everyone to commend them for their efforts. He tells them that although training has ended, it's only the beginning. They all know that the world calamity is coming in a few weeks, and many lives may be lost. For now, though, he assures them that if everyone performs their roles well, the calamities and demons can be defeated. He then inspires the team by stating that no calamity can match them if they stay strong. Afterward, he tells everyone to rest and prepare until the mission begins. He ends his speech with a few more motivational words in his signature Spartan-like tone. The SMT and mage nobles shake hands and encourage one another. Among the crowd, Hinata realizes how amazing Minato is for successfully training both groups. She knows everyone's abilities have grown thanks to him. Not only did he help them open up to one another, but he was even kind to her. In a vulnerable moment, Hinata thinks about accepting Minato's earlier friend request, but quickly snaps out of it, reminding herself that friendships are pointless. After the speech, Hifumi meets Minato and praises the results. Minato thanks him, and Hifumi reflects on how the two groups were once at odds due to misunderstanding but now trust each other, thanks to Captain Minato. He believes that if they continue like this, peace will come to the world. Minato hopes he's right. With that, the training camp ends. As a result, both the SMT and the mage nobles improve significantly in skill and coordination. Consequently, damage from Tokyo's calamities is greatly reduced despite their frequency. In fact, reports show that the documented damages are the lowest they've been in 50 years. As time passes, citizens in Tokyo talk about the lasting peace they've enjoyed with the SMT and mage nobles working together. They no longer fear calamities, confident that the SMT will handle them. In other words, the collaboration has brought real peace to Japan, except for the SMT members themselves. While others relax, Minato and his team train relentlessly for the impending world calamity. Minato continues shouting his Spartan-like warnings to remind them of their duty to protect Japan and its people. During training, Shido interrupts to inform him that higher-ups have decided to involve mages from all over Japan, including civilians, to support the mission. Minato praises Shido for the update, then listens as Sanada discusses the locations of major calamity damage from 50 years ago. She claims they've assigned personnel to all the areas, except the largest threat near Tokyo Tower. Minato tells her not to worry, saying he has a plan for that. Shido then privately confirms that he's handled the secret task they discussed, and Minato thanks him again for securing the insurance they need. To provide context, Minato refers to the world calamity as the largest one yet, one that will affect the entire world, not just Japan. He explains that the calamity isn't a single event, but a series of disasters happening simultaneously. 50 years ago, humanity couldn't handle such a threat. But this time, with him leading the charge and preparing for every scenario, it will be different. Turning to his men, Minato reminds them that the world calamity is only days away. Until then, he orders them to rest and spend time with their families. Seeing the worry on their faces, he assures them they've become as strong as possible and that they'll win. Still, the team remains uneasy. Noticing this, Minato urges them to believe in him if nothing else. He then follows up with more encouraging words, promising that he will protect the world and its people no matter what happens. Thankfully, the speech lifts their spirits, and the SMT team erupts in cheers, chanting Kusanagi's name before returning to their routines. After a few more weeks of peace, the day of the world calamity finally arrives. Media outlets warn citizens to stay indoors. While people prepare, the authorities, police, SMT, and military all take their positions. When the hour comes, Minato informs his team that the calamity is near, and the sky begins turning red. The world calamity, where Minato Ichikami once perished, is an army of thousands of demons. Captain Minato Kusanagi holds the key to victory this time. As the demons descend, Minato rallies his men and leads them forward to save the world. For some context, it's revealed again that the world calamity is considered the greatest disaster in human history. At that moment, the calamity that claimed Ichikami Minato's life has begun in Tokyo. Moments before the battle begins, the Prime Minister, along with politicians and heads of state in Japan, gather in a bunker room, all hoping and counting on the SMT to save Japan. Meanwhile, Minato, the Mizuha sisters, and Ryuji conduct a demon head count in Old Shibuya from above. Minato realizes the demons participating in this calamity are larger and more numerous than those he fought in his past life. The overwhelming magic power surrounding him confirms this. However, he vows not to let anyone die this time. As the greatest battle in the world brews, citizens across Japan fall into despair as the sky turns red. Despite their fear, they cling to hope. As the calamity officially begins, a helicopter news crew broadcasts updates to Japan, reporting that the red sky is spreading and demons are materializing through portals. Although authorities attempted to evacuate citizens earlier, the reporter expresses concern over the sheer number of demons. As the demons fill the abandoned streets of Shibuya, they cause explosions, reducing the dilapidated city to rubble. When Minato arrives to prevent further destruction, the reporter announces his presence to the nation and ensures a live video feed captures him eradicating as many demons as possible with his null magic spells. As his battle intensifies, the Mizuha sisters and the SMT squad join the fight. Noticing them, Minato orders the team to eliminate the demons and hold their ground until the calamity's boss appears. He also warns them that multiple calamities are occurring across Japan, urging them to conserve magic power for stronger enemies. Understanding his logic, the SMT follows his command. Ryuji pummels demons with earth-style magic, while the Mizuha sisters unleash greater water magic spells. However, as the battle rages on, the team realizes that the demons are not only multiplying, but also growing stronger. At this point, they desperately need the assistance of the magic nobles, but they are nowhere to be found. Shido attempts to contact them, but his calls go unanswered. When Ruka reports that her father is also unreachable, Minato questions Chloe about the situation. As expected, she feigns innocence, claiming she knows nothing. Sanada attempts to contact other squad members but confirms that communications are down. Minato, who has been confident in his preparations until now, realizes something is seriously wrong. Two officers rush in, reporting that the police and self-defense forces are also facing communication issues, making coordination impossible. They turn to Minato for guidance. Understanding that they cannot handle the calamity without the mage nobles, dread spreads among the team. Shido stresses the urgency of re-establishing contact with the other locations. Sensing his subordinates' growing fear, Minato commands them to stay calm, reminding them of their duty. Even without the mage nobles, he reassures them that victory is within reach if they fight together. He reminds them that this is what they have trained for. His speech rekindles hope within the team, inspiring them to push forward. With renewed determination, the SMT overwhelms the demons. The reporter continues her live coverage, reassuring citizens that Minato and his team are fighting with everything they have. She urges viewers to stay hopeful, assuring them that with Minato on the battlefield, the demons cannot win. Minato remains aware that multiple calamities are unfolding across Japan, making this battle particularly difficult without the mages. However, he believes their current situation is manageable due to his extensive preparations. As the demons continue multiplying, he instructs his team to stay vigilant and charge forward. To eliminate a large cluster of demons, Minato activates his mana arts, enhancing his body before launching a barrage of punches. Despite being outnumbered, he remains unscathed and annihilates a large group of demons with his level 9 null magic spell, Magic Sparkle. Afterward, he surveys the incoming demons and decides it is time to enact his secret plan. Moments later, the SMT members successfully subdue most of the demons, allowing them a brief moment of relief. Meanwhile, Minato reflects on how the demons appear far stronger and greater in number than they were 50 years ago. He realizes that what happens next will not be straightforward. Just then, the Mizuha sisters and the rest of the team sense something ominous approaching, and within seconds, a massive demonic entity emerges from a portal. As the SMT members lay eyes on the monstrous figure, they immediately recognize it to be a demon king, and realize how dreadfully big and intimidating it is. However, as soon as it makes its appearance, the Demon King activates a level 10 fire magic spell, the Big Bang, and bombs the entire battle scene to smithereens. Thankfully, with their quick wit, the SMT members actually survive the attack unscathed, thanks to Minato's level 9 null magic fairy shield. Now they have bigger fish to fry, and Minato turns to the Demon King, who thinks his attack earlier took them out, and demands to know where it's going as the battle's just begun. With the Demon King about to respond to him, Minato releases the level 10 Aegis shield he used to protect the other squad nearby, and tells the worried Mizuha sisters not to worry about responding too late as long as they're safe. Upon reminding them of the nature of their opponent as a Demon King, Minato urges them to be on their guard so they don't get caught lacking. In the meantime, Chloe, who's also unscathed, expresses her surprise about Minato using 2 spells simultaneously to Shido, but then Shido explains that the fairy-like spell is autonomous, and also states that the spell that protected them was probably a spell Minato cast himself. Just then, a confused Sanada asks Chloe if one can use 2 spells at once, and Sanada further explains that autonomous spells are extremely advanced techniques that allow a caster to control spells subconsciously. In this case, all the necessary things needed for normal spells, and in fact, the entire process of casting a spell can be completely omitted, making it much faster and efficient. To help Sanada understand better, Chloe likens the technique to muscle memory, noting that Minato's mastered both conscious and subconscious control of his spells simultaneously. Hearing all that, Ryuji comments on Minato's awesomeness, but is abruptly interrupted when the Demon King lunges at them to attack them all. While they dodge the king's first attack, the Mizuha sisters combine their magic powers to create a level 8 greater water magic spell, Tidal Wave, which they use to attack the Demon King. At the same time, Chloe, Ryuji, and Sanada also shoot their spells at the Demon King in unison, overwhelming it with a barrage of magic attacks. Unfortunately, before their attack can do any real damage, the Demon King roars loudly and somehow shakes off all the magic attacks coming at it. After watching the Demon King cause yet another big explosion, Minato finally steps in and orders his guys to head to another calamity so he can deal with this buffoon who thinks he's the Almighty. While Yuika protests this decision, Minato reminds her that there's more than one calamity, and without the Mage Noble's support, the countermeasures for the other disasters are likely reaching their limits. As such, the only rational thing they can do right now is to assist the other groups and leave him to get serious with fighting the Demon King. Around this time, Ruka and Yuika both agree that they will only get in Minato's way if they stay there with him. So, they bark out orders to the other lower subordinates to leave this place to Mianto and move out to another calamity. As the sisters fly out of the battle zone, they encourage each other to continue believing in Minato even until the very end, as they know he'll never lose, no matter who he faces as an opponent. With the other squad members cleared out, Minato focuses his full attention on the Demon King and lunges at it after muttering a few words. While the Demon King tries to protect itself, Minato constantly reminds himself to use as little magic as he can, because even though defeating a Demon King is simple, he doesn't have endless magic power and needs to conserve as much as he can, so he can effectively prepare well for his secret plan. With that, he gets himself as high up in the air as possible, and then lands a devastating sucker punch at the Demon King's head with full force. Right after delivering the punch, Minato activates the level 11 Holy Magic spell, Holy Ray, and directs the destructive power of the rays toward the Demon King. Sadly, the Demon King managed to evade most of the rays, and before Minato could follow up his previous attack, the Demon King readied his counterattack spell. Just as it's about to conjure the spell, Minato reacts as quickly as possible by bumping his magical output up a notch to activate the level 12 Fire-Earth Synthesis magic spell, Ground Zero, which is a spell that literally heats the ground to turn it into lava. With the spell activated, the Demon King quickly burns to its demise, leaving Minato worried about the amount of magic power he used, as he figures the king is much stronger than the ones he's used to fighting. Realizing that the Demon King is dead, Minato cautions himself to preserve even more magic power at least until the Demon God comes. Around that time, the reporter in the chopper hovering high above informs the general public, all of whom are still indoors, that Captain Kusanagi Minato has finally defeated the Demon King and doesn't seem concerned in the slightest. However, she also adds that the police, SMT, and the self-defense forces are struggling with the other calamities, and since the mage nobles are nowhere to be seen, the demons are overwhelming them. As she ends her broadcast, the reporter notices something weird happening on a dilapidated communications tower and brings everyone's attention to it. When Minato finally notices this, he recognizes it to be something he's seen before, but then wonders if the demons are summoning a calamity as he sees a giant hole opening up in the red sky, with more demons filling up the streets of old Shibuya. In time, though, Minato remembers this occurrence to be the final stage of the world calamity where the demon god will show up, the final calamity that claimed his past life as Ichikami Minato. Meanwhile, Yuika is seen directing several SMT members, instructing them not to rush toward the final calamity and instead focus on destroying as many demons as they can. While managing the operation, she thinks about the powerful magic presence she felt earlier. Smiling to herself, she realizes it's gone, thanks to Minato defeating the Demon King, just as expected of him. Noticing everyone on her end growing exhausted, Yuika silently prays her older sister is safe at the other calamity site. Suddenly, she hears scrambled messages through her comms. Unsure if communications have been restored, she quickly responds. After fiddling with her earpiece, she finally hears the person clearly. The voice informs Yuika and others on the channel that a large calamity has broken out near Tokyo Tower and instructs all personnel to report to the scene immediately. One member then asks Yuika what to do, pointing out they can't handle even a small-scale calamity without the mage noble's support. After some thought, Yuika instructs everyone to stay and deal with the local threat while she heads off to join Minato and the others. With that, she leaves them and flies toward Minato's location. Meanwhile, Minato is battling a fresh wave of demons using his inorganic cannon null magic. When he realizes the overwhelming number of enemies, he considers using a higher-level spell, despite the need to conserve his magic. Just then, the Mizuha sisters and the other four finally arrive to assist, apologizing for the delay. When Minato asks about the others they left behind, Yuika and Ruka explain that it was the only way to make up for the mage noble's absence. Understanding their reasoning, Minato tells everyone to prepare. This is where they stop the demons and end the battle. With that, the captain launches a new offensive. The reporter, still hovering in her chopper, describes the unfolding chaos as the new and final stage of the great calamity that once claimed Ichikami Minato's life. As the live broadcast continues across Japan, citizens begin doubting the SMT's ability to stop the disaster. The chopper pilot suggests leaving due to the danger, but the determined reporter refuses, insisting the people need to see the SMT fighting. Just as she begins explaining how their anti-monster fittings will keep them safe, a monster attacks the helicopter, nearly sending them crashing into the streets below. Minato quickly raises a null magic barrier to protect them, but one demon breaks through. Realizing the shield has failed, he blasts the creature with holy magic and flies up to check on the reporter and crew. Once there, Minato addresses the citizens of Japan, acknowledging their fears and assuring them he won't let anyone die. With that promise made, he flies back into battle. Swooning over how cool he is, the reporter ensures the cameraman captures footage of the other SMT members bravely fighting off the demons. During the ongoing fight, a demon fires a level 6 Fire Wind fusion spell, Flare Cyclone, at the SMT. Minato counters with a level 7 null magic attack, Banish, and crushes the demon using mana arts. His teammates admire the spell's power, but Minato reminds Ryuji and Ruka that null magic isn't perfect. Its efficiency is poor, and it can only neutralize spells up to a certain level. Before they can catch their breath, Yuika reports that more demons are approaching. Minato quickly instructs everyone not to let their guard down. Realizing the danger of hesitation, the SMT charges forward and unleashes every attack spell they've got. Minato ramps up his power and activates level 11 Holy Magic, Holy Ray, obliterating a large group of enemies. Afterward, Ryuji contacts his colleagues at other calamity sites to check the situation, only to hear that demon numbers have increased dramatically. They all need backup immediately. Minato takes mental notes of the other trouble zones. At one site, several SMT members are cornered and unsure of what to do when they suddenly spot mage nobles arriving. Overjoyed, they call out to their training partners to stop joking and help. But their relief quickly turns to horror when a noble approaches one member and fires lethal magic directly into his face. In his final moments, the SMT member sends a desperate message through comms, informing everyone that the magic nobles have betrayed them. Minato manages to hear fragments of the warning before the signal cuts off. As the team tries to process the message, Hifumi and several high-ranking mage nobles arrive on the scene, arrogantly remarking on the noise. Still confused, Yuika suddenly recognizes one of them as Chairman Mumyu, and wonders why her own father is standing behind him. After a brief silence, Shido steps forward and asks Hifumi if it's true that the mage nobles have betrayed the SMT. With a smug look, Hifumi replies that they didn't betray them, because from the beginning, they never intended to join forces with the SMT. Hearing this, the SMT members gasp in shock as Ruka reminds Hifumi that they're supposed to be comrades, not enemies. To flaunt her strength, Hinata attacks Ruka while coldly telling her not to misunderstand things. She adds that they never once considered the SMT their comrades. Although shaken by the revelation, Minato turns to Riku and asks if he feels the same way. Unfortunately, even the most laid-back guy on the team sides with Hifumi. Clenching his sword, Riku declares that the mage nobles have turned against the SMT, the police, the self-defense forces, and the nation of Japan itself. Meanwhile, Chloe puts on a show of crocodile tears, though no one is convinced. With no more obstacles between him and absolute power, Hifumi begins cackling. Delighted that the moment has finally arrived to witness the result of his countless experiments, he ascends into the red sky and summons a massive magic circle to begin casting his spell. The other SMT members stand frozen in awe, unsure of Hifumi's endgame. Then Chloe appears, declaring that they'll stop the spell before it activates. She casts a 4th-rank dark magic spell, Shadow Edge, and fires it at her father. Shockingly, one of the demons catches the attack as if it were nothing, dispels it, and then joins the other demons in circling and protecting Hifumi. Seeing this, Shido assumes it must be a coincidence, refusing to believe a demon would willingly guard Hifumi. Meanwhile, the reporter finally grasps the unfolding events and broadcasts the mage noble's apparent alliance with the demons to all of Japan. As the SMT tries to understand what's going on, one member laments that he thought they'd all bonded during the joint training camp. Just then, Hifumi explains that using calamity-controlling magic, all the demons in Japan will soon become their allies. Minato begins to wonder how Hifumi learned magic that allows him to manipulate calamities and demons. As Hifumi starts absorbing the red energy from the sky, he mentions that the calamity magic has additional special effects and continues drawing in the power. Chloe asks if the calamity's magical energy is being channeled into her father, and Yuika, just as puzzled, says she's never seen anything like the red magic he's absorbing. Minato, however, recognizes the phenomenon. He recalls it being similar to what he experienced during the first calamity, when he awakened to magic. To help his team understand, he explains that calamities don't just bring magic to the land, they also grant magic to those with latent potential. He warns of the dangers of absorbing such enormous power. Hifumi compliments him for catching on quickly and explains that calamity magic can indeed amplify a person's magic, but only if they can withstand the burden. Minato then asks Hinata and Riku if they've been using calamity magic to boost their strength. Hinata confirms it bluntly and says they've been absorbing magic from every calamity so far. She reveals that the mage nobles pretended to cooperate with the SMT to ensure the calamities went undisturbed. By doing so, they raised less suspicion, even if they were secretly encouraging the calamities or siphoning off the magic for themselves. As Minato begins to process what they meant by monopolizing power, Hinata says they originally planned to kill him, but once he proved more useful than expected, they decided to exploit him instead. She adds that had the mage nobles ignored the calamities, it would have sparked criticism, which they wanted to avoid. To trigger the Great World Calamity, they needed to follow the natural historical flow. Minato then asks why following history is necessary. Hinata explains that calamities typically occur in fixed places, spots where magical power flows most easily. Until a calamity is resolved, the next won't trigger. They used Minato to resolve each one to maintain their timeline. Now Chairman Mumyu is absorbing the Great Calamity's power. Once he finishes, he'll become the strongest magician in history. Shaken, Minato asks if the betrayal had been planned from the start. Hinata, without an ounce of remorse, confirms that it was. When Minato questions whether they truly formed no bonds at all, Hinata grows tired of his naivety and tells him to stop clinging to such ridiculous ideas, declaring that there's no such thing as bonds, and she doesn't need comrades like him. Ryuji then turns to Riku and asks if he's really going through with this. After a pause, Riku replies that Japan's fall is inevitable now that both the mage nobles and demons stand against it. He tells Minato that even someone like him can't protect the entire country. As demon attacks intensify, the SMT becomes overwhelmed, forcing even civilian mages to step in and fight for their survival. Shido reports that the situation is deteriorating rapidly, and Sonata notes that there are no reserve forces left. At this rate, everything could fall apart. Then, two familiar silhouettes appear nearby, remarking that everything is going according to plan. As they step into the light, Shido is stunned. It's Kuroi and Fukajina. Moments later, Takigami also shows up, leaving Shido even more rattled. While Minato struggles to understand why Takigami is here, Kuroi casually greets him and promises that this time, he'll kill him with his hands. When Shido asks Kuroi why he isn't in prison, Kuroi tells him it's because the mage nobles have many collaborators within the police and throughout Japan. Then, Yuika asks Kuroi why the mage nobles are betraying humanity, and the useless bastard tells her they're doing it simply because they're mage nobles. Referring to the term nobles, Kuroi claims that they are beings of higher existence and are nothing like the incompetent commoners. With that said, the fool activates the 8th rank dark magic spell, Chaos Raven, and, showing off his bogus spell, tells the SMT that with their magic, not only can they easily destroy half a city, but they can also destroy a full one if they go all out, all with just one magician. However, for whatever reason, Kuroi claims that the mage nobles are being manipulated by the incompetent, powerless fools. While making an angry fist, he tells the SMT that he finds it very strange that the mage nobles, all of whom are meant to stand at the top, are still being controlled by bottom feeders, the incompetent trash who've gotten way too full of themselves. With Fukajin taking over Kuroi's speech, he tells the SMT that originally, their clans became mage nobles to monopolize knowledge and technology and to rule over the incompetent. However, the incompetent, as tricky as they are, ended up using the mage nobles. After giving Hifumi all the credit for helping the mage nobles grow stronger through calamities, Kuroi assures the SMT that with the sheer amount of power they now have, they no longer have any enemies. While charging their magic, both fools tell the SMT that the time has come for the mage nobles to reign supreme over the incompetent. That said, the duo increases their magical pressure so much that the Mizuha sisters remark they seem like completely different people now. On the other hand, Minato remains calm and composed, which pisses Kuroi off. Ignoring Kuroi's tantrum, Fukajin says he's eager to see the look of despair on Minato's face when he finally loses hope. But then Minato turns to Takigami and asks if she had been lying to him all along, even when she said she was telling him everything. Realizing Minato is ignoring them, Kuroi loses it. He calls out to Minato, furious, and pats Takigami on the back while calling her a piece of trash who lies and uses others for her own benefit. With the other mage noble family heads getting bored with the drama, Kuroi ends the chit-chat and starts the real calamity alongside Fuka. Almost immediately, a horde of demons flies past the SMT. Shido, who notices them with the others, says the demons are supposed to be far from the calamity-affected areas. Unfortunately for the SMT, that's not the case. The demons somehow find their way out of old Shibuya and into the residential areas of Tokyo. In a split second, the demons break into apartment buildings, threatening to take out as many humans as possible. Family heads do their best to protect their loved ones. Around that time, other SMT members update Minato on the demons pushing into the streets and ask what they should do. Kuroi, mocking them, poses the same question. Fuka adds that even someone as capable as Minato can't save everyone in Japan from where he is. Chloe and Shido, fearing the worst, wonder what they should do. With no answers in sight, the hyperactive Kuroi boldly tells the SMT that they will be crushed by their powerlessness and killed. As Fukajin joins in, Minato interrupts their fun by reminding them that there are 3 types of anti-magic equipment. For the first one, Minato calls it the standard type used by magicians, the kind that requires infusing magic power. The second, he explains, is the interference type, a kind that disrupts magic or magic power. He says both SMT and Mage Noble's uniforms fall into this category, designed to suppress magic. At this point, Fuka asks if he's gone mad, but Minato continues, describing the third type, one that has a short lifespan, activates based on certain conditions, and can be used by those without magic power. Around this time, the Mage Nobles start to worry. Across Japan, the anti-magic plushies that Shido secretly infused, mass-produced, and distributed are now activating. These plushies generate null magic shields in homes and shelters across the nation. As the magic unfolds, Minato explains they used the SMT's popularity to mass-produce merchandise embedded with defensive anti-magic equipment. These were sold throughout Japan as insurance. When Shido first heard the plan, he didn't believe it. Now he's grateful he followed Minato's orders. Turns out that plan is saving Japan. Realizing how insanely thorough Minato is, Fukujin shouts that defending alone is meaningless, and reminds everyone that offensive anti-magic equipment has a short lifespan. Minato agrees, then says that since his magic is embedded into the equipment, it's overflowing all across Japan. Because of this, he can sense and use his magic anywhere in the country simultaneously. With that, Minato releases the offensive magic stored inside the plushies and unleashes a level 13 null magic spell, Unlimited Magic Bullet. Using this spell, he destroys thousands of demons attacking families nationwide. While that happens, a reporter informs the public that a wave of magic from the sky just wiped out a massive number of demons. They still don't fully understand what's happening, but communication network reports say most citizens are safe. Seeing the scale of Minato's powers, Yuika is at a loss for words. She and her sister realize just how incredible he really is. Frustrated, Kuroi throws a fit. He can't believe Minato unleashed magic across all of Japan. Fukujin urges him to calm down, reminding him that not all the demons have been wiped out. Choosing to believe him, Kuroi tells Minato that the mage nobles are still out there, and if the anti-magic gear can't be reused, then the magic in the merchandise won't work either. Just then, Minato suggests Kuroi might be forgetting something, and when Kuroi asks what he means, Minato says the SMT still has others they can rely on. With that, familiar silhouettes step from the shadows. Soon enough, they're revealed to be the Shadowbringers. Upon recognizing their visitors to be the Shadowbringers, the SMT and police officials all ask why they're there and if they're planning to help. Before responding, the Shadows show off a little of their magic powers by killing a few demons attacking the group, then announce that they're cooperating with the SMT to exterminate the monsters and protect the citizens. Realizing that the safety of civilians is the top priority, the SMT decides to work together with the Shadowbringers. Around this time, the reporter in the chopper hovering above informs the public, who are watching the entire battle, that the SMT is now cooperating with the Shadowbringers. Seconds after hearing the news, the fanboys and girls of the Shadowbringers erupt with joy. Various social media platforms light up with praise, welcoming the arrival of the Shadowbringers and their partnership with the SMT to defeat the monsters. Since Minato's too busy being the captain of the SMT and can't be Chrono at the same time, he has Leona play Chrono for credibility during the battle. Now in the thick of it, Leona, who's been wondering how she even got the part, complains about the insanely strict training she's been put through. She also grumbles about having to memorize how to use a ton of anti-magic gear and awkwardly work with the same faces, even after saying goodbye to the Shadows once after Chrono and Minato's fight. Since it's too late to back out, Leona goes all out and destroys some demons using the rank 7 anti-magic gear, Geyser Wave, earning praise from her comrades in shadow uniforms. Noticing just how fired up their leader is, the other Shadowbringers also go all out to wipe out the enemies before the SMT does. Refusing to fall behind, the SMT members, along with the police and self-defense forces, quickly follow up on the Shadowbringers' attacks, doing their part to protect the nation. Still acting as Chrono, Leona reminds herself to make sure the real Chrono treats her to dinner once this is all over. Meanwhile, Kuroi, unaware of what's happening, receives a notification from his fellow nobles that the Shadowbringers are appearing all over the country. Furious, he turns to Minato and asks if he's been doubting the mage nobles all along to be this prepared. When Minato replies with a loud, "Yes!" both Fuka and Kuroi get pissed, and while charging their magic, swear to kill him this time. Before engaging in their final battle with Minato, Kuroi turns to Takigami, who's been hesitant to betray Minato all along, and tells her to get up and fight. Given the situation, Takigami charges her magic and gets ready. Around the same time, Riku and Hinata, who figure they also have no choice, do the same and prepare for battle. At this point, Minato's had enough. He tells the Mizuha sisters and the others that it's time to end everything right there. With the stage set, the battle between the SMT's special squad, led by Minato, and the mage nobles, led by Kuroi Akudo, begins. For his first move, Kuroi activates the 5th rank dark magic spell, Night Raid, and uses its stealth to sneak behind Yuika, planning to kill the small fries first. Just as Minato's about to rush in and protect her, Hinata suddenly appears and punches him hard in the face. Thankfully, as Kuroi's about to take down the unsuspecting Yuika, her sister, Ruka, blows him away with a 6th rank water magic spell, Burst Stream. Yuika thanks her sister, but Ruka urges her to stay sharp since it's not over yet. Meanwhile, Minato survives Hinata's punch by activating a small null magic barrier where she struck. Before he can relax, Kaichi Riku swoops in and tries to slash Minato in the stomach with his magic-infused katana. Dodging easily, Minato gets pissed and split kicks both attackers in the gut at the same time. Free again, he tries to reach his subordinates, but Takigami blocks his path with the 7th rank water magic, Emerald Aqua, saying she won't let him through. Hinata tells Minato they know how strong he is, but they'll do their best to make sure he doesn't help his allies. Recognizing their strategy as a division tactic, Minato realizes how troublesome it is. Since he's already used a lot of magic and wants to take out Mumyu first, he knows going all out would be a gamble, and one he's not ready to take. As if reading his thoughts, Hinata tells him she won't let him interfere with the chairman. Riku adds that Minato will have to get through them first. Knowing they're stalling, Minato gets serious and takes down a few mage nobles quickly before preparing to cast a high-level spell. Seeing his speed, Hinata tells Riku to stop darting around and match it. Elsewhere, Kuroi and Jin are struggling against the SMT members and complain about how annoying they are. Meanwhile, Yuika and Shidu start getting overwhelmed by the sheer number of enemies and consider giving up. Surprisingly, Chloe speaks up, urging them not to give up and reminding them how strong and important they are to the country. Realizing they can't afford to lose hope, Ruka and Yuika pull themselves together and, for the first time, change their opinion of Chloe, acknowledging her fiery spirit. Hearing them, Chloe chuckles and admits she might have been inspired by them. With no time to waste, the three girls face the enemy head-on. Kuroi, activating the 8th rank dark magic, Chaos Raven, warns them not to get cocky and launches his magic. In response, the girls cast the 8th rank Grand Water Magic, Tidal Wave, and manage to cancel out Kuroi's spell. Fukujin acknowledges their strength, but Kuroi shifts his attention to Takigami, who's been trembling, and mocks her. As Minato silently watches, Kuroi calls out to Takigami, asking her to explain herself. He reminds her of what will happen if she doesn't cooperate. Resigned, Takigami activates the 8th rank wind magic spell, Raging Storm, and fires it at Minato, hoping he'll forgive her. As the attack approaches, Minato lets his guard down. To the dismay of his subordinates, he doesn't move a muscle, silently waiting for the wind magic to hit him. Eventually, Takigami misses her wind magic attack on purpose and realizes she just can't bring herself to attack Minato. Having seen her hesitation, Kuroi explodes in anger and calls Takigami out for daring to defy him, while also reminding her what will happen to her family if she suddenly decides to grow a conscience. Tired of the blackmail, Takigami begs him not to lay a hand on her daughter and grandson, as they're all she has left in this world. But Kuroi coldly reminds her that she's the one who broke the agreement. All it takes is a call from him, and it's over for them. After giving Takigami several disturbing options for how her family might suffer, he blames her for whatever pain they'll endure, and tells her it serves her right. Around this time, Minato makes a strange phone call, which shocks both Kuroi and Takigami. He thanks the person on the other end for making it just in time. Right after hanging up, Kuroi demands to know why Minato's making a call in such a dire moment, threatening to kill Takigami's family right then and there. But Minato calmly replies that it's too late. He's already saved them. As Kuroi sees a video of some disguised Shadowbringers protecting Takigami's family on Minato's phone, he gasps in disbelief and protests that there's no way Minato could have known their location, especially since only a few people did. Even the police were bribed. In response, Minato commends Kuroi's men for covering their tracks well. Still, the Calamity evacuation turned out to be their downfall, making it possible to trace and infiltrate them. In truth, Minato silently thanks the Shadowbringers for keeping their disguises on till the very end. Eventually, Kuroi asks Minato when he figured it all out. Minato explains that despite having a family photo, Takigami never once talked about her family. Her excessive caution around the mage nobles tipped him off. So, he had someone investigate her background and discovered the truth. Turning to Takigami, Minato says she should have known by now that she can't hide anything from him. Overcome with emotion, Takigami bursts into tears, barely able to believe that her family, held hostage for so long, is finally safe. Just as she lowers her guard and thanks Minato, Kuroi snaps and tries to take her hostage. With no reason to obey him anymore, Takigami blasts him with her wind magic spell, Raging Storm, calls him filthy scum, and warns him to never touch her again. She then bows her head and sincerely apologizes to Minato for deceiving him from the start. Minato, in turn, tells her not to worry. Helping a friend is second nature to him. Moved by his words, Takigami smiles warmly. Just then, Kuroi interrupts them, annoyed by the sentimentality. He orders Fukujin and the others not to hold back anymore and to kill them all for real. With no choice, Hinata and Riku brace themselves for battle. Minato walks toward them, expressing disappointment that they'd resort to taking hostages despite his warnings. Unimpressed, Hinata tells him to shut the hell up. She doesn't need his lectures. Thankfully, around that time, the SMT members had already cleared out the nearby monsters and subdued the remaining mage nobles, aside from their leader. Seeing this, Jin admits the SMT is stronger than he expected. But Takigami, now completely fed up with the mage nobles and their dirty tactics, gathers her mana and joins Minato for the fight ahead. As things escalate, Tushiro appears, offering his support to the mage nobles. The girls immediately call out to their father, hoping he'll take their side. Unfortunately, Kuroi welcomes Tushiru as his partner. The girls chastise him for even approaching their father. Kuroi, amused by their passion, pushes Tushiru to reveal whose side he's truly on. With Ruka and Yuika silently praying he's undercover again, Tushiru ends up becoming the biggest disappointment imaginable when he declares he's with the mage nobles. Shocked, the girls struggle to accept that their beloved father could betray them like this. Kuroi takes the opportunity to explain that he once believed Tushiru betrayed them during the bombing incident, but in reality, their bond was never broken. Even after his exile from the mage nobles, Tushiru remained connected. While the mage nobles sought control of the surface world, the organization BR aimed to rule the underworld. Together, they could dominate everything. But when the Shadowbringers disrupted everything, BR was practically destroyed, and info about their affiliates started leaking. According to Kuroi, it wasn't just the mage nobles involved. Government, financial sectors, police, and countless other groups were tied to BR. When the leaks began, they all abandoned BR to save face, allowing the police to rebuild their reputation while hiding their connections. That's when the mage nobles and SMT allied. The whole country of Japan had been deceived, and the mage nobles were proud of it. Picking up from there, Jin tells the SMT members that the mage nobles haven't changed in 50 years. They still believe in absolute supremacy through pure magic. Many misunderstood their goals over the years. But now, Jin says, their return is certain. Despite everything, the girls desperately ask their father to say he's just undercover like before. But Tushiru coldly says he hasn't changed. He's a pure-blooded mage noble and has no intention of betraying his comrades. With that, reality hits the girls hard. Their father has always been one of their enemies. Confused and disturbed, Minato asks Tushiru why he's defending false nobles who oppress others for selfish reasons. Tushiru, unable to answer, simply tells Minato to shut the hell up. Ignoring him, Minato reminds Tushiru of how much he loves his daughters and reveals that he had tested him earlier to be sure. But Tushiru insists it's not true. Disgusted, Minato tells him he's lying to everyone, including himself, and then asks what turned him into such a spineless coward. At this, Tushiru finally snaps. He cuts off the talk, saying it's time to fight for real. After threatening once again to kill them all and restore the mage nobles, Minato calls him a stubborn old man and prepares for battle. Right after charging up their mana, both Minato and his colleagues are standing face to face with the mage nobles, ready to fight. Soon the battle begins, and Hinata strikes first, launching the 10th rank fire magic spell Big Bang, causing a massive explosion that destroys everything in its path. Fortunately, all SMT members manage to escape just in time before the blast reaches them. Realizing he's been separated from his comrades again due to the explosion, Minato briefly wonders if they're okay. Before he can worry too much, he finds himself alone with Riku and Hinata, both of whom are eager to continue round 2 of their earlier fight. Before engaging them, Minato warns that he's not holding back anymore, but at this point, they couldn't care less. On the other end of the explosion, Fuka and Kuroi voice their disappointment about ending up against the so-called side characters, insisting that weaklings should just die quickly. Annoyed by their smugness, Ryuji, standing with Takigami, Shido, and Sanada, fires back, calling them the real side characters. Takigami joins in, threatening to beat them down if they keep underestimating them. After a few more insults from the SMT, Fukajin scoffs at their confidence and casts the 8th rank wind magic spell Raging Storm. But he's too slow. Ryuji quickly counters with the 7th rank version of his earth magic spell, Comet, instantly neutralizing Jin's attack. In the aftermath, Kuroi scolds Jin for losing, but Jin snaps back, telling him to shut up and pointing out that earth magic is a bad matchup for wind magic. Wanting to show them who's really in control, Kuroi pulls out his anti-magic pistols, weapons with no elemental weaknesses that can decompose magic. Although he complains about wasting bullets on them, he swears he has no choice and promises they'll die. But before he can even fire, Takigami blasts him with a wind spell, knocking the guns from his hands and rendering them useless. Calmly, she tells him that anti-magic equipment is just a tool, and a tool's worthless if you let it go. Furious at being outplayed, Kuroi charges up his magic and swears he'll kill them all with his full-powered spell. Refusing to let them gain the upper hand, Ryuji, Sanada, and Shido all power up together, with Ryuji finally declaring it's his time to shine. Sensing their rising power, Takigami decides to support them from the rear. She uses her custom-made anti-magic equipment to amplify their magic and throws enchanted rocks at them, which significantly boost their magic output. On top of that, Sanada casts the 10th rank holy magic spell God's Breath, imbuing Shido and Ryuji with a holy attribute that helps them recover from injuries more rapidly. With all those buffs, Shido and Ryuji gain a newfound confidence in their ability to take down the nobles. Jin counters with his special 10th rank atmospheric magic spell, Absolute Atom, while Kuroi casts his own deadly 10th rank dark magic spell, Death Parade, summoning scythe-wielding wraiths from the underworld. In response, Ryuji activates his special 10th rank gravity magic, Infinite Magic, while Shido unleashes the 10th rank Holy Thunder composite spell, Kuraunos. The two sides clash, Ryuji's spell colliding with Jin's and Shido's lightning smashing against Kuroi's dark magic. For a few tense seconds, the spells struggle against each other, but eventually, Ryuji and Shido's magic overpowers the enemies and deals heavy damage to both Jin and Kuroi. After delivering such devastating attacks, Ryuji and Shido are left drained, having used up nearly all their magic. Meanwhile, Kuroi and Jin, who never expected to be pushed so far, somehow get back on their feet. The girls can't believe they're still standing after such powerful magic. Even though he's upright, Kuroi knows he's nearly out of magic and has no more anti-magic gear left. Wounded and worn out, he decides to wait and see what SMT does next. Takigami, similarly exhausted, blames her lack of power on neglecting her training. Sonata still has some magic left, but prefers to conserve it in case she needs to heal herself or someone else. Besides, she's not great in direct combat, so she figures it's smarter to support from the sidelines for now. As a result, the fight comes to a standstill. Elsewhere, the Mizuha sisters are fighting their father, Tushiru, using their 7th rank water magic spell Geyser Wave, which he casually cancels out with the same spell. Following up, he casts a 4th rank water spell, Waterfall, targeting Yuika, who doesn't have time to react. Just then, Chloe pushes her out of the way, takes the hit herself, and collapses unconscious. Relieved to see Chloe only unconscious, Yuika thanks her for the save. With one of them down, Tushiru prepares to continue his assault. At this point, Yuika realizes that her father truly intends to defeat them, just like any enemy. Simultaneously, Tushiru steals his resolve and makes it clear he has no room for sentimentality. Seeing this, the sisters decide to stop holding back. They declare that they'll surpass their foolish father and channel all their remaining magic into a brand new 11th rank Great Ice Magic spell, Diamond Dust, which they use to attack him. In response, Tushiru conjures his own 11th rank water magic spell, Maelstrom, aiming to cancel out whatever powerful spell his daughters have unleashed.